Chapter 52. There was dead silence in front of the Lin family mansion. Even the people of the Lin family were stunned and speechless. It happened so fast that the people outside the mansion couldn't react in time. The winged young creature was immediately slapped into a bloody mist, frightening all of the cultivators. His old servant's face was deathly pale, and he was incomparably terrified. That slap was so fast that he couldn't stop it in time. More importantly, he couldn't stop it. It had the power of an Emperor Realm cultivator. He was only a half-step Marquis Realm cultivator, how could he block it? Young mistress. He couldn't help but grieve, but he didn't dare to do anything. He could only look towards Yi Liuli for help. Yi Liuli's face was also pale with fright. Just a second ago, he was still alive, but the next moment, he was slapped to death in front of her. She had never seen such a scene before. She was only an 18-year-old girl after all. She had always been cultivating in the Godly Mountain and had never seen such a scene. But soon, she took a deep breath and recovered. Her face was cold. After all, her state of mind was far beyond her peers. She had Auntie Shui behind her. Let's go in. Yi Liuli said and immediately walked into the Lin family mansion. The ancient Godly Mountain beings followed behind. However, compared to how arrogant they were at the start, they were now much more restrained. They were also frightened. The other party's attitude was more domineering than they had imagined. He directly killed one of them. This young man from the upper world might not be as simple as they thought. The beautiful middle-aged woman hiding in the void couldn't help but frown as she pondered. She also wanted to save that young man. No matter what, he was on the young lady's side. However, she felt a very powerful aura locking onto her. It wasn't weaker than her. It was definitely the ancestor of the Lin family, the legendary old servant. She was shocked. She was at the heavenly god realm when she was at her peak. Even the true gods had to bow down to her. The ancestor of the Lin family was at least at the heavenly god realm, or perhaps at the godly king realm. She felt that something was wrong. An old servant who was suspected to be a divine king at his peak. Things were definitely not as simple as the young miss thought. Moreover, she could faintly sense that the palm strike earlier was an ultimate technique of some imperishable orthodoxy from the upper realm. It was even a fluctuation that had reached the regal realm. However, she wasn't sure if that was the case. She just felt that it was very similar. A young man with such strength? He's definitely a young paragon. A young man with the surname Gu. There aren't many people with the surname Gu in the upper realm. Could it be that family? Aunt Shui suddenly remembered this matter. Now that she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. After all, there were not many families with the surname Gu in the upper realm. This surname was unlike the surnames Yi and Wang. And the clan she knew was no weaker than the primordial immortal clan behind her young miss. If that's the case, then this is also an opportunity. Amir Yi Chen is not worth mentioning at all, miss, although you are the patriarch's most beloved daughter, you are not the only one. Perhaps this is your chance. Thinking of this, Auntie Shui's eyes lit up. She was a little excited. Her figure emerged from the void on her own accord. She followed behind Yi Liuli, ready to analyze the situation with her. Aunt Shui. Yi Liuli was a little surprised. Aunt Shui usually didn't appear on her own accord. Miss, in my opinion, this might be a misunderstanding, however, what Aunt Shui said next made Yi Liuli's expression freeze. What's going on? This woman seems to be expressing goodwill to me. In the void, Elder Ming was a little confused. If this beautiful middle-aged woman had dared to make a move earlier, she would have faced a thunderous attack from him. However, this beautiful middle-aged woman had obviously noticed him and was instead expressing goodwill to him. This made him a little confused. Of course, if it didn't involve his young master's safety, he wouldn't have interfered and wouldn't have made a move so easily. The overbearing ancient divine mountain actually cowered and changed their attitude. This young man is too strong. He killed them with a single palm strike. This strength is far beyond the Marquis realm, right? I can't imagine it. I can't believe it's a young man. This is too scary. The young lord of the upper realm is really unfathomable. Outside the Lin family mansion, the group of cultivators was shocked. Today's scene made their hearts tremble. This was the first time they saw the mysterious young lord in action, but it left a terrifying impression on them. For the Middle Continent, the ancient divine mountain was a land of gods that couldn't be offended. Many forces and inheritances had been destroyed because they offended the ancient divine mountain. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. However, it was obvious that this young lord's background was even more terrifying than the ancient divine mountain. They were even more in awe of Gu Chang'e. In the palace, Gu Chang'e sat on the main seat, wearing a black robe, while Su Qing'e stood beside him. He withdrew his outstretched hand with a playful expression. Naturally, the sounds coming from outside the mansion couldn't escape his senses. Yi Chen's cousin. Ancient bloodline, foster in the lower realm, deep relationship, this was so familiar and melodramatic. Of course, he had this speculation a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to be confirmed. Those stupid authors in his previous life didn't lie to him. Young master, are you going to kill them? Su Qing'e asked doubtfully. No, how can I, who is so elegant and easygoing, kill them? It's too wasteful. I'm touched that you're in such a hurry to send me some warmth. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and walked out of the palace with his hands behind his back. He happened to meet Yi Liuli and the others who were led by the Lin family head. Almost instantly, Yi Liuli recognized the young man in front of him. It was the young lord from the upper realm. Although he had never seen him before, this kind of arrogance and calm attitude could not be concealed at all. This is what a young lord from the upper realm should be like. Aunt Shue's eyes lit up as she praised in her heart. Chapter 53. In front of the main hall, Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm as he sized up the girl in front of him. Her skin was as white as jade. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Her legs were long and straight, emitting an extremely cold aura. She did not look very old, only 17 or 18 years old. However, her eyes were completely different from those of the human race. They were like colored glass, which showed that she was indeed of another race's bloodline. He clicked his tongue in his heart. Yi Chen's luck with women was quite good, not to mention other things. No matter which woman he had a relationship with, they were all heavenly beauties that were rarely seen in the world. Moreover, Gu Chang'e checked Yi Liuli's luck points. There were more than 800 of them. It had to be said that this amount of luck points was already very shocking. It was even more than Yi Chen's. Of course, this was also within Gu Chang'e's expectations. Right now, Yi Chen's biggest backer was naturally this so-called cousin of his. As for how to deal with Yi Chen's cousin, Gu Chang'e already had a plan in mind. Childhood sweethearts, right? In the end, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Even an old monster like Yan Ji who had lived for a long time was toyed with in the palm of his hand. What did this count for? His expression was calm and he did not speak. After all, he was not in a hurry. While Gu Chang'e was sizing up Yi Liuli, Aunt Shui, and the others were naturally sizing up Gu Chang'e as well. Aunt Shui was full of admiration in her heart. She was even more certain of her previous guess and decision. Gu Chang'e's appearance was naturally needless to say. His black robe made his figure even more tall and straight. His bearing was extremely noble and elegant, revealing an innate sense of superiority. If the person standing in front of her was a young god, she would not be surprised. Compared to the real young supremes of the upper realm, the so-called young elites of the lower realm were like fireflies in front of the bright moon. They were not even qualified to be compared. As for Yi Chen, in front of this 9 true dragons, he was like an ant. "You're that young Master Gu?" Yi Liuli finally asked with a frown on his face. She naturally asked while knowing the answer. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to break the silence. From this young man, she felt that this matter was thorny, as well as a very terrifying pressure. Even though he was just standing there, he was looking down with a playful expression as if he was looking at a small ant. This made her very uncomfortable. He didn't know how to voice the questions he wanted to ask at the start. Especially when she came in, Auntie Shui mentioned something to her. This young Master Gu's background was definitely not inferior to hers. In other words, Auntie Shui would not interfere unless her life was in danger. She was only a half-step holy lord, so it was impossible for her to be a match for this young man. She had come in such a menacing manner, but in the end, she had ended up in such a state. This made her feel very embarrassed and foolish. Hearing this, Gu Changde just glanced at her and didn't say anything. This contemptuous attitude made Yi Liuli's expression turn sluggish, and she clenched her teeth. Whether it was on the ancient divine mountain or outside, no one had ever dared to look down on her like this. Especially when the other party was a man. However, she wasn't an ordinary person, so she quickly calmed down. At this moment, Auntie Shui stepped out from behind her and smiled. She cupped her hands and said, "Greetings, young Master Gu. My young lady is Yi Liuli. I am the protector in charge of protecting her in the lower realm. My young lady and her servants offended you just now and were rude. I hope young Master Gu will be magnanimous and not take offense." Her attitude was sincere and didn't seem to be fake. In terms of dealing with people, she was hundreds of times better than Yi Liuli. Auntie Shui. Seeing Auntie Shui's attitude, Yi Liuli was stunned. She didn't understand and didn't dare to believe it. The living beings of the ancient divine mountain behind her were also shocked. They knew very well how powerful Auntie Shui was. This kind of powerhouse usually wouldn't show himself. But why was she so kind and friendly today? After all, they were here for revenge and justice. Auntie Shui, you've gone too far. Yi Liuli's expression darkened. She was a little angry. At the end of the day, Auntie Shui was only a retainer of the Yi clan. How could she make decisions for her master? Young lady, this might really be a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding? Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the flood washed over the Dragon King temple. Auntie Shui's smile froze and she hurriedly said. She was doing this for Yi Liuli's sake. She had accompanied her young lady for so many years. How could she harm her? Oh, is that so? Senior, you're being too polite. Tell me why you're here. Seeing this, Gu Changde finally spoke. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry from his expression. He seemed to be interested. This protector of Yi Liuli was interesting. Of course, if that was the case, things would be easier to handle. But before that, may I ask if young Master Gu is from the Longevity Gu clan? Hearing this, Auntie Shui smiled and cupped her hands. My young lady is from the immemorial immortal clan's Yi clan. Speaking of which, our two clans should know each other. She brought up Yi Liuli's background first to let Gu Changde know that they were not simple. Moreover, her young lady was the youngest daughter of the master of the Yi clan. Her status was indescribable. Naturally, she was not comparable to the average Yi clan disciple. Of course, Gu Changde's calling of a senior made her smile even more. She had a better impression of him. No matter what, he could not escape the identity of the upper realm's young supreme being. As one of the oldest clans in the upper realm, the immemorial immortal clan and the immemorial immortal clan were both forces that controlled endless territories. The difference was that the immemorial immortal clan was mostly made up of humans. The immemorial immortal clan was mostly made up of other races, commonly known as the 10,000 clans. They definitely knew each other. She said this because she wanted to confirm Gu Changa's identity. When they heard Auntie Shue's words, the expressions of the people from the ancient divine mountain behind her could not help but change, and they turned a little pale. If Gu Changa really had such a background, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and chills ran down their backs. Why did she not say it before coming? Why did she only say it now? They were very regretful. They could not afford to offend the immemorial immortal clan, and naturally, they could not afford to offend the immemorial immortal clan either. Yi Liuli wanted to say something, but he could not help but fall silent. So you are from the immemorial immortal clan. No wonder Miss Yi Liuli is so fearless and directly came knocking on our door. Hearing this, Gu Changa said indifferently, not denying it. My father has dealt with clan leader Yi many times in the past. It seems that you know about my Gu clan, senior. His expression was a little playful. In terms of background and origin, he did not need to fear anyone. Auntie Shui could naturally tell from his tone. Not only was Gu Changa a disciple of the immemorial immortal clan, but he might also be the son of the Gu clan's clan leader. After all, someone who could deal with clan leader Yi was naturally an existence of the same level. The power of such a person could easily change the world and influence eternity. It was simply unimaginable and could be described as monstrous. Most importantly, she also knew that the clan leader of the immemorial immortal clan only had one son. As long as this young man in front of her did not fall, he would stand at the peak of the upper realm in the future. He might even be in charge of the immemorial immortal clan in the future. At the thought of this, the smile on her face deepened, and she became more humble and respectful, even a little fawning and flattering. It could be said that it was a supreme honor for Gu Changa to call her senior. At this moment, Yi Liuli's head also buzzed, and her face turned pale. Things had completely gone beyond her expectations. Thud. The group of ancient divine mountain creatures were pale, and they were even more terrified. They directly knelt down. Just now, Kei Tian spoke rudely, I hope you can be magnanimous. Their voices were trembling, and they were almost scared to death. Although they did not speak rudely, what if they were implicated? Chapter 54. Sir, please spare our lives. We failed to recognize Mount Tai and have offended you in any way. The group of deities from the ancient divine mountain knelt there, their faces drained of blood. They were pale and terrified. They looked as if they had met their natural enemy. Where was the arrogance and haughtiness that they had when they first arrived? The people from the Lin family were secretly pleased when they saw this. No matter how powerful they were, they still had to kneel in front of young Master Gu. Why is this happening? At this moment, Yi Liuli's face was slightly pale as she gripped her sword tightly. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was smarter than many of her peers. She could tell from the conversation just now. The Gu Changa in front of her had a higher status than her. Although she was backed by the upper realm's primordial immortal tribe, Gu Changa was the only son of the longevity Gu family's master. Her father did not only have her as a daughter, but he doted on her more. Gu Changa was very likely to be in charge of the longevity family in the future. Such a terrifying status was not something she could compare to now. Thinking of this, Yi Liuli felt a little hopeless. Why did Brother Yi Chen offend such a powerful enemy? She thought that she could easily settle this with her methods and background. But now, it seemed that she was just being whimsical and thinking too much. Yi Liuli's face was even paler, and her expression was no longer the same as when she first arrived. Miss, this is a complete misunderstanding. Quickly apologize to young Master Gu. At this moment, Aunt Shui was also persuading Yi Liuli, what kind of status does young Master Gu have? Why would he care about a small ant like Yi Chen? You're wrong about everything. In her opinion, building a good relationship with young Master Gu was more important than anything else. How could Miss be so stupid? How could she not understand this? She was a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have secretly found Yi Chen and killed him. It would be foolish of her to make young Master Gu unhappy over such a matter. Auntie Shui, you don't have to say any more. I will not apologize to him. He is the one who made Brother Yi Chen run around like a stray dog. Yi Liuli said stubbornly. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He would not apologize just because of this. This scene naturally did not escape Gu Chang'e's eyes. His expression was still calm and indifferent, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In the end, she was just a little girl. How much trouble could she cause? However, after considering Yi Liuli's identity, the little princess of the immemorial Yi clan, Gu Chang'e felt that he could make use of this. Didn't she grow up with Yi Chen and have a good impression of him? Yi Chen happened to be her weakness. Speaking of which, the immemorial Yi clan's influence in the upper realm was not small. As a clan that was close to the immortal realm among the 10,000 ancient clans, it was said that they possessed the immortal bloodline. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e's lips curled into a playful smile, and the plan in his heart became more detailed. However, one should not forget that he was the inheritor of a forbidden demonic art and possessed a demonic heart. He did not have many things, but he had many evil and crooked methods. Controlling Yi Liuli was much easier. At that moment, his expression became somewhat impatient, and his voice was somewhat cold. So, what is your purpose? If you don't give me an explanation for today's matter, even the immortal clan. Elder Ming. At this point, Gu Chang'e said indifferently to the void. Young master, this old servant is here. Buzz. The next moment, Elder Ming's figure appeared, and a cold smile appeared on his face. A terrifying and majestic pressure instantly enveloped the area, causing everyone's expression to change. Yi Liuli even felt a terrifying sense of suffocation. This was the old servant that she thought would not be a match for Auntie Shui. So powerful. Young Master Gu, please calm down. Today's matter is due to Mrs. Impulsive Offense. Auntie Shui's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly blocked this pressure. The elder Ming in front of her gave her a very strong feeling. The two of them could only display the strength of the void god realm in the lower realm, but the other party's cultivation at full strength was higher than hers. Even if she could contend at the beginning, she would definitely be at a disadvantage later on. She was confident that she could take Miss away. However, this was not in line with her original intention. She did not want to offend Gu Chang'e. Even if she could not curry favor with him, she could not offend him either. However, Gu Chang'e did not care about this so-called Auntie Shui at all, and did not even look at her. His expression was calm, but there was a sense of superiority. You don't want to say, right? I see that there are quite a lot of you here. Elder Ming, kill one for me after a breath of time. Gu Chang'e ordered indifferently. Hearing this, the group of living beings behind Yi Liuli turned pale with fright. Their expressions were incomparably terrified as they knelt on the ground and shouted for mercy. Miss, save us. We don't want to die. Lord, please spare us. You're despicable and shameless. Hearing this, Yi Liuli's pretty face also turned pale, and her body trembled. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to use this to force her to submit. However, Gu Chang'e did not look at her. Instead, Su Qingge was very considerate as she brought him a cup of tea and said with a sweet smile, "Young master, the tea is ready." Gu Chang'e gave her a look of approval. "It's not a waste that I love you so much. Miss, quickly apologize to young Master Gu. Why can't you think it through? If young Master Gu really wanted to kill Yi Chen, how could Yi Chen escape? Think about it carefully. Young Master Gu has such an expert behind him. How could Yi Chen have the ability to escape? This is all a misunderstanding. You're the princess of the immemorial immortal tribe, and young Master Gu is the young master of the Chongqing family. As long as you apologize, I'm sure young Master Gu will not make things difficult for you." Auntie Xue sighed in her heart and kept persuading Yi Liuli. She was only doing what was good for Mississippi. How could Miss offend young Master Gu for Yi Chen? A person like him can't be a good person. Yi Liuli's face was full of anger and unyielding. She stared at Gu Chang'e as if she wanted to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. One breath has passed. At this time, Gu Chang'e blew a mouthful of tea and slowly sipped it. "Yes, young master." Elder Ming received the order and directly stretched out his palm. Light flashed and the void shook. Puchi. Not far away, a young creature with a pale face and scales on his forehead was slapped to death in despair. The others were almost scared to death. "Miss, save us. We don't want to die. We came for you. You can't just ignore us." At this moment, they could not help but resent Yi Liuli. Clearly, as long as she had a better attitude and apologized, she could save them. But why was she unwilling? Were their lives not worth a word from her? Gu Chang'e watched all of this calmly. From beginning to end, his expression did not change. Yi Liuli looked at his expression and gritted her teeth. Her body trembled in anger. At this time, she had no other choice and was even regretting it. Should she ask Auntie Xue to take action? It was obvious that Auntie Xue was biased towards Gu Chang'e. She would definitely not listen to her at this time. Thinking of this, Yi Liuli felt extremely humiliated. She gritted her teeth and said, "Liuli has offended you today. I'm sorry. I hope young Master Gu can forgive me." Chapter 55. "Please forgive me, young Master Gu." Yi Liuli uttered these words with great humiliation. Her voice was trembling, which showed how much courage and determination she had used. It was as if she had used up all her strength. As the little princess of the primordial immortal tribe, she had always been the center of attention ever since she was born. No one had ever given her such endless humiliation like today. However, she could not deal with this person. Even if she used the power behind her, she could not suppress him. "There's no need to apologize. After all, I'm not a bad person. I won't take such a small matter to heart." At this moment, Gu Chang'e waved his hand and asked Elder Ming to stop. There was a faint, playful smile on his face. Gu Chang'e's words were beautiful. However, Yi Liuli knew that if she did not apologize, everyone except her would die here today. This man was very dangerous. Regardless of whether it was his methods or his thoughts, she could not help but feel frightened. She was a little regretful. Why had she been so reckless? Why had she not investigated the situation clearly before coming here? Now, she had completely humiliated herself. "All right, young miss, today's misunderstanding is finally resolved. I told you that young Master Gu would not make things difficult for you." Seeing this, Aunt Xue heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Yi Liuli glared at her coldly. To put it nicely, she was a retainer. To put it bluntly, she was a servant. How dare she make decisions for her without permission? She had already decided that when she returned to the upper realm, she would explain everything to her father. Aunt Xue smiled bitterly. However, she was not worried. If the family head knew about what had happened today, he would agree to let her do so. After all, with young Master Gu's status, he was completely worthy of the Yi clan's friendship. It was just an apology. In the end, the young miss was still a young girl and refused to admit defeat. She did all this for the sake of the family and the young Mississippi. When Elder Ming stopped, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the main hall also dissipated. "Thank you for sparing our lives, sir. Thank you for showing mercy, sir." The living beings of the Divine Mountain who had survived the calamity kept kneeling and expressing their gratitude. "No need to thank me. After all, it was young Miss Yi Liuli who saved you. Go thank her." Gu Chang'e said calmly. At this time, compared to himself, these beings of the divine mountains clearly resented Yi Liuli more. Gu Chang'e was well aware of this, so he naturally didn't forget to provoke them. After all, he didn't lose anything. May I ask what young Master Gu's name is? Yi Liuli also recovered from the humiliation and stared at Gu Chang'e's disgusting face. As expected, villains all had good looks. Gu Chang'e. At this time, the indifference on Gu Chang'e's face had long disappeared. He smiled faintly, looking natural and calm. He passed the teacup to Su Qing'e beside him. He even gave people a sense of elegance and immortality. Of course, that was if she didn't see his expression just now. Yi Liuli did not expect Gu Chang'e to change his attitude so quickly. However, it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in her heart grew even stronger. After all, those who didn't show their emotions were the scariest. Because one would never know what such a person was thinking. It was hard to fathom. Young Master Gu, I came here today to ask you about something and to seek justice. Yi Liuli took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. No matter what, she had to face Gu Chang'e, this villain, by herself. Oh. Gu Chang'e slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously. To seek justice, I don't think I've ever bullied Miss Yi, this has nothing to do with me. It's about Brother Yi. Yi Liuli said directly. She couldn't stand Gu Chang'e's attitude of looking down on her and asking questions when he already knew the answer. However, Gu Chang'e liked the feeling of crushing others with his power. She clearly hated him, but she couldn't do anything to him and had to yield. Although Yi Liuli was the little princess of the Yi clan, Gu Chang'e would not spoil her. Of course, he wanted Yi Liuli to kneel, but he knew that this would have the opposite effect. Not to mention whether this beautiful middle-aged woman would agree. As the princess of the immemorial immortal clan, Yi Liuli kneeled so easily. This was tantamount to slapping the Yi clan's face. Gu Chang'e didn't want to shoot himself in the foot. When he returned to the upper realm, he would make his situation worse. There was a limit to everything. As for killing Yi Liuli and the others, Gu Chang'e wouldn't consider the huge loss of benefits, not to mention whether it was possible. Moreover, as the daughter of the Yi clan, it was impossible that she didn't have a life-saving item given by her father. He had plenty of ways to deal with Yi Liuli. Seek justice for Yi Chen. But I don't remember doing anything to him. Miss Yi, are you mistaken? Or do you think I need to do anything to him? It doesn't seem difficult for me to crush an ant to death. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Hearing this, Yi Liuli couldn't help but freeze. She felt a sense of superiority and disdain. To someone of Gu Chang'e's status, Brother Yi Chen was indeed an ant. There was no difference. She was suddenly confused and puzzled. How did the enmity between the two of them start? Logically speaking, Brother Yi Chen didn't know her true identity. How did he survive after offending Gu Chang'e? Or did Gu Chang'e not kill Brother Yi Chen at all? What did Brother Yi Chen do? What did he go through in the years when she wasn't around? Gu Chang'e vaguely guessed Yi Liuli's thoughts, but his expression was still indifferent. He laughed in his heart. Why didn't he kill Yi Chen? Of course, he was waiting for the last wave of harvest. How could Yi Liuli understand this? Impossible. Brother Yi Chen is such an honest person. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others. Yi Liuli shook her head in disbelief. She looked at Su Qing'e, who was beside Gu Chang'e. It was rumored that Brother Yi Chen coveted the #1 beauty in the eastern wasteland. Dressed in white, she was indeed so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal. Yi Liuli was conceited that her appearance was not bad. But compared to the woman in front of her, she felt that there was something missing. It was an amazing charm that could only be made up with age. It didn't seem that hard to explain why Brother Yi Chen was moved by such a woman. Since young Master Gu didn't plan to kill Brother Yi Chen, why did you destroy the Jialo holy ground that was related to Brother Yi Chen? Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at Gu Changa with her red glass-like eyes. She was unwilling to accept this and couldn't help but continue to ask. After all, according to the rumors, the Jialo holy ground was destroyed because they didn't want to reveal Yi Chen's whereabouts and angered Gu Changa. She couldn't understand. Ridiculous. At this time, Gu Changa's expression finally turned cold. His voice was cold. Could it be that Miss Yi Lioli came here today to blame me? Do I need to explain to you that I stepped on an ant? Hearing this, Yi Lioli's face turned pale. She almost stopped breathing and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the long sword in her hand. Gu Changa's words made her head buzz. That's right. Destroying the Jialo holy ground was indeed like stepping on an ant to him. So, what reason did he need? Is there anything else, Miss Yi? If not, please go back. Gu Changa said indifferently. He planned to chase her out. This matter had already planted a thorn in Yi Lioli's heart. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on what he did next. Of course, it didn't matter if it worked or not. He still had a way. Everything was under his control. Chapter 56. Seeing that Gu Changa's expression was cold and somewhat displeased, he even had the intention to chase her away. Yi Lioli's expression could not help but freeze. However, she also knew that she had indeed gone overboard. Did Gu Changa have to tell her everything he did? He had clearly said that he did not intend to kill brother Yi Chen. After thinking about it, Yi Lioli did not feel that there was anything wrong with his words. The main thing was that the difference in strength between Gu Changa and Yi Chen was too big. One was like heaven and the other was like earth. If Gu Changa really wanted to kill Yi Chen would not be able to survive. After thinking through all this, Yi Lioli inexplicably felt a sense of apology towards Gu Changa. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Today, she had inexplicably barged in to seek justice from Gu Changa. Now that she thought about it, she even seemed a little unreasonable. Gu Changa's attitude and method of asking her to apologize was also reasonable. The wrong thing was her. Lioli has offended you abruptly today. Thank you for explaining this, young Master Gu. Yi Lioli regained her composure and said to Gu Changa. Are you done? Then you can leave. Hearing this, Gu Changa did not seem to be surprised. His attitude was still indifferent. This made Yi Lioli frown. She was a little discouraged. Nothing as humiliating as today had ever happened before, let alone being chased away. Today, she had actually repeatedly hit a wall in front of a man. This made her feel very unreconciled and unconvinced. Of course, Yi Lioli had pride in her heart, so she did not say much and turned to leave. Young Master Gu, I think that you young people should interact more. After all, we are all from the upper realm. It's good that we can meet in this remote lower realm. It's fate. Seeing this, Auntie Shui said in a somewhat flattering manner. She felt that this was a good opportunity to build a good relationship with Gu Changa, and should not be missed. No need, I'm not interested in her. However, Gu Changa's answer was very simple, and directly made Auntie Shui's flattering expression freeze. How could he not know what this beautiful middle-aged woman was planning? But he didn't care at all. He didn't care about Yi Lioli's reputation, so there was no need for him to improve her favorability. Hearing this answer, Aunt Shui's expression immediately became a little awkward, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She also knew that the young Mrs.'s performance today was indeed somewhat inappropriate and a little embarrassing. But to say it so bluntly, was a little disregarding the Mrs.'s face. Yi Lioli, who had already turned around, stopped in his tracks when he heard this. His body trembled. What did he mean by not interested in her? She felt that she had been utterly humiliated by Auntie Shui. Yi Lioli felt humiliated and gritted her teeth. Miss, I'm sorry. Auntie Shui couldn't help but feel guilty. She knew that her words had put the miss in an awkward position. Yi Liuli ignored her. His expression was cold. Without a word, he left without looking back. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her impulse. Because ever since she was young, there had never been anyone like Gu Chang'e, who had humiliated her time and time again. The trace of regret she had for Gu Chang'e instantly disappeared. He was an out-and-out evil person. Staying here would only be asking for trouble. Ding! Yi Liuli's heart wavered. Yi Chen lost 100 luck points. Fate points increased by 500. After Yi Liuli and the others left, the system's notification sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind. His expression was somewhat playful. Just as he had expected, a little girl like Yi Liuli was actually not stupid. Sometimes, when he pointed out something, she would be able to connect the dots. As for whether Yi Liuli would bear a grudge against him, Gu Chang'e didn't care. Sooner or later, he would make a move against Yi Liuli. It was still that saying, imagination was the most fatal. As a result, she began to suspect whether Yi Chen had really done something evil. After all, in her impression, he was an honest, kind, and resolute youth. And a huge part of Yi Chen's luck came from having such a terrifying cousin. During this time, he should have obtained a lot of opportunities and increased his luck points. Gu Chang'e was waiting for the moment to reap the harvest. Status interface. Then, Gu Chang'e called out inwardly. Data immediately appeared before his eyes. Owner, Gu Chang'e, Destined Villain Identity, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's True Disciple Bloodline, Demonic Heart and Dao Bone Cultivation, Late Marquis Realm Arts and Abilities, Dao Heaven Immortal Scripture, Myriad Demonic Body, Innate Divine Will, Devouring Immortal Demonic Art, Fate Value, 2000 Luck Points, 480. System Shop, Unlocked Inventory, Domain Shattering Talisman X1, 1/3 of the World Seed X2, Luck Plunder Card X3, System Critical Strike Card X1. Apart from the 3000 Fate Points he had spent to reach Late Marquis Realm, now, he had obtained another 500 Fate Points, making a total of 2000 points. During this time, his luck points had been increasing slowly. Even without plundering, it had increased by nearly 30 points. Gu Chang'e knew that it was because of Su Qing'e and Lin Qiuhan. They both had great luck, especially during this time. Lin Qiuhan's frightening alchemy talent had appeared, causing her luck to increase. This also caused Gu Chang'e's luck points to increase by a lot. Then, Gu Chang'e began to think about Yi Chen's matter. Now that Yi Liuli had left the mountain, according to the usual plot, it should be her and Yi Chen's turn to unite. However, it seemed that Yi Liuli didn't know where Yi Chen was hiding. However, after today's news spread, she would soon find Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen wasn't stupid, he would want to hug Yi Liuli's thigh. Therefore, he would take the initiative to show himself. According to the method I left on Yi Chen's beautiful master, I can clearly sense his exact location, not far from the central sky domain, at the border of the 8 domains. Gu Chang'e's eyes couldn't help but slightly squint, revealing a strange expression. Moreover, if my guess is correct, the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Domain should be opening soon. After all, this is the real reason why I came down. I must obtain the 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. Gu Chang'e recalled this information in his mind. The Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Domain was said to be a secret domain created by an ancient quasi-supreme expert to seal the monstrous 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. The 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd had a deep relationship with the demonic arts that Gu Chang'e cultivated. Gu Chang'e would naturally think of a way to obtain it. As for how terrifying the 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd was, it was needless to say. A quasi-supreme had to transform himself to seal its ferocious nature, preventing it from wreaking havoc in the world. According to the usual plot, Yi Chen would naturally obtain the inheritance of quasi-supreme sky origin. During this process, he would seal the restless 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd, preventing a terrifying calamity from befalling the central continent. He would save the world and obtain the beauty. It was needless to say how dangerous a secret domain created by a quasi-supreme would be. In the upper realms, a cultivator with the title of supremacy was at least an ancestor of a supreme Taoism. They were existences with deep foundations, and their lifespans could reach 1,000,000 years or even longer. If one wasn't careful, there was a high possibility of losing their life in the Tianyuan ancient mystery domain. Chapter 57. The news of the creature from the ancient divine mountain barging into the Lin family but being slapped in the face at the entrance spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the central region. This matter became a topic of conversation for many cultivators after meals and before tea. Cultivators could be heard talking about it everywhere. Although no one knew what happened after that, the creature from the ancient divine mountain could only retreat from the Lin family with his tail between his legs. But all the cultivators knew that even the ancient divine mountain was far from enough in front of that young lord. The mysterious young Master Gu's background was too terrifying. Moreover, the purple-clothed girl who claimed to be Yi Chen's cousin also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some said that her background was also terrifying, even more shocking than the ancient divine mountain. However, not many people believed such a statement. This was especially true of the many cultivators who had been guarding the Lin clan mansion. When the purple-robed young woman left, her expression was cold and even unsightly. It was obvious that she had hit a wall in the Lin family. Many cultivators guessed that the purple-clothed girl was very likely from the upper realm. Such a statement received the approval of many people. All kinds of news spread throughout the central region, causing quite a stir. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Tao Discussion Conference in Rushing Moon Ancient City was held as scheduled. Many important figures and successors of sacred grounds and imperial dynasties came to participate. The entire Rushing Moon Ancient City became very lively. In particular, many cultivators had other motives and wanted to see that young lord in this Tao Discussion Conference. Unfortunately, everyone was disappointed. Although the Lin family disciples came to participate, there was no sign of that young lord. Even the high platform where the important figures were at did not see him. This disappointed many cultivators. They came because of his reputation and wanted to see his face, but they did not have the chance. As for visiting the Lin family, they did not have the qualifications. Gu Chang'e was obviously not interested in a Tao discussion conference of this level. At this moment, he had already left Rushing Moon Ancient City with only Elder Ming by his side and was heading to the border between the Central Region and the 8 regions. Since Yi Chen's aura was in that direction, the entrance to the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm was naturally there as well. It would be about a few days before the real opening of the portal. At the border of the Central Region, in a remote small town. The mountain range here rose and fell, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was extremely grand and vast. Usually, there were very few cultivators here. It was an extremely desolate place. But now, cultivators and beings of other races could often be seen flying through the sky on divine rainbows. Some of them rode vicious beasts, while others came on magical artifacts. There were quite a few of them, wandering about in various places. Some time ago, there was a divine light that soared into the sky, and the auspicious scene spread for 3,000 miles. It attracted the attention of many nearby forces and cultivators, saying that a divine treasure had appeared. No wonder so many cultivators came. So, it was all for this. An ordinary-looking man with a determined expression was walking on the streets of the small town, listening to the conversations of the cultivators nearby. He could not help but mutter to himself, "It seems that the entrance to the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm recorded in the remnant pages has already opened. During this period of time, I've also collected all the map fragments. The Tianyuan ancient mystery realm is full of dangers, but I can still walk through it like it's flat ground. Not to mention, I've also obtained the key left behind by Senior Tianyuan. When the mystic realm opens, many cultivators will enter. They won't be able to stop me from finding the core area of the mystic realm, it sounded like he was talking to himself. In fact, he was communicating with his master inside the ring. This person was naturally Yi Chen. During this period of time, he had been searching for the remnant pages of the map while improving his cultivation. At the same time, he had also obtained many opportunities, and had already broken through the peak of the transcendent realm. In just a few months, he had improved from the late Soul Palace realm to the peak of the transcendent realm, vaguely touching the threshold of the Almighty realm. If ordinary cultivators knew about this speed, they would definitely be shocked and exclaim in disbelief. This was already a talent that could not be described as monstrous. Of course, if Gu Chang'e knew about this, he would not be surprised. After all, this kind of speed was very normal for a son of fate. However, Yi Chen was still not satisfied. He felt that his cultivation speed was still too slow. Although he had many fortuitous encounters, it was still difficult to close the gap between him and Gu Chang'e. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm can I kill Gu Chang'e for revenge, and that bitch Su Qing'e. Thinking of this, flames of hatred appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. After a period of thinking, he had also thought it through. Gu Chang'e's strength was indeed not something he could deal with now. His previous enemies, even if they were much stronger than him and had backgrounds that he could not contend with, he would still be able to turn danger into safety time and time again. Therefore, he thought that this time, it would be the same as before, and the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm was an opportunity prepared for him. Within the ring, Yan Ji was sitting in the void, looking a little bored. Hearing Yi Chen's words, she did not say anything. That pair of glass-like light red eyes stared at the void in front of her, swinging her feet. She did not look like the master Yi Chen had imagined. During this period of time, she had seen Yi Chen's cultivation speed. Even the disciples of many great sects in the upper realm were not as frightening as him. This made her silent, a little incredulous. Previously, she thought that it was impossible for Yi Chen to take revenge on Gu Chang'e in this lifetime. Even if he obtained the inheritance of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm, it would still be the same. Although her cultivation base at her peak was not at quasi-supreme, it was not far from it. Gu Chang'e, a young man, could casually take out something like spirit concentrating pill. His background was not too simple, and there was no lack of quasi-supreme existences in the clan. Therefore, Yan Ji did not bother to persuade Yi Chen anymore, and simply let him hate it. Compared to Gu Chang'e and Yi Chen, the two of them were at different levels. Whether it was background or cultivation base, the two were not at the same level. Revenge was even more impossible. But now, Yan Ji's thoughts had changed. According to Yi Chen's cultivation speed, he might really be able to create a miracle. She did not know why she was a little worried about Gu Chang'e. Perhaps it was because she ate his pills. Or perhaps she was moved by his sincere attitude in the dungeon. At that time, she could have killed him. She could have taken away the ring without her consent. But she did not do so. She had a good impression of Gu Chang'e. He was a person who was going to achieve great things. Therefore, Yan Ji's current mood was very complicated and contradictory. Her remnant soul fell into the lower realm and was nurtured in the ring. Later on, Yi Chen obtained it. Thanks to the nourishment of his spirit qi, she gradually woke up. Otherwise, she did not know how long she would have slept. It was also because of this that Yi Chen went from a somewhat famous genius to a trash with regressive cultivation base. Even his fiancée broke off the engagement, and he became the target of ridicule in the clan. She felt guilty. Therefore, she imparted and guided him, wanting to help this determined young man get on the right track. But Yi Chen's performance a while ago had really disappointed her. He could not distinguish between good and bad, and his mind was burned by jealousy. So much so that he began to suspect her, thinking that she was trying to curry favor and follow Gu Chang'e. If that was really the case, why would she continue to stay by Yi Chen's side and guide his cultivation? Comparing the two, no matter how one looked at it, Gu Chang'e was much more outstanding than Yi Chen. But she held on to her heart, unmoved, and wanted to repay the kindness of waking him up. However, Yi Chen not only did not understand this, but also suspected that she was pitying him. This made Yan Ji feel helpless and disappointed. She knew that there was already a gap and rift between the master and disciple. But the problem was Yi Chen, not her. Chapter 59. Yi Chen didn't know what Yan Ji was thinking at this moment. During this period of time, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, giving him a lot of confidence that he didn't have before. A few days ago, Gu Chang'e hit him a little hard. His Tao heart was damaged, making him a little skeptical of life. At this moment, he was listening to a lot of news from the nearby cultivators as he walked into the depths of the mountain range. With the map of the secret realm in hand, he was not afraid that he couldn't get good things. Of course, Yi Chen could feel that Yan Ji was a little estranged and alienated from him these days. He seriously thought about it and felt that what he said at that time was indeed wrong and hurt his master's feelings. During this period of time, he thought about making amends and apologizing, but his master said that she didn't care. However, that crack had finally appeared. Yi Chen also understood one thing. He couldn't completely trust anyone around him, especially after he experienced Su Qingge's betrayal. His master seemed to be very considerate to him, but she was a woman after all. Whether she would be moved by a man like Gu Chang'e, only she knew. However, his master had never mentioned this to him. Perhaps she left him by his side because she felt sorry for him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes became gloomier and he clenched his fists. His master was his. He wouldn't let Gu Chang'e take her away. Master, what do you think Gu Chang'e's purpose of coming to the lower realm? He brought along an old servant who could easily destroy Jialo Holy Land. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm. Suddenly, Yi Chen, who was hurrying along, spoke with a strange smile. He asked Yan Ji in the ring. He wanted to take a look at Yan Ji's reaction. Hearing this, Yan Ji was slightly stunned and nodded, "You should be right. Apart from the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm, there is nothing in the lower realm that is worth his attention." She didn't think much about it and just thought that Yi Chen was asking the same questions as usual. That's right, so it's very likely that Gu Chang'e wants something from the secret realm. He will definitely rush here as soon as he hears the news of the opening of the secret realm. I am the only one who knows the map of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm. Ordinary cultivators will encounter many dangers when they enter. It is normal for them to lose their lives. And according to the restrictions of the secret realm this time, with his old servant's strength, it's impossible for him to enter. In other words, Gu Chang'e is all alone in the secret realm and knows nothing. I only need to wait for him in the core area, and then use the key to control the mechanism array pattern there. Master, do you think I have a chance at revenge? Yi Chen said slowly as he analyzed every step clearly. What's more, it was reasonable. The reason why he said this in front of his master was naturally to test her reaction. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he waited to see Yan Ji's reaction. After all, the plan sounded flawless, and it was perfect for Gu Chang'e to die here. It sounds perfect, but how do you know that Gu Chang'e doesn't have a map? Or does he have other methods to enter? Yan Ji didn't know Yi Chen's intention. After hearing this, she thought about it seriously for a long time and felt that it was not very feasible. After all, Gu Chang'e was from the upper realm and came prepared. How could he not know the dangers in the secret realm? Moreover, based on her impression of Gu Chang'e, he was not a reckless person. Is that so? Master's words make sense. However, when Yi Chen heard this, a hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Did Master say that Gu Chang'e had other tricks up her sleeve? What kind of methods were they? Why was Master so confident in Gu Chang'e and felt that his methods were not good enough? Was there something that he didn't know? He didn't say anything else. Yan Ji didn't think too much about it. Instead, she brought up another matter and said, "Oh right, there's something that you need to pay attention to, little Chen. The power behind your cousin is actually very terrifying. Before you reach the Void God realm, I advise you not to have any contact with them." Of course, she was doing this for Yi Chen's good. During this time, she had heard many rumors about Yi Chen's cousin. That young lady in purple was obviously from the Yi clan of the immemorial immortal clan in the upper realm. Yan Ji was very clear about this. For such a big clan, Yi Chen had no power or influence. His cultivation and talent were not worth mentioning to them who only cared about bloodlines. Once they knew that Yi Chen was too close to his cousin, they would probably send someone to kill Yi Chen. "I understand Master's good intentions. You don't have to worry about me and Lu Li." Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head. His voice sounded a little cold. During this time, he had heard about the news in Rushing Moon Ancient City. Yi Chen was very surprised. This kind of news was like rain after a long drought to him. His cousin was his biggest backer. However, Master did not allow him to have more contact with her. Why? His cousin's background was very terrifying. Why did he not allow him to have more contact with her? Was he afraid that he would turn against Gu Chang'e after gaining power? Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. As for the fear of his cousin's clansmen coming to kill him, he just took it as nonsense. He did not believe that with his cousin by his side, there would be people who would dare to do that to him. Based on his cousin's attitude and feelings towards him, Yi Chen was very assured. What was Master's intention in saying this? He was very disappointed and did not want to ask any more. The news of the opening of the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm quickly spread throughout the central region. Bright divine light rushed into the sky, illuminating a large area of the border between the 8 regions. It immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators and forces. It had to be said that in this day and age, as long as there was news of a divine treasure or the opening of a mystery realm, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Various forces and cultivators were about to go crazy. They rushed over like sharks who had smelled blood. The opening of the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Realm was no exception. It could be said that many sacred lands and empires of the central region immediately sent their cultivators over. The other forces were also the same, afraid of missing out on this huge opportunity. The formation of a mystery realm was extremely difficult. Some relied on the right time and place, while others relied on ancient experts. Most of them had left behind their inheritance mansions. Even if they were not, once a new mystery realm opened, there would be many heavenly treasures filled with spirit chi, many ancient herbs, rare ores, and so on. Soon, this remote town became the most bustling area in this period of time. Many cultivators and creatures could be seen coming and going every day. The mystery realm attracted countless people. However, it was a pity that not just anyone could enter. Someone discovered that the entrance of the mystery realm had a natural barrier. It was extremely terrifying, but no one knew what kind of existence had left it behind. Cultivators who surpassed the almighty realm could not enter and would be repelled. It would even cause the heaven and earth energy within the mystery realm to go berserk. Those who tried to force their way in would immediately explode and die. Many emperor lords and saint lords were helpless. If they wanted to enter, they could only suppress their cultivation base. Therefore, they could only send their almighty realm elders and disciples. It could also be considered a training experience. It seems like my guess is right. This heaven ancient mystery realm is an experienced dungeon tailor-made for Yi Chen. The inheritance of a quasi-supreme expert has just the right restrictions. TSK, almighty realm cultivators and above can't enter. Unless they suppress their cultivation base. Seems like Yi Chen will soon reach the almighty realm in this period of time. I have to say, the opening of the mystery realm is really coincidental. Wonderful, truly wonderful. On a mountain peak, Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back. His black robes fluttered in the wind as he overlooked the scene below. His expression was somewhat interested as he said something that the Lin clan's almighty realm experts behind him couldn't understand. They didn't dare to ask what young Master Gu meant, and their expressions were incomparably respectful. It was best not to understand some words. When the mystery realm opened this time, Gu Chang'e had brought a few almighty realm elders with him. Otherwise, he couldn't always personally deal with small matters. That would be too uncool and troublesome. As for guessing that the restriction to enter the mystery realm was the almighty realm, this was too easy for Gu Chang'e. He could guess it just by thinking about it. After all, the experienced dungeon was set according to the strength of the child of fate. Moreover, the original owner of the mystery realm was a quasi-supreme expert. Even old Ming at his peak would be suppressed if he wanted to enter, and could only display the strength of an almighty realm expert. This made Gu Chang'e click his tongue. This treatment wasn't something that ordinary people could enjoy. Deliberately creating opportunities for the child of fate and giving benefits. He was just short of directly throwing it in front of him. But, so what? If he wanted to snatch it, even the heavens couldn't stop him. Let's go. As Gu Chang'e said indifferently, he turned into a divine rainbow and headed toward the entrance of the mystery realm. Even if he could only display the strength of an almighty realm expert in the mystery realm, it would be easy for him to crush Yi Chen. This wave of leaks was already plentiful, and it was time for the final harvest. Bang! The entrance of the mystery realm was a crack that emitted a misty light. It was more than 300 feet wide. Space rippled, connecting to another world. There were many cultivators nearby, and their eyes were filled with greed and desire. They were basically powerful rogue cultivators from all over the world. Their cultivation bases were above the almighty realm, and there were even many Saint Lord realm experts. Their thoughts were simple. If they entered alone, they would inevitably lose to some sect cultivators. Therefore, they planned to wait at the entrance of the mystery realm. When someone came out with a treasure, they would fight together. Who is that? It's the ancient Lin clan. Seeing a man in black leading a group of Lin clan's almighty realm experts over. Not good, it's that young lord. Don't collide with him. The cultivators here couldn't help but be stunned. Then, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated in fear. They weren't afraid of the other sects, but they were afraid of the Lin clan. Of course, the most important thing was that young lord of the Lin clan. Now, as long as one was in the central region, there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't know about that young lord. The most important thing about him was his black robe, like a god descending to the world. This was a person they couldn't provoke. At this time, how could they not understand? They hurriedly retreated to different places, giving way to the entrance of the mystery realm. Buzz! A ripple spread out, and light intertwined. Gu Chang'e naturally didn't care about these rogue cultivators. He led a group of followers and directly entered the mystery realm. The world spun as if they were walking in a space-time tunnel. A majestic sense of the world descended. Gu Chang'e quickly found a balance point and suppressed his cultivation base to the peak of the almighty realm. He landed safely. Chapter 60. Buzz. Light filled the air, and intense spatial fluctuations were transmitted. Soon, a passage appeared, and several figures appeared from within. It was Gu Chang'e and the others. The expressions of the nearby cultivators changed drastically. Even if some of them did not recognize Gu Chang'e, they understood that a person who could bring several powerful cultivators with him was not someone they could provoke. They quickly left this area. Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh lightly. It was as he thought. At this time, there were no idiots who did not know what was good for them to come out and provoke him. Being ridiculed wherever he went was the standard for a protagonist. In the secret realm, the mountains rose and fell, and the lake was as green as jade. It was extremely grand and vast. Rich heaven and earth spirit chi filled the air, as if it was about to liquefy. For Gu Chang'e, who was used to staying in the upper realm, this level of spirit chi was just the level outside the mountain gate of the Gu clan. There was nothing to be concerned about. Of course, for the cultivators of the lower realm, this was a place like a paradise. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for many days in the outside world. This made them very shocked and envious. This kind of secret realm is really good luck. No wonder so many people want to come in. If it was always open, it would be good to cultivate here. Unfortunately, it will be closed sooner or later. Behind Gu Chang'e, the group of powerful cultivators of the Lin clan could not help but sigh. Of course, they could only sigh. They followed young Master Gu in to do things for him, so naturally, they could not walk around casually. If they could be appreciated by young Master Gu here, their future opportunities would not be less than the secret realm here. They were very clear about this point. This matter is very important to young Master. If you mess up even a little, you don't have to go back. Elder Ming said to the descendants with a stern expression. He also suppressed his cultivation and entered with Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, he would not be at ease in the outside world. Ancestor, don't worry. Even if we have to risk our lives here, we will help young Master get what he wants. Hearing the ancestor's words, the elders of the Lin clan expressed their agreement. They were just short of kneeling and swearing. Elder Ming nodded, satisfied. It has only been a few days since the secret realm opened. No matter how fast Yichen moves, he can only reach the edge of the core area at most. I'm sure he already has a map. But that's just as well. The treasure-seeking mouse's name isn't just for show. I'll let him help me find the way first. Gu Chang'e did not pay attention to the words of the people behind him. He was thinking about Yi Chen in his heart, and there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Then, he sensed Yi Chen's exact location in his heart. It was neither too close nor too far, just about 10,000 miles away from where he was. Although Gu Chang'e couldn't see Yi Chen's every move, he could guess what Yi Chen was doing. Although you look very pathetic when you're fighting for nothing, you're really smart when you're helping me find opportunities. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but want to laugh. Let's go. Then, he turned into a beam of divine light and flew towards the core area of the Mystery Land. The place he was at now was only the edge. On the other side, in an area shrouded in fog, mountain ranges rose and fell, ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were many ruins. Many palaces had collapsed, and pillars were scattered everywhere. Chi. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Chen slashed at a strange beast in front of him, splitting it in half. Only then did he look at a plant beside the cave with satisfaction. This plant was resplendent, burning like a flame, and emitting a scorching aura. Fire God Flower, 30,000 years old. It can help me condense a strand of true intent of fire, and increase the power of my Fire Dao divine ability by a bit, Yi Chen muttered to himself as he plucked the plant. He was somewhat satisfied. He had just entered the Mystery Land, but he had already obtained many good things, all of which could greatly increase his cultivation. This made him happy, and he had more plans to deal with Gu Chang'e. Of course, the main reason was that Yi Liuli came to find him. A few days ago, after Yi Liuli suffered a setback in Rushing Moon Ancient City, he found a way to send a message to Yi Liuli, telling her where he was, so that Yi Liuli would not worry. Although many cultivators knew that Yi Chen had offended Gu Chang'e, and did not dare to deal with him, avoiding him like he was a snake or a scorpion. But there were still many cultivators who were willing to do things for him. They were righteous and were influenced by Yi Chen's charisma. Just like Jialo Xingzi, they upheld the righteous Tao and sent messages for him. Therefore, Yi Liuli found Yi Chen in a few days. Yi Liuli brought many people with him, all of whom were divine servants of the ancient God Mountain, and all of them were almighty experts. This made Yi Chen feel more at ease. Once Gu Chang'e came to the secret territory, under his full preparation, he would definitely kill him. This day next year would be Gu Changa's death anniversary. But there was something that puzzled Yi Chen. Yi Liuli's attitude towards him was not as intimate as before, and she would not run in front of him and ask him questions. She even maintained a distance of 3 steps away from him. But Yi Chen did not mind too much. After all, Yi Liuli had grown up and was no longer the little girl of the past. Moreover, the two had different statuses, so this change was normal. After putting the fire god flower into his storage ring, Yi Chen looked at the beautiful girl in purple clothes who was not far away from him. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. She had grown up and become even more beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was shrouded in a hazy radiance, like a goddess. Close your dog eyes, the young miss is not someone you can covet. The descendant of a servant wants to eat the flesh of a toad. At this moment, a disdainful and angry voice reached Yi Chen's ears, causing him to frown and his expression to darken. His expression was unsightly. It was this damned woman again. Every time she opened her mouth, she would call him an ant and a toad. Although Yi Chen had been mocked by many people along the way, they were all slapped in the face by him in the end. But the person who spoke was Yi Liuli's servant. This made it difficult for him to make a move, which made it difficult for him to vent his anger. The person who spoke was Yi Liuli's Aunt Shui. Although Yi Liuli severely reprimanded her after she returned, she had taken good care of her for more than 10 years. Yi Liuli could not blame her, and at most, she just scolded her. When Yi Liuli came to find Yi Chen, Aunt Shui suppressed her cultivation and followed her into the secret realm. She did not have a good impression of Yi Chen. This was a person with dirty hands. When they were young, she was always by the young miss's side. Every time this brat wanted to make a move, she would stop him in time and prevent him from getting his way. Otherwise, who knew how much this brat would have taken advantage of the young Mississippi? She had thought of crippling this brat, but the young miss said no, otherwise, she would not even have a person to talk to. But recently, Aunt Shui really could not bear it anymore. The young miss had offended the young master of Gu clan for a mere Yi Chen. This was an incomparably stupid thing to do. But now, in front of the young miss, her cultivation was suppressed to the almighty realm. She could not casually kill Yi Chen and not let the young miss find out. Don't look down on me. Those who looked down on me were all trampled under my feet. Yi Chen frowned, and his voice was not polite. Aunt Shui sneered, you, a little ant who has never seen the true dragon of the 9th heaven, want to be looked up to? Look in the mirror first. How can you compare to young Master Gu? Only someone like young Master Gu is a good match for the young Mississippi. You don't even have the qualifications to be casually crushed by him. She was naturally speaking from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she did not know that this made Yi Chen's hatred for Gu Chang'e rise many times. You shut up. Hearing this, the veins on Yi Chen's forehead throbbed, and he clenched his fists. He was practically roaring out these words. No matter how much he endured, he could not bear it at this moment. Saying that the girl he liked was a good match for his enemy. What was this? Being a cuckold. Gu Chang'e again. Gu Chang'e again. She kept mentioning Gu Chang'e. Yi Chen's eyes were a little red, and he clenched his teeth. I will kill you. Big brother Yi Chen, don't listen to her. Aunt Shui, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Yi Liuli also walked over. Her brows were tightly knitted, and she was somewhat dissatisfied. Although Yi Chen had changed a lot, in her eyes, he was still the big brother Yi Chen of the past. This change was still acceptable. Aunt Shui's words were too much. Young miss, I am speaking the truth. If it were not for this guy, young Master Gu would not treat you like this. Between you two, Aunt Shui explained, but before she could finish, Yi Liuli interrupted her. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her face was filled with displeasure. Aunt Shui, don't mention Gu Chang'e in front of me. I don't want to hear this hateful name. Lioli, could it be that you had a marriage agreement with Gu Chang'e? At this moment, the calmer Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. He was a little nervous and uneasy. Otherwise, why would Aunt Shui deliberately mention Gu Chang'e in front of him? After all, both of them came from the upper realm, and their backgrounds were terrifying. This was not impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt very uncomfortable. What are you thinking? How could I have a marriage agreement with that hateful guy? Even if there was, I would have asked my father to cancel it. Yi Lioli was speechless as she explained. She was also a little helpless. Why would Big Brother Yi Chen think in that direction? She hated Gu Chang'e to death. She was an evil person who made her lose face and suffer humiliation. Then why did you say he was hateful? What happened at the Lin family that day? Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief and could not help but ask. It was not easy to make Yi Lioli, who had such a gentle personality, hate someone. However, it also deepened his killing intent towards Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e comes from the ancient Chongqing family in the upper realm. He is also the young master of that family. His background is only above mine. Big Brother Yi Chen, if you want to deal with him, you have to be careful. I can't help you. Yi Lioli said. Hearing this, Yi Chen clenched his fists even tighter. However, he also thought to himself. This secret realm was the place where Gu Chang'e had died. In the ring, Yan Ji heard these words and could not help but be interested. She was still a little interested in Gu Chang'e's information. So young Master Gu is the young master of the Chongqing family. No wonder, then he should have many life-saving methods. I don't have to worry. She let out a sigh of relief, but there was a little contradiction in her heart. When the time came, if Yi Chen and Gu Chang'e fought, who would she help? I hope we don't encounter such a situation. Otherwise, I can only help neither side, Yan Ji sighed. At that time, she was already in a very faint soul state. How important was that spirit concentrating pill to her? It was simply hard to measure its value. She would never forget this kindness. There was still one thing she did not understand. Why would young Master Gu let Yi Chen, who had already offended him at that time? Now, it could only be attributed to Yi Chen's good luck. Or was it because young Master Gu wanted to recruit her, so he spared Yi Chen's life for her sake? Chapter 61. The Tianyuan ancient mystery realm was extremely vast. Even though it had been half a month since it appeared, no cultivator could find any traces of a manor or inheritance. However, there were many ruins that had collapsed everywhere. There were also many tattered corpses. The patterns on the rotting clothes were extremely ancient. The state of death of these corpses was very strange. Some seemed to have committed suicide, while others seemed to have been killed by their companions. In some of the ruins, there were many murals and patterns. There were even many words that recorded what had happened in this mystery realm. Some of the older generation cultivators who had studied the ancient culture finally obtained a shocking news after studying these patterns for a few days. The cultivators could not help but tremble in horror. This is a sealed land. It contains great opportunities, but it also contains great terror. The owner of this mystery realm is a supreme existence. His origin is extremely ancient and can be traced back to millions of years ago. Supreme? What kind of concept was that? They had only seen it in a few ancient records. Such an existence could cross the starry sky and pluck the stars and moons easily. Gods were just ants in front of them. This discovery immediately caused the entire Tianyuan ancient mystery realm to boil. All the cultivators were incomparably excited. If they could find the inheritance manor of that supreme existence and obtain his inheritance, wouldn't they soar into the sky? Wouldn't it be easy for them to ascend to the upper realm? However, the cultivators who studied the ancient culture could not help but change their expressions. They were incomparably terrified. Their voices trembled as they explained everything. This is a land of great terror. All the creatures in the past were destroyed. That Supreme Existence's race was buried here. That Supreme Existence used his life to seal the Supreme Evil, not allowing it to appear in the world. The Supreme Evil is a terrifying thing that brings calamity to the world. Once it appears, it will destroy the world. All the races and creatures will die. They studied the ancient words and understood this information from these stone inscriptions. They felt cold all over. This mystic realm wasn't an opportunity for everyone. Instead, it was a place where a great calamity was sealed. This piece of news was obviously even more shocking than the first piece of news. Many cultivators were scared out of their wits. What was a supreme evil? Those stone inscriptions in the ruins did not mention it. However, even the master of this secret realm had to use his life to seal it. Its terror was self-evident. It was probably at the level of destroying the world. Many cultivators took a step back, their bodies going cold, feeling a type of horror. Perhaps the ground beneath their feet right now was full of withered bones. What was originally a good place of opportunity seemed to have turned into a purgatory in an instant. The news spread quickly. Not only in the Tianyuan ancient mystery plane, but also in the outside world. That young lord from the upper realm is said to have rushed to the arcane realm as well. It seems that this is the reason why he came to the lower realm. What is hidden in the mystic realm? Why do people from the upper realm have to come down as well? Cultivators everywhere were shocked, feeling incomparably puzzled. Soon, some cultivators discovered that there was fog drifting over from the depths of the mystic realm. At first, the fog was white, but later on, it turned gray and then black. It even exuded an astonishing demonic nature. Numerous ferocious beasts that had lost their spirituality rushed out of the mountain ranges and swept towards the cultivators who had entered the arcane realm. Some of the weaker cultivators were infected by the fog and lost their minds, killing the people beside them. This shocking change caused the Tianyuan ancient mystery plane to become restless. Many people retreated. No matter how important the opportunity was, it was not as important as their lives. Of course, even more cultivators rushed towards the depths of the mystic realm. Since ancient times, danger and opportunity had coexisted. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune come hand in hand. But soon, people discovered that the fog in the depths was actually thicker. There were dangers everywhere. If one did not know the way, it was easy to get lost. Most importantly, there were layers of array patterns and traps. If one accidentally touched them, it would be a sure-death situation. Many cultivators had already lost their lives in the process. How was that an opportunity? It was clearly a burial ground. In an instant, the Tianyuan mystic realm was in chaos. This level of demonic qi can only affect ordinary cultivators. It has no effect on cultivators who have cultivated for a long time. At the edge of the fog, Gu Chang'e said casually. If one cultivated for a long time, they would be able to resist the invasion of the demonic qi. To him, the demonic qi was the purest nourishment. However, this level of demonic qi was still too thin and did not have much effect. He guessed that it should be because of the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. It was worthy of being a peerless weapon. It had just shown signs of awakening and there was already such a fluctuation. Gu Chang'e was very satisfied. Not far ahead was the core area of the mystic realm. He had already sensed it. Yi Chen and the others were in it. The demonic heart was also restless, and there were many auras that it could devour. Young master, this area is a little strange. If you don't know the way, you will probably get lost. In my opinion, we should be more careful. Elder Ming said. In this mystic realm, he felt a terrifying suppression. If he revealed an aura that surpassed the almighty realm, he would be instantly expelled. Gu Chang'e nodded with a calm expression. It's okay. Someone left a path for me. Just follow me, he said and closed his eyes. Immediately, the mark on the spirit concentrating pill shone, and a faint connection was transmitted. This was the mark left behind along the way. Buzz. A faint black thread unfolded before Gu Changa's eyes. It extended from the area in front of him to the depths of the fog. This was the path that Yi Chen had paved for him. Without Yi Chen, it would be much more difficult for him to break through this fog. Moreover, there was no map after entering, and he would have to go around in circles to find the exact location. Of course, it was also very possible that he wouldn't be able to find it. However, Gu Changa didn't plan to collect a map from the beginning. It was too troublesome. After Yi Chen had painstakingly planted the fruit, he would directly go and pick it. Wouldn't it be delicious? Hearing this, Elder Ming and the others were naturally fearless. Since the young master said so, there would definitely be no problem. Let's go. Gu Changa was the first to enter. The many almighty realm followers around him vigilantly watched the surroundings to prevent attacks from beasts and other things. Along the way, Gu Changa naturally encountered a few attacks. However, they were all beasts infected by demonic qi. He didn't need to do anything and was dealt with by Elder Ming and the others. As for cultivators, but no cultivator dared to make a move against him. According to Yi Chen's route, could it be that the final inheritance palace is underground? It seems that the 8th Desolation Demon Halberd should also be there. Gu Changa walked in front while paying attention to the traces left behind. His expression became interested. He noticed that as long as he followed Yi Chen's path, the number of beasts he encountered seemed to be much fewer. Even those powerful formation patterns and mechanisms were more or less destroyed by Yi Chen. It was a little heartwarming. This is simply a path specially cleared for me. Yi Chen, you are really a good person, Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. If Yi Chen knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely vomit blood and go crazy with hatred. At the same time, in the depths of the fog, Yi Chen and the others finally dealt with a demonic beast in front of them. The path in front of them was incomparably wide. Ancient trees were serene, and vines were like clouds. A pale gray gloomy qi enveloped the world. According to the map, this is the entrance. Yi Chen was a little excited. Following the route on the map, he soon found a door that led to the underground. Big brother Yi Chen's strength has improved very quickly these years. Yi Liuli couldn't help but say in surprise. Especially when he saw Yi Chen kill a mid-stage almighty beast as the weak, he was even more amazed. These beasts were infected by demonic qi. Not only did they not fear death, but they also didn't fear pain. They only knew how to kill, and their strength was far beyond ordinary cultivators of the same realm. It should be known that Yi Chen was only at the peak of the divine ability realm. Liuli, you flatter me. Being looked at by Yi Liuli's surprised expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a little proud and complacent. But soon, he remembered the important matter. The inheritance of the Tian Yuan Mystery Realm's owner might be below. Let's go down quickly. Although no one will follow us for a while, but to avoid any more trouble. Yi Chen said. He was still worried that Gu Changa would appear. Without a doubt, Gu Changa would definitely come to this mystery realm. But until now, he hadn't seen Gu Changa's figure. This made him a little uneasy. Yi Chen had to admit that Gu Changa gave him a little too much pressure. Without the map, even if he comes, he will be trapped outside. Thinking of this, Yi Chen was relieved. Moreover, he had the secret key with him that could control many mechanisms. He's just a lucky kid who obtained so many good things. Apart from that, how can he be compared to young Master Gu? Aunt Shui was secretly disdainful. Soon, they went down the underground door. This looks like a mausoleum. Yi Chen was a little shocked. He followed the tunnel all the way down and avoided many mechanisms along the way. The scene in front of him not only shocked him, but also the others. It was a mausoleum. But it looked like an ancient ruin. There were all kinds of buildings, shabby temples, ancient wood palaces, mansions. This was a corner of an ancient city hidden underground. The demonic chi here is getting thicker. According to the map, there will be a palace in the depths of this ancient city, and the inheritance will be in there. Yi Chen was a little excited. After all, as long as he walked over, he would be able to receive the inheritance. Roar! 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 Right at this moment, shocking beast roars came from all directions. Pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. This was a group of beasts. Moreover, there were many mutated corpses among them. This made Yi Chen's expression change slightly. They are all almighty realm beasts. If he continued to delay, he didn't know what would happen. He had an uneasy feeling. Moreover, wasn't Master too calm today? Brother Yi Chen, go quickly. I'll help you delay the beasts here. Time is of the essence, don't delay anymore. Yi Liuli made a prompt decision and said calmly. She had brought a lot of divine servants with her. They could help delay Yi Chen for a while and let him take the opportunity to receive the inheritance. All right, Liuli, you hold on. I'll come out to help you after I receive the inheritance. Hearing this, Yi Chen was incomparably moved. He didn't even look back as he rushed toward the depths of the ancient city. A wave of ferocious beasts quickly pounced forward and quickly surrounded Yi Liuli and the others. While Yi Chen was rushing toward the depths, outside the ancient city, Gu Chang'e had finally arrived. He looked at the scene and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. After all, there was no need to clear the beasts and various mechanisms, and he wouldn't step on any dangerous array patterns. It was a very easy journey for him. Chapter 62. The moment Gu Chang'e appeared, Yi Liuli and the others, who were fighting with the beasts and mutated corpses, naturally noticed him. Gu Chang'e, how did he get here? And so quickly as well. This scene made Yi Liuli's expression change greatly. Her complexion turned a little pale, and she felt that something was wrong. Although Gu Chang'e said that he wouldn't kill Yi Chen and wasn't interested in this matter. But how much truth could come out of a person like Gu Chang'e's mouth? After thinking about it, she felt that something was wrong. It wasn't that Gu Chang'e didn't want to kill Yi Chen. He kept brother Yi Chen alive for another purpose. As for what purpose? Yi Liuli couldn't figure it out at that time. But looking at all this now, she quickly guessed that it must be related to something in the Tianyuan ancient mystery region. According to Gu Chang'e's identity, he shouldn't care so much about the so-called quasi-supreme inheritance, and wouldn't go through so much trouble to come down personally. So, it could only be another object in the Tianyuan ancient mystery region. That's not right. According to brother Yi Chen, only he has the map. Why would Gu Chang'e find us so quickly and so calmly? Why didn't he encounter any traps or beasts? Yi Liuli was somewhat shocked and puzzled, and then her heart sank. He must be following us, or he must have done something to brother Yi Chen. This is his purpose. She was indeed worthy of being the little princess of the Yi clan. Her mind was sharp, and she quickly thought of so many things. She thought it through, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Gu Chang'e was simply too frightening. How could his thoughts be so deep? After so long, this was the reason why he didn't kill brother Yi Chen. Seems like I've come at the right time. Gu Chang'e walked over from the passageway and glanced at the abandoned ancient city in front of him with a playful expression. He was indeed very calm and composed. Along the way, it was very smooth, and they didn't even encounter any beasts that were troublesome. The many powerful experts of the Lin clan revered Gu Chang'e like a god. Under such a dangerous environment, he was actually able to find a path safely. Of course, if Gu Chang'e knew what they were thinking, they would definitely thank him first. Of course, they would have to thank Yi Chen and the others first. After all, he was just taking advantage of them. Gu Chang'e, why are you here? Yi Liuli stared at Gu Chang'e and asked. While fighting with the beasts, she was retreating. Of course, she was asking the obvious. She wanted to delay Gu Chang'e and buy time for Yi Chen. Why? It's all thanks to you guys for helping me out that I'm able to come here. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly. Thank us? What are you saying? I don't understand, what's your purpose? Yi Liuli asked aloud, but couldn't help but feel, as expected, in her heart. Gu Chang'e had done something to brother Yi Chen, so he couldn't hide his whereabouts from Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e stared at Yi Liuli and chuckled, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Don't think of delaying me. Don't show off your intentions in front of me. Bang! As he spoke, the many powerful beings around him began to attack, blasting away the ferocious beasts that were attacking Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e even cleared a path in front of him. Unobstructed. In terms of numbers, he had brought a lot more people than Yi Liuli's divine servants, not to mention Elder Ming and the other experts. Even if his cultivation base was suppressed to the peak of the almighty realm, ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. Gu Chang'e. Yi Liuli's face was somewhat pale. Although Auntie Shui was protecting her, she couldn't casually enter the depths like Gu Chang'e. After all, there were too many beasts and mutated corpses. They were like a tide that flooded the surroundings. Moreover, she didn't know why, but she felt that many beasts near Gu Chang'e had their auras weakened. Strands of demonic qi were rapidly dissipating, and she didn't know where they went. Gu Chang'e casually patted, and all the beasts turned into ashes. This kind of method made her heart palpitate and uneasy. She couldn't help but worry about Yi Chen. Facing an enemy like Gu Chang'e, how could he be a match? Old Ming, guard this entrance. Don't let anyone in. Gu Chang'e said indifferently, and then left in Yi Chen's direction. Hearing these words, Old Ming solemnly said, Young master, rest assured. With this old servant here, no one can disturb you today. Bang! His boundless and frightening aura spread out. At the same time, a weapon appeared in his hand. Dazzling scarlet runes appeared on the weapon, containing a supreme might. I have to enter this palace as soon as possible. Once I control the core, I can deal with this tide of beasts. Liuli, wait for me. I'll be back soon to help you. Yi Chen clenched his teeth and left alone. Using his fastest speed, he turned into a beam of light and flew into the depths of the ancient city. At this moment, the secret key he obtained by chance was shining. This secret key could open the door to the inheritance palace of Tian Yuan's secret realm. I'm here. My inheritance is in here. Finally, after flying for half an hour, Yi Chen arrived in front of a shabby bronze door, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. He looked very excited, feeling that all his efforts were not in vain. He stopped and didn't continue forward. In front of him was a palace hidden in grey fog. The air was extremely cold, and the demonic qi drifted in the air. There was an incomparably strange aura. There were a lot of white bones on the ground, looking somewhat eerie. There were scattered formation patterns on the ground, engraved on bluish-white stones, giving off a sense of age. He saw a lot of broken pieces of divine weapons. They were full of rust, like a piece of grayish-red mud. Exquisite white light shone from the rust, and seemed to be engraved with ancient markings. It was hard to tell how many tens of thousands of years ago they were left behind. It was also mixed with some blood that had long dried up and its divinity had dissipated. A lot of people must have died here in the past. The palace might not be as safe as you think. Before you open it, you'd better think it through and be prepared. At this moment, Yan Ji, who had been silent all this time, said to Yi Chen. She noticed that the aura here was very strange, and she felt somewhat uneasy. Therefore, she couldn't help but remind Yi Chen. The demonic qi here is indeed frightening. Fortunately, I've prepared a lot of pellets in advance. Otherwise, they would have been corroded by the demonic qi. Teacher, you don't need to say that. I've already prepared for it. Hearing her, Yichen didn't care much. He took out the secret key and prepared to open the palace door. At this point, how could a few words from Yan Ji be enough to make him stop? Moreover, Yi Lioli and the others were still besieged by beasts. The situation was critical, so they couldn't think too much. Hearing this, Yan Ji sighed and didn't say anything more. Then, Yichen took out the secret key. It was a compass-like object, which looked very old and broken. At that time, he had casually bought it from a roadside stall and had only spent a few spirit stones. However, Yichen didn't expect that this compass-like object would contain the information of the inheritance of the Tianyuan mystery region. Buzz. At this moment, the compass-like object was shining. As Yichen activated it, there were bursts of bright divine light bursting out, like stars rotating. The bronze door in front of him began to change. Begging for flowers. Runes intertwined, and Tao patterns like clouds. Beams of five-colored divine light shot out from the compass-like object, directly toward the bronze door in front of him, and then separated and landed in 8 different corners. Soon, there was a loud noise. The door of the bronze palace was opened, and an ancient and mighty aura spread out from inside, like the mouth of an ancient demon. Between heaven and earth, wisps of spiritual qi rushed in from all over the mystery region, like stones sinking into the sea, without a trace. In the palace, there was a heavenly sound of the great Tao, which was mysterious and fascinating. It was as if there was a supreme being preaching and chanting scriptures, to save the world. At the same time, there were bursts of sobbing sounds in the void, accompanied by low and hoarse crying. I hate it. Kill. Kill. Monstrous demonic qi surged out from inside the palace. Yi Chen's face was a little pale, and he almost couldn't stand still. He saw the scene in the palace. At this moment, he only felt a roar in his head, and his blood vessels couldn't help but flow backward. It was as if he was facing an ancient deity, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. A black halberd, which was extremely terrifying, and filled with demonic qi, pierced a huge figure on the throne in the palace, and his body split open. Where is the inheritance? Soon, Yi Chen came to his senses and searched in the palace. He couldn't move, and even his skin was about to crack. Was this the power left behind by the owner of the mystery region? His heart palpitated. This was too powerful, as if he could destroy a star with a raise of his hand. The inheritance is in the corpse. Suddenly, Yi Chen heard the voice of a young man with a faint smile behind him. All of a sudden, his hair stood on end, and his whole person seemed to be stupefied. This voice. How could it be? Yi Chen's eyes widened, and he froze. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was cold. What's going on? Why did Gu Changde suddenly come here? I didn't even notice him at all. Yi Chen's faint uneasiness was now confirmed, which made him feel that things were beyond his imagination. Gu Changde, why are you here? Yi Chen turned around, looked at Gu Changde, and asked. He tried to calm himself down, knowing that at this time, he couldn't be impulsive. It seems that you are really stupid. I've been behind you for half a day. But seeing that you were helping me open the door, I didn't say anything to disturb you. Gu Changde said with a faint smile, his expression was like a cat playing with a mouse. As for why I am here, you have to ask yourself. But you helped me find the way. He said playfully, and his gaze swept past Yi Chen, falling on the terrifying black halberd in the hall, and he was slightly satisfied. This was the 8 Desolation Demon halberd. His ultimate purpose in coming to the lower realm. Just from this power, Gu Changde was very satisfied. He felt like he could destroy the heavens with one strike of the halberd. At this moment, Yi Chen's face was extremely ugly. The first thing he thought of was that Gu Changde followed him all the way in. But he couldn't figure out how Gu Chang'e did all this. How to explain? Someone must have leaked my whereabouts to him. Who knows my whereabouts like the back of their hand? The most likely person is actually Master. He suddenly thought of this, and his face was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists, and his body trembled. At this time, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change, and he was still smiling. Senior Yan Ji, I haven't seen you for a long time, could it be that you're not willing to show yourself now? Master, is it really you? Hearing these words, Yi Chen directly exploded, and he was incomparably furious, taking off the ring from his hand. 1000. Chapter 63. Looking at the playful and condescending expression on Gu Chang'e's face, it was as if he was looking at a small ant. This made Yi Chen's head buzzing. Especially Gu Chang'e's words, it almost made him faint, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he suspected that his master had other intentions towards him, he still had a glimmer of hope. Gu Chang'e's words undoubtedly destroyed this glimmer of hope. This made Yi Chen extremely angry, and he almost threw the ring in his hand away. If it was not because of his master, why would Gu Chang'e speak as if he was familiar with him the moment they met? Was it because he was too lazy to hide it anymore? Otherwise, how could he explain how he found him all the way here? Just as he arrived right after. Yi Chen's expression was extremely angry, and he loudly questioned Yan Ji. No wonder you haven't been speaking recently. Is it because you feel guilty? I treated you like a teacher, but you colluded with my enemy to harm me. He was practically clenching his teeth, and he roared with incomparable pain. Looking at this scene, Gu Chang'e could not help but secretly praise his wit. Sure enough, as soon as he provoked him, Yi Chen directly exploded. A brain was a good thing, but unfortunately Yi Chen did not, especially when his eyes were burning red with jealousy. In the ring, seeing Gu Chang'e appear, Yan Ji, who was originally prepared to not help either side, was stunned. Hearing this, she was also somewhat stunned. What did Yi Chen mean? Although she knew that Yi Chen had been suspicious of her during this time, she did not expect him to be suspicious to this extent. She had never left the ring, so how could she tell Gu Chang'e about her whereabouts? He did not reflect on whether there was something wrong with him, nor did he suspect others. Instead, he directly suspected her. Heh. Although Yan Ji's personality was usually cold, it did not mean that she would not be angry, and would not have other emotions. And now, not only was she angry, she was completely and thoroughly angry, and her heart was bitterly disappointed. Immediately, the void blurred, and her figure appeared. Her red dress complemented her beautiful face, and her figure was like fire, but her aura was incomparably cold. You have disappointed me. I never thought that I would be like this in your heart. From today onwards, our relationship as master and disciple is severed. She looked at Yi Chen, her blood-colored glass-like eyes revealing an incomparably cold and disappointed expression. These words were so cold that there was not a trace of emotion in them. She felt that all her years of kindness had gone down the drain. Even if he raised a pet for so many years, that pet should be grateful. Sometimes, a human could not even compare to a pet. Hearing Yan Ji's words, Yi Chen's mind was burning with anger. He looked at her angrily. Severed? What a good severed. You joined forces with Gu Chang'e to deal with me, and now you finally revealed your true colors. He sneered, but felt his heart throbbing in pain. Why? Why did all of this happen? Su Qingde betrayed her, and even her master betrayed her. Would Yi Liuli do the same in the end? The master and disciple who had been together for so many years had finally reached the final step of breaking apart today. Senior Yan Ji is still as elegant as before. Your complexion is even better than before. Seeing all of this, Gu Chang'e acted as if he did not know that the master and disciple were breaking apart. He was still smiling at Yan Ji. He deliberately provoked the two. Although his method was not particularly brilliant, it was fatal to the two at that time. Yi Chen was afraid of death, and Yan Ji's remnant soul was not very good either. Of course, for a jealous person like Yi Chen, Gu Changa's method was even more fatal. Gu Changa himself was very possessive. Not to mention the child of fate. As long as a woman was related to him, he would want to take her for himself. How could he tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes? Ding! Yi Chen and Master finally broke apart. 200 fate points have been lost. Fate points have increased by 1,000. At this time, the system's notification sounded in Gu Changa's mind. He did not pay too much attention to it. After all, everything was within his expectations. He had said before that he wanted Yi Chen's beautiful master. Now, he was just using a little trick to fulfill his original words. Yan Ji looked at Gu Changa and said with a slightly relaxed expression, "Young Master Gu is too kind. It is all thanks to your spirit concentrating pill. Otherwise, if I relied on Yi Chen, I don't know how long it would take to reconstruct my body. I reckon that by that time, my remnant soul would have already dissipated." Although Gu Changa's words were somewhat provocative, Yan Ji did not care. She was not disgusted. After all, with Yi Chen's performance in front of her, Gu Changa's words seemed more upright no matter how one looked at it. Yan Ji's words were said in front of Yi Chen, which made Yi Chen's face turn pale. He was so angry that his teeth were creaking. Yan Ji's expression was very cold. She did not even look at Yi Chen. She was really disappointed in this disciple of hers. Their faith as master and disciple had been cut off. Yi Chen had even shed all pretense of cordiality with her. Why should she care about anything? Although her words were emotional, they were also the true portrayal of her heart. It seems that Yi Chen has a deep misunderstanding of you. Gu Changa pretended to be slightly surprised. He would not let go of this opportunity to rub salt in the wound. Yan Ji glanced at him and shook her head, "Misunderstanding or not, it doesn't matter now." Hearing this, Gu Changa seemed to be regretful. He looked like he was blaming himself. "It seems that my words just now made Yi Chen think that you were the one who leaked his whereabouts to me." He naturally knew how to pretend to be a good person, and he could do it flawlessly. At this time, Gu Changa would definitely not tell the truth. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. He was still waiting to make Yan Ji change her mind in front of Yi Chen. Yan Ji was slightly stunned. She did not know why, but her eyes were a little red. Compared to Yi Chen's confusion, Gu Changa's words poked at her grievances. "Gu Changa, you despicable person. Stop pretending to be a good person. You colluded with my master to scheme against me. Don't think that I don't know. You want me to help you open the door of this palace, right?" Yi Chen did not have a good expression on his face towards Gu Changa. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. As he spoke, he was about to activate the compass in his hand. As the secret key to open this place, he could also control many of the mechanisms and formation patterns here. Coupled with his current strength, it was not impossible for him to win against Gu Changa, whose realm was suppressed to the almighty realm. It seems that he is not that stupid. Gu Changa glanced at Yi Chen and did not care. He was still talking to himself. His expression was somewhat regretful. "You have such a beautiful master, but you don't know how to cherish her. You just have to keep hurting her heart. Back then, I wanted to rope her in, but she didn't agree. I was thinking that a woman with such a character is really rare. In your most difficult time, she didn't give up on you. What does she want from you? Now that you are about to get the inheritance and have a backer, you have to give up on her. As for your tracks, why don't you think about yourself? Don't you find it strange that I let you go so many times? Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, don't you think that you deserve to die now?" Gu Changa said with a playful smile. Compared to directly killing Yi Chen, he actually preferred this kind of process. This was the so-called killing the heart. The truth was mixed with lies. and even Yi Chen himself could not tell them apart. "Young Master Gu, don't say any more." Yan Ji's eyes were slightly red. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to say such words and understand her so well. The disappointment and sadness in her heart dissipated a lot. She was even touched. If she had promised young Master Gu in the prison to follow him, then, he wouldn't feel so disappointed like he did today. Perhaps it is not too late now. If young Master Gu doesn't mind. "Gu Chang'e, don't slander me. I have never had such thoughts. Are you saying this out of thin air?" Hearing this, Yi Chen's face turned pale. He could not help but roar, trying to hide his emotions. Gu Chang'e's words were simple, but they were not without reason. It was like a knife stabbing straight into his heart. Especially when he said that he had an inheritance and a backer now. As his master, who was just a wisp of remnant soul, was indeed somewhat insignificant. It made his head buzz. This sentence seemed to be the true thought in his heart. Keeping his master by his side was purely because he wanted to possess her. "Young Master Gu, if you don't mind, Yan Ji is willing to follow you in the future." At this moment, Yan Ji suddenly opened her mouth. The first sentence she said made Yi Chen's head buzz again. His face turned green. "Bitch." He almost spat out these two words from his mouth. Puff. But before he finished speaking, Gu Chang'e slapped him with his palm. Runes condensed and turned into a golden millstone, causing Yi Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just like before, he could not resist at all. So noisy. Gu Chang'e glanced at him casually. At this moment, he regained his high and mighty attitude. "Since Senior Yan Ji is willing to follow me, then I will naturally welcome you." Looking at Yan Ji, Gu Chang'e put on a refreshing smile and said with a smile. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Yan Ji has submitted. Luck points plus 400. Fate points plus 2000. There were actually 400 luck points. He had earned a lot. Gu Chang'e praised in his heart. Everything was wonderful. If not for Yi Chen's stupid actions today, he would have to spend more effort to get Yan Ji to submit. In the end, it was only because there was already a rift between Yi Chen and Yan Ji that he could take advantage of it and add fuel to the fire. "If young Master Gu doesn't mind, you can call me Yan Ji in the future. Senior is not suitable." Seeing Gu Chang'e agree so readily, Yan Ji could not help but feel moved. She was afraid that Gu Chang'e would dislike her because of this. According to the age of her clan, compared to the human race, she was actually not very old. Senior sounded weird. "Alright, then I will call you Yan Ji in the future." "That's what you said yourself." Gu Chang'e smiled casually, giving people a feeling that he was a fine young master. Saying this, he took out a crystal-clear jade that he had prepared long ago. It was flowing with multicolored light. There was an astonishing divine will intertwining on it. When he did things, he naturally tried his best to be watertight. Divine-grade soul-nurturing jade. Yan Ji obviously recognized it. She was a little surprised, but also a little moved. Young Master Gu is so thoughtful. How can a broken ring stay inside forever? Gu Chang'e smiled casually. As a tall, rich, and handsome man from the upper realm, he naturally had the characteristics of being rich and overbearing. Divine-grade soul-nurturing jade, one could tell what its effect was from its name. As for its value, it could easily be exchanged for a few heavenly god instruments. "Thank you, young master." Yan Ji's figure turned into a shadow and left the ring. Like a wisp of red smoke, she entered the divine-grade soul-nurturing jade. Her face was actually a little red at this moment. She had followed Yi Chen for so many years, but she had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Gu Chang'e's quick change of attitude made Yi Chen, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, extremely sullen and angry. Looking at this scene and listening to the two of them talking as if there was no one else around, he almost went mad with hatred and was about to go crazy. Gu Chang'e, at this moment, Yi Chen's eyes were red. No matter what, he was going to activate the secret key in his hand, ready to fight Gu Chang'e to the death. Chapter 64. Buzz. At the entrance of the palace, numerous lights flickered. Numerous vein-like patterns converged from all directions, emitting a powerful aura. "I'm going to kill you!" Yi Chen roared. His eyes were bloodshot like a ferocious beast about to devour its prey. The key was his greatest trump card. It was even more so in this palace, where he could control many formations and mechanisms. Seeing Gu Chang'e talking so intimately with Yan Ji, who was his master just a moment ago. Gu Chang'e was so high and mighty that he could casually take out something that he had never seen or even heard of before. On the other hand, he was like a country bumpkin. He couldn't compare at all. This feeling was like a beggar seeing a prince show off in front of him and steal his woman. How could Yi Chen accept this? Especially when Yan Ji was a peerless beauty who had personally taught him for many years. She was both his master and sister. In the end, he was just a hot-blooded youngster who had always harbored some special feelings for Yan Ji. Even if Yan Ji betrayed him, even if the two had broken off their relationship, he wouldn't allow Yan Ji to follow Gu Chang'e so quickly and throw herself into the arms of his enemy. Die for me. His eyes were bloodshot as his heart burned with jealousy. What inheritance? What beast horde? He didn't care about them anymore. Right now, he only wanted to kill Gu Chang'e. This was the enemy who had stolen everything from him. Bang! A huge commotion occurred here, as if a terrifying beast was awakening. Frightening rays of light shot out from the ground. These rays of light converged in the sky, condensing a frightening power and preparing to bombard Gu Chang'e. This was Yi Chen's most powerful attack. Even a Saint Lord's expression would change. It should be known that in the secret realm, the strength of all cultivators couldn't exceed the 21st level of Almighty Expert. Gu Chang'e was naturally no exception. And this was one of Yi Chen's trump cards. Yi Chen's secret key can control the formations and mechanisms here. It's extremely powerful. Young master, you can't be careless. Seeing this scene, Yan Ji said to Gu Chang'e, reminding him to be careful. She was afraid that he wouldn't know and suffer losses. At this moment, she was looking at Yi Chen with an extremely cold expression. She finally understood that Yi Chen had never thought of her as his master from the very beginning. Instead, she treated herself as his personal belonging. After the breakup, Yi Chen was Gu Chang'e's enemy, so she would naturally treat Yi Chen as an enemy. This was the nature of their clan. Once they had decided on something, they would not change it easily. Previously, she was Yi Chen's teacher, so she had always been assisting him, helping him walk on the right path. But now, she was Gu Chang'e's follower. Everything she did was for Gu Chang'e's benefit. The runes here can't stop me. Yi Chen won't be able to do anything. Gu Chang'e smiled casually, not taking Yi Chen's trick seriously at all. As he spoke, a pitch-black celestial body vaguely appeared behind him. Although it was only at the peak of the almighty realm, the pressure that it displayed was like that of an ancient deity. Boom! As Gu Chang'e swung his fist, the black avatar also swung his fist. A terrifying power erupted in an instant. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred in the void. Puff! Numerous runes intertwined to form a light beam, blasting toward Gu Chang'e. However, it dissipated under this punch. All the runes were completely erased at this moment. Such a powerful force shocked Yan Ji. She had underestimated Gu Chang'e's strength. As the young master of the Changxing clan, how could his methods be simple? How is this possible? Yi Chen suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, his whole body covered in blood. He couldn't believe it. Even with the secret key connecting the runes here, it was actually shattered by this avatar's punch. Moreover, this power wasn't controlled very well and didn't break the restrictions of this secret realm. It was just enough to shatter his trump card. Gotcha. Moreover, what shocked Yi Chen was that the secret key in his hand cracked open, and many cracks appeared on it. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e's casual punch was mostly blocked by the secret key. Otherwise, he would have instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. This made Yi Chen shudder involuntarily. Gu Chang'e's strength far exceeded his imagination. Even if he was in the Almighty Realm, he could still easily slaughter Saint Lords. His heart turned cold, and his entire body was a little dazed. After jumping around for so long, it's time to end you today. Little leak, at this moment, Gu Chang'e casually said. Buzz. He once again slapped out with his palm. The terrifying black avatar also stretched out its palm and continuously enlarged in the air, covering everything in front of it. Its expression was indifferent like a deity's, and the void rumbled as if it could crush all things. Impossible. How can I die here? Seeing all this, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with despair. His whole body was cold as he was firmly suppressed, unable to even budge. He had always thought that he was strong enough. However, under Gu Chang'e's palm, he was as insignificant as an ant. He couldn't even resist. He was really going to die here today. All of his trump cards were completely useless in the face of absolute power. Gu Chang'e, stop. At this moment, an ice-cold voice resounded. Yi Liuli had used some unknown method to escape from the beast horde and rushed over from afar, just in time to see Gu Chang'e about to slap Yi Chen to death. Chi! A sword light slashed out, incomparably dazzling. Strands of sword intent slashed out, wanting to cut through everything. She wanted to save Yi Chen. Although her peak cultivation base was in the Saint Lord realm, she still possessed peak Almighty realm battle strength. She believed that she could block Gu Chang'e. Puff! However, what shocked her was that her sword couldn't cut through the black hand formed by Gu Chang'e's avatar in the slightest. Instead, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. All of her attacks were swallowed up. How is this possible? My current realm is clearly more or less the same as Gu Chang'e's, but why can't I cut through his avatar's hand? Yi Liuli's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Her snow-white longsword was also not an ordinary item. It contained a special divine metal, and the sword arts she used were the supreme sword arts of the upper realms Yi clan. An ordinary Saint Lord realm expert would have already been killed by this sword. However, Gu Chang'e was completely unaffected. You've come at the right time. Gu Chang'e glanced at her, his expression somewhat strange. Then, a huge hand made a grabbing motion, descending from the sky and grabbing Yi Chen with a rumbling sound. It was as if he was grabbing a small bug. Liuli. Yi Chen was firmly grabbed. His face paled, and he couldn't help but shout and struggle with all his might. However, it was useless. This was the manifestation of Gu Chang'e's myriad transformations demonic art. Not to mention the current Yi Chen, even if he broke through another realm, he still wouldn't be able to break free. Yi Chen was also clear that only Yi Liuli could save him now. Puff, however, as soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Chang'e's hand tightened, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood and his face to turn pale. Yan Ji watched all this with a calm expression. He didn't feel any sympathy for the current Yi Chen. Yi Chen reaped what he sowed. He had advised him before, but he didn't listen, resulting in today's bitter consequences. What's wrong? You want to save him? Gu Chang'e faintly smiled as he looked at Yi Liuli, as if he wasn't surprised that she could charge through the beast horde. After all, she was the little princess of the Yi clan. She definitely had a lot of methods and artifacts. It wouldn't be difficult for her to deal with the beast horde at the crucial moment. Of course, the most important thing was that Gu Chang'e had guessed that she would come. Yi Chen was in his hands, so he could make good use of him and display his last remaining value. Gu Chang'e, stop and release brother Yi Chen. If you have any request, just say it. Yi Liuli said coldly. Seeing Gu Chang'e's expression, she knew that he was plotting something. At this time, she couldn't just leave brother Yi Chen in the lurch. According to Gu Chang'e's character, he would definitely threaten her and ask for something. Moreover, Gu Chang'e was too strong. Ordinary methods couldn't deal with him. At first, she still had some hope for brother Yi Chen, thinking that since he was so confident, he should have some confidence. However, she didn't expect to see brother Yi Chen being slapped to the ground by Gu Chang'e as soon as she rushed over. This made Yi Liuli speechless for a moment. Any request? Gu Chang'e's expression was thought-provoking as he asked. Yi Liuli looked at him coldly and said, as long as you let brother Yi Chen go, anything is negotiable. Of course, the conditions can't be too excessive. Wait a minute. At this time, it's not you who is negotiating with me. I'm the one negotiating with you. You should figure it out first. Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows and interrupted her. She was still calm and composed. If you don't understand this, there's no need for you to save brother Yi Chen. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He looked quite handsome. In the void, the black hand clenched tightly. Yi Chen coughed out blood again. His face was filled with hatred, anger, and unyielding. In the eyes of 540 Yi Liuli, Gu Chang'e's handsome and gentle appearance was no different from a demon, making her face even colder. Liuli, don't agree with him. Even if I die, I won't let you plead with him. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed to have a backbone. He stared unyieldingly at Gu Chang'e, as if he would tear him into pieces even if he died. Did I allow you to speak? Gu Chang'e glanced at him with a calm expression. Puff. Yi Chen coughed out blood. He was squeezed tight again, almost suffocating. What conditions will you let brother Yi Chen go? Tell me. As long as I can do it. Yi Liuli glared at Gu Chang'e, her eyes full of anger. It's very simple. Open your sea of consciousness and let me plant the slave imprint. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much as he spoke casually. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression couldn't help but change. Once the slave imprint was planted, it meant that he would be a slave and be ordered around. The price was too high. Would Yi Liuli agree? He wasn't sure. There was a trace of struggle in his expression. Liuli, don't agree with him. I'd rather die, then, Yi Chen couldn't help but say loudly. He didn't want to die. He still wanted revenge, so he couldn't die here. Therefore, he was clear. At this time, he couldn't show a trace of cowardice, and he couldn't be afraid of death. Otherwise, Yi Liuli would definitely hesitate. Yi Chen didn't want to lie to Yi Liuli, but if he didn't do this, he would really die today. Gu Chang'e would kill him. His heart was filled with pain, and he didn't know why he became like this. All of this was caused by Gu Chang'e. Plant the slave imprint. Gu Chang'e, you're really ambitious. But for brother Yi Chen, I'm willing. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Yi Liuli immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, on the surface, she still looked angry, as if she had just made a difficult choice. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and said. She believed that she could fool Gu Chang'e with this appearance. After all, the Yi clan had a Yuan spirit ability that could cut off all spells that targeted the Yuan spirit. The slave imprint was even more so. Only the direct descendants of the Yi clan knew about this. Gu Chang'e had thought of many things, but unfortunately, he didn't consider this. There was still a way to solve all of this. Chapter 65. Yi Liuli's thoughts were simple. She couldn't let Gu Chang'e kill Yi Chen, nor could she agree to Gu Chang'e's outrageous conditions. She was still considering how to solve this problem. Coincidentally, Gu Chang'e suggested that she open her sea of consciousness and plant a slave imprint. The moment she heard this, she was naturally enraged. Fortunately, she soon understood that with the Yi clan's Yuan spirit, a mere slave imprint would be easy to break. In order to not let Gu Chang'e see through her, she deliberately put on an unwilling and struggling appearance to prevent the scheming Gu Chang'e from finding out that something was wrong. After all, to hide from someone like Gu Chang'e, she would have to spend a lot of effort and tricks. Hearing Yi Liuli's words, Yi Chen was moved, but soon felt a little guilty and self-reproachful. He was afraid of death, so he deliberately put on such an unyielding appearance to deceive her. After implanting the slave imprint, wouldn't Yi Liuli become Gu Chang'e's slave? Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt incomparably uncomfortable and pained. He didn't want to see such a situation. After all, who would want to see their childhood sweetheart and cousin, whom they had a deep relationship with, become the enemy's slave? Unless there was something wrong with their heads. I'm rather surprised that you agreed. As the little princess of the Yi clan, you're actually willing to open your sea of consciousness for this Yi Chen. If I were your father, I might just slap you to death. Gu Chang'e said casually with some mockery, but he still had no intention of letting go of Yi Chen. You don't need to worry about this. I'll agree to open my sea of consciousness, but you have to swear on your Tao heart that you won't harm brother Yi Chen, let alone kill him. If you violate this oath, you'll be devoured by the heavenly demon and enter seclusion. Yi Liuli looked at Gu Chang'e and said. She would only open her sea of consciousness after seeing him swear the oath. At this time, she couldn't take half a step back. Who knew if Gu Chang'e would play some tricks on her? After all, the sea of consciousness was the most important part of a cultivator. If the dantian was broken, it was still possible to repair it. However, if the sea of consciousness was damaged, it would be extremely serious. It might even endanger one's life. Most importantly, a cultivator's sea of consciousness was the most mysterious place, concealing many secrets. Opening up the sea of consciousness meant that many secrets would be made public. Yi Liuli had no choice but to resort to this. He couldn't just watch Yi Chen get killed by Gu Chang'e. You want me to swear an oath? Sure. Gu Chang'e's expression was very calm. Then, he repeated Yi Liuli's words. If you violate this, you will be devoured by the heavenly demon and enter seclusion to become a demon. Things were going too smoothly. At this time, Yi Liuli frowned. He could not figure out what Gu Chang'e was thinking. She was a little uneasy. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Gu Chang'e was such a treacherous and intelligent person. How could he fall for it? My oath is done. At this time, you should also open up your sea of consciousness, right? Gu Chang'e asked indifferently. His expression seemed to mean nothing else. Yi Liuli could not figure out what was wrong. She clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. Open up the sea of consciousness. Buzz. Suddenly, a pitch-black light flashed in the depths of Gu Chang'e's eyes, faintly turning into a flickering Great Tao treasure bottle. This treasure bottle was like a rune. It swept through the void and quickly entered the depths of Yi Liuli's sea of consciousness. It was so fast that she could not react. What is this? Yi Liuli frowned. She felt that it was very strange, but she could not figure out what was strange. Didn't the slave seal need to be formed? How come she did not see Gu Chang'e make a move? What kind of method was this? She did not feel the slightest shackle or seal in her sea of consciousness. She did not even know if she had been implanted with a slave seal. And why did she feel like she could not help but submit to Gu Chang'e? She suddenly panicked. Could it be that she had fallen for his trick? Naturally, it's the slave seal that you promised. At this time, Gu Chang'e finally showed a strange smile on her face. Yi Liuli frowned. Why don't I feel anything? Gu Chang'e looked at her and said playfully, then tell me, how do you want to feel? Yi Liuli's expression turned ugly. Her heart sank and she did not speak. Things seemed to have gone beyond her expectations. She actually could not hate Gu Changa now. Although it was very difficult for Gu Changa to refine a demon bottle of exorcism, he did not feel that it was a loss for him to use it on Yi Liuli. This was a demon bottle of exorcism recorded in the forbidden inheritance of the immortal devouring demon technique. However, in Gu Changa's hands, it became a demon exorcism technique. In order to make it easier to use, he directly condensed it into a great Dao treasure bottle. Although the condensing process was troublesome, the advantage was that there was no need to use it. As long as the other party opened up their sea of consciousness and relaxed their mind, he could plant it. Slave seal. What kind of low-level toy was that? Gu Changa's demon exorcism bottle was hundreds of times higher level than the slave seal. They were not even on the same level. How could Gu Changa not have guessed Yi Liuli's plan? The Yi clan was an ancient immortal clan with a long history. It was not difficult to release a slave seal. He said this to trick Yi Liuli. She thought that she was smart, but in Gu Changa's eyes, she was very childish. Once the demon exorcism bottle is planted, she will gradually forget what happened today. As long as the sea of consciousness is not searched by a peerless expert, there should not be any accidents. It will not be discovered. After some time, she will become one of my demon servants. When Gu Changa thought of this, he was very satisfied. Today's scheme had really made a lot of money. Gu Changa, then you should release Brother Yi Chen now, right? Yi Liuli spoke again, staring at Gu Changa. She did not sense the existence of the slave seal and felt even more uneasy. What should you call me? Gu Changa glanced at her. Yi Liuli only felt her head buzzing, as if it was about to explode. In a daze, she felt as if a strange ancient god was looking at her. She could not help but feel a sense of fear. Master, after saying this, she was completely dumbfounded. Why did she subconsciously say it? This was clearly not what she wanted to say. Yi Liuli looked a little confused. Gu Changa, what did you do to Liuli? Seeing this, Yi Chen was also anxious. His face was pale, and he did not dare to believe that this was real. Was Liuli really calling Gu Changa master? What was going on? He could not accept this, and his head was buzzing. A dead person still has so many questions. Gu Changa glanced at Yi Chen. In his mind, the system had already notified that Yi Chen's luck points had dropped to the lowest. The rules of luck points dropping had been triggered. Puff. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. The black giant palm closed. Liuli, save me. Yi Chen's eyes widened in fear, despair, and disbelief as he was directly slapped to death by Gu Changa. He did not understand even until his death. Why did Gu Changa dare to kill him after making an oath? Was he not afraid of the sky demon devouring his heart and going into seclusion? Of course, Gu Changa was not afraid of any oath. What was the sky demon? It was a nourishment delivered to his door. As for going into seclusion, he did not need to add points to his cultivation to understand it. Leaving a child of luck alive and not killing him, and letting the reward run away in front of him. After working so hard for so long, wouldn't it be for nothing? Gu Changa would never do something that would cause her to suffer a loss. Gu Changa, you. Yi Liuli was also shocked by the scene in front of her. She stood there blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Going back on his words. Going back on his words. She did not know how to scold Gu Changa anymore. I want to avenge Brother Yi Chen. Thinking of this, she could not help but be at a loss. Why couldn't she raise her killing intent towards Gu Changa? It must be the problem of the slave seal. Yi Liuli was a little cold and somewhat afraid. Although she knew the reason, her actions were not in her control. As for Yan Ji, who was watching all of this, she had nothing to say. In her opinion, Gu Changa was an ambitious and ruthless person. In front of enough benefits, what was an oath? What's more, Yi Chen deliberately wanted to kill Gu Chang'e. It was impossible for her to persuade Gu Chang'e to let Yi Chen go. She could not do such a thing. Gu Chang'e naturally did not care about Yi Liuli's opinion of him. The devil bottle had already been planted, so opinions were not important at all. At this moment, the sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Child of Luck Yi Chen has been killed. Triggering the rule of dropping luck points. Calculating, congratulations master for dropping an additional heavenly reward treasure chest. Additional 200 luck points and 1000 fate points. Use the system to calculate the critical strike card. Gu Chang'e said. He found that thing in the warehouse, so he could use it. Ding! The system calculated that the critical strike card was successfully used. Congratulations master for obtaining 5 times the critical strike rate. The current calculation process has automatically included multiples, calculating. Luck points plus 1000, fate points plus 5000. Gu Chang'e said, opening additional heavenly reward treasure chest. He wanted to know what kind of thing would open this time. Last time, the fate villain Halo had solved the problem of luck backlash. What would it be this time? He was looking forward to it. Following a flash of golden light, the chest opened with a ping sound. Ding! Congratulations master for obtaining 1/3 of the incomplete world seed. Obtained 1 void marrow. The system notification sounded. Gu Chang'e faintly raised his brows. It was another incomplete world seed. However, now that he had gathered 3, he should be able to fuse them into a complete world seed. As for the void marrow, what was that? He hurriedly checked the description. Soon, Gu Chang'e's eyes lit up. Void marrow origin. Contains the power of the void and can control the power of the void. It's indeed a good thing. It's much better than the God King's heart last time. Gu Chang'e could not help but praise. Soon, he chose to fuse with it. A familiar warm feeling spread through his body. His entire body felt like it was in a boundless void. This process did not last long. When Gu Chang'e opened her eyes again, she felt a sense of similarity and homogeneity between her and the void in front of her. The void is an attribute that combines attack, escape, and godlike speed. Then, Gu Chang'e called out his current stats interface. This time, his luck points and fate points had skyrocketed. Master, Gu Chang'e. Halo, Fate Villain. Identity, True Disciple of Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Physique Bloodline, Demonic Heart Tao Altar. Cultivation, Late Marquis Realm. Cultivation Technique, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, Myriad Demonic Body, Innate Divine Will, Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, Fate Points, 9000. Luck Points, 1880. System Store, Unlocked. Inventory, Breaking Region Talisman X1, 1/3 of the Incomplete World Seed X3, Luck Plunder Card X3. Chapter 66. The brand new attribute interface made Gu Chang'e very satisfied. The leaks that he had been raising for so long were really fattening. Close to 10,000 fate points and close to 2,000 fate points. Apart from that, his gains were also bountiful. With this, he could do a lot of things, and a lot of plans could be put on the agenda. Of course, the most important thing was to deal with the lower realm. After dealing with Yi Chen, the 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd naturally became Gu Chang'e's. The inheritance of the Tianyuan Ancient Mystery Domain was actually not that important to Gu Chang'e. A Quasi-Supreme's inheritance was something that only a small figure like Yi Chen would care about. As a tall, rich, and handsome man of the upper realm, he did not lack powerful inheritances, not to mention the system behind him. According to the Heavenly Tao's additional reward, the Void Marrow should be related to the Child of Fate. Could it be that Yi Chen has some hidden bloodline talent? But, even if he does, it doesn't matter. Gu Chang'e thought for a while. Then, He sensed his current control of the void. This power could not only help him fight against enemies, but also help him escape and hide. After all, the power of the void was actually the power of space. Even in the upper realm, there were not many forces that had studied this Tao. Many of the divine abilities related to the power of space were extremely mysterious and powerful. This could also be Gu Changa's little trump card. I can put the 3 world seeds aside for now and fuse them when I have the time. That way, I'll have another method to refine an inner world for myself, Gu Changa thought, and then his gaze swept across the hall, looking at the 8 desolation demonic halberd with a trace of satisfaction. This was his true goal. Such a surging demonic energy made his demonic heart restless. There was a type of deep origin and connection, making him want to control this unmatched vicious weapon. This way, after returning to the upper realm, he would have another powerful trump card to rely on. His efforts and methods would not be in vain. Gu Changa, what did you do to me? 543. Just as Gu Changa was thinking of a way to get in, Yi Liuli's voice came from the side. Her expression was conflicted and complicated. She was at a loss, angry, and cold. However, the only thing missing was hatred. She knew that she shouldn't have such emotions, but for some reason, whenever she felt hatred for Gu Changa in her heart, she felt as if she was facing the might of the heavens. This feeling made her feel incomparable pain. This was definitely Gu Changa's method. She regretted it. Why was she so stupid? She thought she was smart, but in the end, she was always played by Gu Changa. What did you call me? Gu Changa glanced at her with interest. To be honest, he was not very interested in Yi Liuli. The main reason was her identity. As the little princess of the immemorial immortal tribe, she was doted on by the Yi clan leader. As long as he made use of them, with his status as the young master of the Gu clan, it would be easy for him to gain benefits from the Yi clan. Otherwise, what was the use of keeping Yi Liuli? Hearing Gu Changa's cold and playful words, Yi Liuli was stunned. Yi Liuli's head buzzed again. The feeling from before came again. That strange ancient god appeared in front of her. Gu Ao's indifferent eyes were staring at her. This made her tremble from the bottom of her soul. She could not help but submit. Master! Yi Liuli shouted in humiliation. Tears appeared in her eyes. This was the enemy who killed brother Yi Chen, but now she had to call him master. How could she bear this? Yet, she couldn't stop all of this. Yi Liuli just wanted to faint. Ever since she met Gu Changa, she had never encountered anything good and had always been humiliated. Yi Chen cannot compare to young master's methods and thoughts. Going against young master, Yi Chen will never have a chance to live or hope in this life. Seeing all this, Yan Ji thought to himself. Then, he turned into a wisp of red smoke and returned to the divine grade soul-nurturing jade. Compared to an ordinary ring, the benefits of the divine grade soul-nurturing jade were needless to say. It nourished the soul and strengthened the Yuan spirit. For many heavenly god realm cultivators, it was a treasure that they kept close to them. However, Gu Changa added an extra layer of shackles and restrictions to the soul-nurturing jade. Unless he wanted to, Yan Ji could not see the outside world through the soul-nurturing jade. This was also the reason why he hated the old grandpa style. No matter what he did, he would be watched. There was no privacy to speak of. Gu Changa did his best to not leak anything. He had considered this point. Yan Ji also knew this. She was not someone who liked to pry into other people's secrets. Especially with Gu Changa's identity, he definitely had many secrets. Gu Changa's actions were reasonable. She also did not want Gu Changa to misunderstand. Moreover, the soul-nurturing jade was not a cage. As long as she wanted to, she could appear at any time. Thinking of this, Yan Ji was very moved. Gu Changa always took many aspects into consideration. He made her feel free and comfortable without the slightest discomfort. This was not something she could do. She immediately sat cross-legged and began to nourish her soul. In the past, she could only stare blankly in boredom in the ordinary ring. But now, she could use the soul-nurturing jade's aura to nourish her soul. This difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Only after experiencing it would one understand where the difference was. Easily piercing through the body of a quasi-supreme and cutting through the heavens with such might, it must be at least at the level of a supreme weapon. If I want to subdue it, it seems that I will have to use some methods. But I don't know if I can refine it with my destiny points. After all, I can add points to my arts and abilities. At this moment, Gu Chang'e was also making plans. With such thoughts in mind, he stepped into the hall. Bang! A terrifying pressure enveloped him, as if an ancient god was looking down on him, making his soul tremble. However, Gu Chang'e did not care about this. The innate god's will was awakened. His deep and dark eyes seemed to pierce through the void and stare at Yi Chen. Buzz! He went in under the immense pressure. Yi Chen did not know if this was the pressure left behind by the corpse of Tian Yuan Mystery Realm or the Eight Desolation demonic halberd itself. It was as if a strand of aura could crush the blue sky. His demonic heart was awakened at this moment. A terrifying demonic aura began to emerge from Gu Chang'e's body. Behind him, faint images of various worlds appeared. Loud sounds of kowtowing could be heard from every world. They were kowtowing to a vague demonic figure. They seemed to have sensed the aura of the same origin. The terrifying aura of the Eight Desolation demonic halberd dissipated by a lot. Gu Chang'e relaxed a little. With a few steps, he arrived at the hall. Buzz! However, right at this moment, a strange change occurred. The body that was pierced by the Eight Desolation demonic halberd and nailed to the throne suddenly hummed and trembled. A terrifying fluctuation appeared. Strands of light circulated on it, and a vague human figure appeared. It was as if the body was about to be revived. So, this is how the inheritance is left behind. Fortunately, I've already killed Yi Chen. Otherwise, I reckon there would be some trouble. Gu Chang'e frowned and stopped. At this moment, anyone could tell that there was definitely a problem here. Normally speaking, there were only two possibilities for a person who had been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years to suddenly revive. First, he was not dead. Second, this was his will or remnant soul. From the current situation, regardless of which it was very dangerous for the current Gu Chang'e. He was not here to accept the inheritance. He was here to refine and take away the Eight Desolation demonic halberd. In other words, he was here to destroy the seal of the original owner. The original owner still had a remnant will left behind, so how could he let him go? At this time, Gu Chang'e also quickly figured out this point. According to the normal routine, it should be the Son of Fate who came all the way here and obtained the recognition of the owner of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm. Then, he would obtain the inheritance, uphold justice, and deepen the seal of the Eight Desolation demonic halberd. But now, not only did he pluck the fruit of the Son of Fate, but he also killed the Son of Fate. This was an opportunity left for the Son of Fate. Gu Chang'e was not interested in it. What if there was some danger in it? Come to me, accept my orthodoxy. At this moment, a figure began to appear on the corpse, emitting a majestic pressure. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and golden divine robes on his body, like an ancient emperor. He looked at Gu Chang'e and shouted. As a quasi-supreme existence, he was naturally the absolute ruler of this mystery realm. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. At the critical moment, he could break open the mystery realm and escape, but in this way, the matter of the Eight Desolation demonic halberd would be for naught. Whatever, I have the region-breaking talisman anyway. If the situation is bad, I'll just break open this place and leave. Gu Chang'e's expression was very natural. He quickly thought of a solution in his mind, and his demonic aura quickly disappeared. Yes, Senior. He was calm and walked straight to the corpse. The owner of this mystery realm should be a righteous person when he was alive. He probably would not play any tricks, so he was not worried that he would suddenly attack him. You have evil intentions and a dark temperament, my Tao of light, how can I pass it on to you? However, the moment Gu Chang'e stood still, there seemed to be a ray of light in this blurry figure, sizing him up. Then, his terrifying voice, filled with anger, almost overturned the entire palace, making Gu Chang'e's blood boil. Fortunately, he was prepared and had been protecting himself with his magical power. Otherwise, he would have been injured by this thing. After all, it was left behind by a quasi-supreme. It was a little difficult for him to deal with it now. However, on the other hand, this also confirmed Gu Chang'e's speculation. This thing had its own consciousness and was not a dead thing. Fortunately, he withdrew his demonic aura quickly. If he was a little slower and was seen by him, he would be in a terrible situation. He would not speak to him like this. At that time, he would definitely slap him. After all, the supreme weapon that killed him had a lot to do with him. I think Yi Chen's mind is not clean. Not only does he covet Master's body, but he is also jealous and hypocritical. At the critical moment, he is afraid of death but pretends to be generous and unyielding. If I were to change the child of destiny, wouldn't it be a different story? Gu Chang'e was a little speechless and dissatisfied with the judgment of the owner of this mystery realm. Sure enough, it was full of malice toward him. As a villain, he was offended. Senior is wise. Although this junior's temperament is dark, his heart is light. He has the heart to uphold justice and save the world. Senior's inheritance is in this junior's hands. Naturally, I will punish evil and promote good. However, since it was conscious, it was easy to deal with. After dealing with this remnant will, it would be easy to subdue the 8 desolation demon halberd. Gu Chang'e's face immediately had the expression of a righteous person. He could not help but speak righteously. Chapter 67. Darkness in nature, but light in heart. Upholding justice and saving the world. Outside the main hall. When Yi Liuli heard Gu Chang'e's words, he couldn't help but feel ashamed of his shamelessness. Coming from Gu Chang'e's mouth, it was like listening to a wolf saying that it was a vegetarian. It was as awkward as it could get. However, Gu Chang'e's expression really did seem like a righteous person. Those who didn't know better might really think that he was a good person. His acting was flawless. Junior's benevolent heart can be witnessed by the sun and moon, and by the heavens and earth. In the main hall, Gu Chang'e's face was full of righteousness as he spoke righteously to the remnant will. Naturally, he wanted to see if he could fool it. If it didn't work, he would consider other methods. It wasn't like this was his only method. Speaking of which, this remnant will didn't seem to be very smart. Perhaps it had been asleep for a long time. Because of Gu Chang'e's words, it actually fell into deep thought. This made Gu Chang'e have other ideas in his mind. After all, this was a remnant will of a quasi-supreme, and it also contained some essence of a quasi-supreme. If he could devour it with the immortal devouring demonic technique, he might be able to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. Although there were ways to add points for cultivation, he naturally wouldn't give up such a good opportunity that came knocking on his door. This was because the cultivation method of the immortal devouring demonic technique was completely different from that of the Tao heavenly immortal canon. One relied on devouring the source of things, while the other relied on him to add points. Gu Chang'e had always had 2 different types of power hidden in his body. They had 2 completely different cultivation methods. This was also thanks to his demonic heart, which had the characteristic of tolerance. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators would have been ravaged by the aura of chaos and entered qi deviation. How could they live so well like him? On the surface, Gu Chang'e's cultivation was naturally from the Tao heavenly immortal canon. The cultivation of the immortal devouring demonic technique had always been hidden and had never been exposed to the outside world. He also wanted to add points to the immortal devouring demonic technique, but it was clearly impossible. Other than having a deeper grasp of it, there was no other use. It was better to leave it for other mystiques and treasured techniques so that they could unleash greater strength. The immortal devouring demonic art was not a cultivation technique. It was just a cultivation technique. As Gu Changde thought to himself, his expression did not change much as he thought about how to deal with the remnant thought in his eyes. Shameless brat. You lied to me. How can I give my inheritance to someone like you who has ulterior motives? Your words cannot hide your true thoughts. At this moment, the voice was vast and mighty, causing the void to tremble. Demonic chi surged within the hall. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the eyes of this figure, who looked like an ancient emperor, with a purple gold crown on his head and golden divine robes on his body. He stared intently at Gu Changde and shouted. He was incomparably furious, and unlike what Gu Changde had expected, he was not swayed by these words. It was true that he was a remnant consciousness left behind by the owner of the secret realm, but he also possessed some of the power of the original owner. Naturally, he could see through Gu Changde's true thoughts. The young man in front of him not only harbored evil intentions, but also wanted to scheme against his remnant consciousness. This made him extremely furious. You brat, how dare you lie to me? You deserve to die. Every word is a lie, your heart is not sincere. You deserve to die. He judged Gu Changde coldly. He was very straightforward and directly attacked Gu Changde. A majestic and terrifying pressure began to appear on the transformed body, turning into a resplendent sun that illuminated everything and could expel the darkness. Hearing this, the expression on Gu Changde's face disappeared. Naturally, he could not be bothered to feign civility, and his expression was even colder than the figure. Do you really think I care about your inheritance? If it weren't for the halberd, why would I talk nonsense with you? You're thinking too much. A dead person wants to be fierce in front of me. As he spoke, a talisman appeared in his hand. Once the situation was bad, it was natural to retreat. Escaping was more important. Brat, you're courting death. The remnant thought was enraged by Gu Changde's words and became even more violent. The entire hall was trembling and was about to be destroyed by this aura. However, Gu Changde had a sneer on his face. Boom! At this time, a layer of hazy brilliance appeared on the five-colored robe on his body. At that time, Gu Changde casually drew a defensive robe that could block a full-force attack of a void god. At this moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted. At this time, he discovered that the strength of this remnant thought was actually not much. A five-colored robe could completely block it. However, after blocking it today, it would probably be useless. This remnant thought had the strength of a void god and was not suppressed in this secret realm. Naturally, it could sweep through a region. Unfortunately, it was only a void god. This discovery immediately piqued Gu Changde's interest. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd, this thing is gathering dust here. A good weapon, not used to kill people, but thrown here. I feel a little heartache for you. Gu Changde said casually while paying attention to the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. The torrential demonic aura seemed to be about to slaughter everything. It could cut through the universe and split open the chaos. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. At this moment, Gu Changde took a step forward. His bones cracked as he endured a lot of pressure. This made Yi Liuli outside the hall widen her eyes. Facing the remnant thought of a quasi-supreme, Gu Changde's expression did not change. He even provoked it. This guy was really daring. He did not want to live anymore. One had to know that even in the immemorial immortal tribe, a quasi-supreme was an old antique, a living fossil-level figure. They could protect a region for millions of years. She could not see it with her own eyes normally. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd is a fierce thing. Once it is born, it can destroy everything. Are you helping the devil? The remnant thought finally changed its expression. It did not expect that it would be difficult to suppress this shameless junior. At its peak, it was a quasi-supreme, and all races worshipped it. With a flick of its finger, it could destroy stars. It did not expect that it would be reduced to being bullied by a young boy. Helping the devil? Unfortunately, this junior is the devil that senior is talking about. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. As he spoke, he did not hide his demonic intent. He even felt that the 8 Desolation demonic halberd, which had been silent, trembled slightly. It was indeed effective. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd had a deep relationship with the devil's heart. Those who help the devil deserve to die. This remnant thought was furious. The terrifying divine light of the great sun fell, wanting to burn Gu Chang'e to death. A wisp of aura seemed to be able to burn the existence of the virtual god realm to death. It could be seen that it was indeed furious to the extreme. After all, it was also consuming the magical power of the remnant thought. However, the 5-colored robe was even brighter. Gu Chang'e walked freely. Except for feeling a little more pressure, he did not feel any discomfort. He said with a calm expression, "I can't agree with Senior's words. If I approve of you, it is light. If I don't, it is darkness. Then let me ask you. Since you are upright and kind, why did you leave behind the news of the inheritance but only a map? Why did you set up so many formation patterns and mechanisms near the palace to attract cultivators and let them die here? Is this the light that Senior is talking about?" He sneered. This statement stunned the remnant thought, and it immediately felt that something was wrong. Thinking about it carefully, it did make sense. Begging for flowers, however, soon, his expression changed drastically, and he said sternly, "Nonsense. Since ancient times, cultivators have fought for opportunities. It is natural for them to fight to the death. I left behind the opportunity to choose the most suitable one." This remnant thought looked coldly at Gu Chang'e. Its gaze was cold. It almost fell for this brat's trick. It actually doubted its own way of doing things. Since ancient times, opportunities and dangers coexisted. This was the truth of this world. So this has nothing to do with me taking my own opportunity, right? To you, this is a devil, but to me, it is my opportunity. In addition, the most suitable person you chose has been killed by me. This is the coexistence of opportunities and dangers that you said, Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. While this remnant thought was stunned, the power of the void was displayed. His figure flashed, and he had already arrived in the depths of the main hall. He only needed a chance. A chance to break the seal. 8 Desolation demonic halberd, Gu Chang'e stood under the throne and reached out to touch the great halberd with monstrous demonic aura. To him, there was no fierceness. Instead, there was a sense of docility and natural familiarity. Buzz. Suddenly, many terrifying formation patterns appeared on the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. It was the restriction that sealed it. As Gu Chang'e touched it, it was triggered. This formation pattern is destroyed today. Gu Chang'e naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He surged his mana, intending to destroy the formation pattern on it. Before he went to the lower realm, he had studied how to break the seal formation pattern. Now, many black lights appeared on his hand, condensing and intertwining. It was extremely amazing. The pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle floated up and down, and strands of demonic aura radiance drooped down. Chi chi chi, the seal formation pattern was being broken. The terrifying demonic nature was as vast as Wang Yang's. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd, as its name suggested, could destroy everything. Gu Chang'e held it and felt the joy of rebirth, closeness, and many other emotions. Since their auras were of the same origin, it could save him a lot of trouble in refining it. Of course, with his current strength, it was still a little difficult to truly refine the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. This was at least at the level of a supreme artifact or above. This was just a trace of its power, and it was already so terrifying. When it was at its peak, it would be easy to destroy a world with a single halberd. Not good. At this moment, the strand of remnant consciousness also noticed Gu Changa's actions. How could this guy be so fast? His expression changed drastically as he rushed down. He didn't forget how he died in the past. Although Gu Changa's words made sense, it couldn't affect his decision. The appearance of the demonic halberd would definitely bring chaos to the world. It must be sealed here. This was more important than the inheritance. It's too late. Gu Changa glanced at him. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in his hand, and with a boom, he pulled it out of the broken body. He swept it, and black demonic light exploded. The tip of the halberd surged with black light. This kind of power was surging, vast, and indescribable. Sure enough, the halberd was a weapon since ancient times. It had the advantages of the 5 weapons. It was fierce and overbearing, with unparalleled divine power. Poof! The remnant thought couldn't believe it. It was immediately pierced through. Demonic chi boiled and drowned him. Previously, when he attacked Gu Changa, he had already consumed a lot of his power. At this moment it was naturally impossible to block it. The secret realm couldn't suppress the power of the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Buzz! At the same time, a flickering Great Tao treasure bottle appeared above Gu Changa's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly swallowed the remnant soul. In the main hall, peace was quickly restored. 1000. Chapter 68. The matter of getting rid of the remnant thought of quasi-sovereign Tian Yuan. Gu Changa could take a good look at the 8 Desolation demonic halberd in his hand. The halberd blade was black, and its entire body was surrounded by a reddish-black brilliance. It was suffused with strands of cold light, and its demonic aura was torrential. It looked extremely terrifying. It was not light either. It was estimated to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, and the texture of the grip was deep and cold, as if it was forged from dark immortal gold. The more Gu Changa looked at it, the more satisfied he was. His physique was considered relatively good among the geniuses of the upper realm, but he still felt the weight. Of course, this was because he had a demon heart and had a deep relationship with the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Ordinary cultivators, not to mention picking it up, even if they were touched, they would instantly vanish into thin air. The weight he felt now was only because the 8 Desolation demonic halberd deliberately let him get used to it. The real weight was simply unimaginable. Crushing the void was not just a joke. It seems that you treat me as your own kind. From now on, you will follow me, Gu Changa said with some satisfaction, and at the same time, he put away the Great Tao treasure bottle above his head. After devouring the remnant thought of a quasi-sovereign powerhouse, it could also improve his cultivation base by a lot, turning into pure energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Of course, this was another power that belonged to him, and he would not easily manifest it on normal days. As a young supreme sovereign of the upper realm, Gu Changa naturally had many trump cards. And this was just one of them. However, after hearing Gu Changa's words, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd trembled slightly, as if it could understand what he meant. A kind of joy, kindness, and joy was transmitted to him, not like a peerless murderous weapon that could destroy and slaughter all living things. It was more like seeing his own family, his own kind. This strange emotion made Gu Changa a little stunned, but he was not surprised. There was a rumor that the 8 Desolation demonic halberd was not forged, but a companion weapon. Its original owner seemed to be in existence with a demon heart. Of course, such a rumor was too old, who knew if it was true or false, anyway, he just listened to it happily. Moreover, everything in the world had a spirit, and weapons were naturally the same. After existing for such a long period of time, it was normal for Tao marks and laws to intertwine, giving birth to sentience and deities. For example, those ancient orthodoxies all had ancestral artifacts that had been passed down for generations. At critical moments, the gods within would awaken, and they could display monstrous might. The 8 Desolation Demon Halberd had been sealed here for God knows how many years. After such a long period of time, it had given birth to a new intelligence. This was naturally a surprise. At that moment, Gu Chang'e had the thought of probing. "It seems like you can understand what I mean," Gu Chang'e asked, and then stared at the reaction of the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. It trembled slightly. However, he couldn't express his thoughts. He could only convey his excitement to Gu Chang'e. "It seems that you really understand what I mean. I will be your master from now on, understand?" Gu Chang'e asked. Of course, if he had the chance, he would definitely refine it first. If he didn't refine it, it would be difficult for him to unleash its true power. Although with his current strength, he still couldn't control it in its peak state. The 8 Desolation Demon Halberd trembled, emitting a happy emotion. It seemed that it was very happy that Gu Chang'e was its master. Strands of demonic chi spread out, which seemed to be its way of expressing joy. A good weapon, but in the end, it was sealed here and covered in dust for more than 10,000 years. As its master, I feel a little heartache for you. In the future, follow me, and I will bring you to kill people. If you don't like anyone, just tell me. Gu Chang'e also happily teased it a few times, and found that its intelligence should not have been born for long. It could only convey emotions like happiness, anger, sorrow, and other emotions. Hearing his words, it immediately became even more excited. The tip of the blade trembled, causing the void to tremble non-stop. "Why don't I give you a name? Seeing that you have such a beautiful appearance, I'll call you Xiao He from now on," Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Hearing this, the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd suddenly stopped moving. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This personality was like a girl who loved beauty. Not long after leaving the palace, Gu Chang'e followed behind Yi Liuli with a complicated expression. The two of them returned to this place and headed out of the ancient underground city. On the way, Gu Chang'e's mind rang with the system notification again. "Ding, congratulations master on subduing the vicious weapon 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. The weapon space has been opened." The sudden sound made Gu Chang'e slightly surprised. Weapon space? Why does it sound like a storage space? He called out the stats interface. "Master, Gu Chang'e. Halo, Destiny Villain. Weapon, 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Physique Bloodline, Demonic Heart Tao Bone. Cultivation, Late Stage Marquis Realm. Cultivation Technique, Tao Heaven Immortal Canon, Myriad Demonic Body, Innate Divine Will, Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, Destiny Value, 9,000. Luck Points, 1,880. System Store, Opened. Inventory, Domain Shattering Talisman X1, 1/3 of the World Seed X3, Luck Plunder Card X3. In the row below the halo, Gu Chang'e saw the weapons. According to the system's nature, only extraordinary cultivation techniques and abilities could be recorded in Gu Chang'e's stats interface. That was to say, even if Gu Chang'e had mastered something ordinary, it wouldn't be shown on the screen. It did not think that they were qualified. On the other hand, the origin of the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd was not simple. The system specially opened the weapon space for it. For example, Gu Chang'e's usual weapons such as sabers, swords, cauldrons, furnaces, and so on would not appear on the stats interface. Those things were all stored in his storage ring and other places. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's mind moved. The 8 Desolation Demon Halberd that he placed in his storage ring suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a gray and boundless space appeared in his mind. Buzz. The 8 Desolation Demon Halberd appeared out of thin air. Facing an unfamiliar environment, it seemed to be shocked. Terrifying demonic chi immediately surged like a kitten with hair standing on end. Fortunately, it soon felt Gu Changa's aura. Only then did it gradually calm down. This space does not exist in any void in the outside world. Only I can summon it. After all, the existence of the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd is difficult to hide. If some powerhouses sense it, they will most likely take action to snatch it. They won't care about my identity and background. Gu Changa thought for a moment and was clear about this. Once the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd appeared, it would definitely alarm many old monsters and make them greedy. To them, this was not a murderous weapon. This was a powerful divine weapon. With it in hand, it could increase their strength. And this weapon space was very comfortable. No matter how strong the existence was, they would not sense the aura of the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. Not only could it conceal its existence, but it could also be used as a big trump card for Gu Changa. Thinking of this, he realized that he seemed to have quite a lot of trump cards, but the disaster was also quite big. The immortal devouring demonic technique was one of them. As for the Daughter of Providence and the others that he had already offended in the upper realm, Gu Changa already had a way to deal with them. This matter would be dealt with in detail after returning to the upper realm. I hope young master can forgive me. This old servant's protection was insufficient. At that time, I was held back by Miss Yi Liuli's people. That's why she broke through. In front of the underground ancient city, the beast tide was almost dealt with. When he saw Gu Changa come out, Elder Ming immediately went forward to ask for forgiveness with some guilt. However, he was a little shocked. Yi Liuli and young master were like fire and water before, but now she was following behind obediently. What was going on in the end? It's okay. Let her break through. Anyway, she can't cause any trouble. Hearing Elder Ming's words, Gu Changa did not mind and said, let's go. The matter in the lower realm is settled. I should go back. Yes, young master. Elder Ming's expression suddenly became solemn. From young master's tone, he could tell that young master's purpose in the lower realm had been accomplished. He should be quite relaxed. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel happy for young master. On the other side, Yi Liuli was also talking to the people she brought with her. She looked a little unhappy. Her jade-like face was listless. She looked as if she had been bullied and ravaged. This made Aunt Shui and the others puzzled. Miss, where's that Kijichin? She asked. He's dead. He was killed by Gu Changa. Yi Liuli's mood was very gloomy. What? Aunt Shui's expression changed, then she felt a little relieved. She was afraid that Miss would fight young Master Gu to the death because of this. It seemed that things had not reached that stage yet. As for Yi Chen, it was fine that he was dead. As for why Miss was like this, it was probably because of this matter. Aunt Shui still felt sorry for Yi Liuli. However, time would wash away everything. They parted ways outside the underground ancient city. Yi Liuli and the others did not leave with Gu Changa. Gu Changa was naturally too lazy to care. After the magic bottle of evasion was planted, it would be the same no matter where she escaped to. Oh right, young master, may I ask about Chiohan? When you return to the upper realm, do you need to bring her along? On the way out of the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm, Elder Ming suddenly asked respectfully. If he brought her along, he could help in the upper realm. Of course, it could also be Lin Chiohan helping him in the future. It was the same no matter which world it was in. If a beautiful woman wanted to succeed, it was much easier than a man. However, Lin Chiohan was his descendant, so he had nothing to be envious of. For, too, if she worked for the young master with peace of mind, the young master would definitely put her in an important position in the future. I like Chiohan very much. Of course, I'll bring her along. Gu Changa said. He was still preparing to promote Lin Chiohan's talent in alchemy in the upper realm so that he could use it when the time came. It just so happened that among the major alchemy sects that he was familiar with in the upper realm, one of them had not found a particularly outstanding disciple in alchemy for many years. They did not lack resources, but they were in urgent need of disciples. Especially for someone like Lin Qiuhan who had a terrifying talent in alchemy, it would probably cause a mad scramble when the time came. Talent in alchemy was mostly born in some clans that were naturally related to plants and spirit herbs. It was very rare in the human clan. The upper realm was vast and boundless. It was connected to many greater worlds, middle worlds, and lesser worlds, relying on endless resources behind it. However, the human clan did not have an advantage in terms of numbers. Although it was said that there were thousands of clans, there were more than hundreds of millions of clans in the upper realm. Among the human clan, alchemists and weapon refiners were far more respected than other cultivators. There was no need to talk about how terrifying the connections and resources they controlled were. Gu Changge only needed to send Lin Qiuhan over. When the time came, there would naturally be people who would spend a lot of resources and energy to help him cultivate Lin Qiuhan. Moreover, he would also gain a favor from a major alchemy sect. Lin Qiuhan was his person. Such a good thing, why wouldn't he want it? Chapter 69. After the outbreak of the beast tide in the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm, many cultivators in the Middle State and even the Azure Heaven world were frightened, thinking that a terrible disaster was about to befall them. Monstrous demonic chi surged out from within, as if a peerless demon was about to be born. After all, according to the records, this was the place where the demonic weapon was sealed. Perhaps the seal had already been broken by someone, and the peerless demon was about to sweep across the world, bringing disaster to the common people. Countless cultivators trembled, worried, and terrified. After a series of waiting, they were shocked to find that nothing had happened at all. Instead, the demonic chi in the mystery realm was getting fainter and fainter, as if the peerless demon that was about to be born had been sealed again. This immediately caused a huge commotion. Some people doubted the authenticity of the records in the mystery realm, but many signs showed that many people had indeed died here. Many ruins and ancient cities were full of corpses. There was nothing wrong with this record. In the end, many cultivators came to the same conclusion. The young lord from the upper realm had actually come to the lower realm to seal the demonic weapon for them. Many cultivators saw the young lord enter the mystery realm that day. Half a month after the mystery realm opened, the young lord left with his people, and it was also the time when the demonic chi began to weaken. This was too much of a coincidence, and the timeline completely overlapped. Thinking of this, countless cultivators were deeply grateful. They even built a statue of the young lord in the Middle State to thank him for his kindness. Of course, Gu Changge definitely did not know about this. If he knew, he might not be able to help but laugh out loud. No one had the ability to fill in the blanks. It was simply unbelievable. Why didn't he think that he was going to break the seal and take the divine weapon along the way? At this moment, he was already on his way back to the upper realm with Elder Ming and the others. Buzz! 21 lights surged, opening up a stable space passage in front of them. It looked more like a majestic ancient palace. Are we going to the upper realm? It was the first time Lin Qiuhan and Su Qingge had seen such a method. They were a little shocked. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that they would directly tear open a crack and experience the tribulation thunder, like cultivators breaking through the sky and ascending. In the end, a passageway appeared in front of him, as if it was specially opened for Gu Changge. This is the Gu family's divine temple of guidance. It is responsible for guiding the young master back to the Gu family. It can be used to cross many worlds and planes and tear the universe apart. Elder Ming explained to the two of them. After leaving the lower realm, the way he addressed Gu Changge had changed. From the young master to the young master. This was a completely different change in power. Guidance Temple, traversing the planes of the world, tearing the universe apart, Su Qingge's eyes were full of astonishment. Gu Changde had never explained these things to her before, saying that she would naturally understand what the upper world was in the future. Now she understood a little. It was already extremely difficult for cultivators from the lower realms to break through the barrier, let alone travel through the boundless plain world. It was simply impossible. Such a method was too shocking. Young Master's family is so powerful. Lin Chilhan was also shocked speechless by such means. Before, she was really a frog in a well. Other than being amazed, she had no other emotions. Elder Ming still agreed with what they said. Everlasting families, immortal sects, supreme immortal dynasties, primeval immortal tribes. These were almost the top forces in the upper world. There were those who could be compared to them, but it was almost impossible to find those who could overlook them. Because such forces had an extremely long history, there were only a few of them throughout the ages. Even they were not clear about each other's background. As far as he knew, thousands of years ago, they were involved in a war of immortality. They fought until the blue sea flowed for hundreds of millions of miles, destroying countless lower realms. Countless creatures from the lower realms were caught in the blast and were instantly turned into dust. This was the terrifying power of these giant forces in the upper world. I was lucky to have met the elder of the young master's family when I was in the upper world. Otherwise, I don't know which corner I would be mining for other forces. Elder Ming's words stunned Su Qingge and Lin Chilhan. They were extremely shocked. Mining in every nook and cranny. The Lin family ancestor was such a legendary figure in the lower realm, but after coming to the upper realm, he was treated like this? No wonder in the eyes of the upper realm cultivators, the lower realm creatures were like ants. Gu Changge's treatment of them could not be described as extremely good. Then, Elder Ming said to the two girls, "Young Master is the young master of the everlasting family. The guidance temple is nothing. You must know that even in the vast upper realm, the young master's identity is the highest, especially since he is the true disciple of the heavenly palace of immortals. With these two identities, no one can be more honorable than the young master. It's your honor to follow the young master. So many noble ladies in the upper realm want this identity, but they can't get it. You should broaden your horizons and don't embarrass the young master." Of course, these things should be explained. With the young master's identity, it was impossible for him to tell them these things in person. Therefore, it was most appropriate for him to say these words. Su Qingge and Lin Chilhan were like chickens pecking rice when they heard this. They were extremely shocked. When they were in the lower realm, they could naturally feel Gu Changge's terrifying power. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was extremely powerful. But now, they realized that he was extremely powerful. This was an indescribable feeling. Especially Su Qingge, she recently realized that her second soul's memory had recovered a lot. Most of them were vague information about the upper realm. She seemed to have a great relationship with the upper realm. She was going to find an opportunity to tell Gu Changge about this. Let's go. It'll take some time to return to the clan. At this moment, Gu Changge, who had a strange look in his eyes, finally spoke to the two girls. He then led the way into the guidance temple. Buzz. Soon, everyone entered. This stable passage was closing quickly. The guidance temple was wide open, and they could see it shuttling through the vast space. The space and time outside were turbulent. The universe was torn apart, and they were quickly moving toward the center of the upper realm. Gu Changge looked at the turbulent and vast world outside. He was also sorting out his memories about the upper realm in his mind. The upper realm was actually very broad. In his opinion, it was more like a combination of many planes and worlds of different sizes. At the center of the upper realm, there were many orthodoxies, and thousands of races coexisted. It was extremely prosperous and vast. Almost every ancient orthodoxy or race ruled over many planes and worlds. They were now moving through the upper realm. However, this area was at the edge of the upper realm. There was still rich world power. Many worlds were close to each other or repelled each other. Cultivators without great magical powers would not be able to survive in this gap. They would be crushed into dust in an instant, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed on the spot. This was also the reason why it was difficult to enter the lower realm. Only artifacts like the Guidance Temple could move between the barriers of many worlds. As the Guidance Temple shuttled to the center of the upper realm, they would pass by many more worlds. These worlds were of a higher level than the Azure Heaven realm, and were closer to the center of the upper realm. The more powerful the orthodoxy, the more territory it occupied. Naturally, it controlled many lower realms. From Guchanga's point of view, this distribution was like a colony. The giant forces in the center of the upper realm, such as the everlasting families and the imperishable orthodoxies, were at the top of the food chain. Just the number of ancient forces affiliated to them was uncountable. As for those ancient powers, they each had their own colonial planes. They were attached to them in order to correct their mistakes. This was also why in the eyes of many upper realm cultivators, the powerful cultivators who ascended from the lower realm were not even comparable to the native cultivators of the upper realm. Because of social class, this difference was already deeply ingrained. Of course, those ancient worlds in the center of the upper realm could not be compared. This kind of setting is in line with the ascension stacking box pattern. It's just that my background is already at the top of the ascension stacking box pattern. Thinking of this, Guchanga was very satisfied with his current situation. Whether it was talent, background, cultivation, from every aspect, he was at the top level. This was really good. Especially this trip to the lower realm, he had gained a lot of benefits. He was prepared to return to his clan first before slowly digesting them. At the same time, in the upper realm. Unparalleled celestial dynasty, immortal city. As the oldest celestial dynasty in the upper realm, it was immortal with the passage of time. It ruled over endless territories and was faintly known as the #1 celestial dynasty in the upper realm. In a dazzling, magnificent, and ancient majestic hall, a beautiful woman wearing a golden emperor's robe stood with her hands behind her back. Her features were picturesque, her emperor's robe fluttered, and her sleeves were wide, but it could not hide her beautiful figure. 543 Her hair covered half of her immortal face, but she was still beautiful and soul-stirring. She did not say a word, and her expression was cold. Just there was a terrifying power that seemed to cause the world to change color. The ground beneath his feet revealed a sky full of stars and the universe. She held the sun and moon in her hands and stepped on the universe. One could see her boldness. She was the 4th princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty. Yu Mingkong. Brother, you should give up the position of crown prince. The woman in the emperor's robe spoke with a calm voice. She stared at the man in front of her who was paralyzed on the ground with a pale face. She seemed to be emotionless. Beside the man, there were many ministers whose expressions changed. At this moment, their foreheads were full of cold sweat, and they did not dare to say a word. In just half a year, this Princess Mingkong had used many thunderous methods to remove the previous crown prince, who was her brother. Every step she took could be said to be flawless and perfect to the extreme, causing everyone to tremble. Even the current emperor of the celestial dynasty came forward and praised her. She let everyone understand that although she was a woman, she was not weaker than any man. She could even be the crown prince. In the royal family that emphasized the law of the jungle, she also killed her way out, causing everyone to admire her. Moreover, the 4th princess's talent was even more rare. Her current cultivation base was even higher than her brothers and sisters. In the future, she would be Empress Wushuang. That was the thought of the ministers below. Men, send my brother down. At this moment, Yu Mingkong glanced at the wretched man in front of her. Her expression was extremely cold as she ordered. From today onwards, I am the crown prince. The world shall be the emperor's land. Withdraw. After Yu Mingkong finished speaking, her eyelids drooped slightly. Her expression was deep and cold, revealing a terrifying look. The group of ministers trembled in fear as they quietly retreated. No one could guess what she was thinking. Although she was a woman, the terrifying power on her body made everyone tremble in fear. "Half a year, at this time, you should have returned from the lower realm, right? The fiancé I once loved the most," she muttered to herself. Although her words were filled with deep affection, there was a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. Chapter 70. Chang'e, you are so cruel. I didn't think that in the end, the person who killed me would be you. The person I love and hate the most is also you. Yu Mingyue looked at the empty temple and couldn't help but close her eyes as she murmured. There were some tears in the corners of her eyes, but they quickly disappeared. When she opened them again, they were cold and detached. Her voice was very calm, and she calmed her emotions as well. Her heart had ached for half a year, and she had already gotten used to it. Yu Mingkong didn't know why she had returned to 3,000 years ago. Half a year had passed since the day she was reborn. But now in her mind, she often thought of the day when she and Gu Chang'e got married. The worlds resonated, the sound of the Tao descended from the heavens, golden lotuses bloomed, and clear springs gushed from the earth. She was dressed in wedding clothes, wearing a phoenix coronet and a wedding gown, shy and timid. He was handsome, unparalleled in the world. On the wedding night, she gently raised her wine cup, and he raised his chin to toast. She had waited for him for so long, helped him establish the world's first immortal dynasty, and even almost fell out with her father for his sake, and helped him clear the suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. After doing so much for him, she could finally bear fruit. But unexpectedly, on the wedding night of 3,000 years, what she received in return was a laughable remark and a cold and detached gaze. And then there was boundless darkness and heart-wrenching pain. She finally realized that the person she loved the most had never been moved by her heart from beginning to end. Everything he did was for the sake of the greatest benefit. Especially when he attacked her at the end, it was also a ruse to gain sympathy and wash away the suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. He threw all the blame on her head. And she had actually trusted him so much, never even suspecting that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Yu Mingkong only wanted to say to her former self, how stupid she was for being fooled by Gu Chang'e's false appearance. A person like him had no heart at all. How many people in the world had been fooled and toyed with in the palm of his hand without realizing it? Should I call you Gu Chang'e, or Gu Wuxin? A person without a heart, cold and heartless. I waited for you for 3,000 years without complaint, and still couldn't get your heart to soften once. Since the heavens have given me another chance, I will not repeat the same mistake. Yu Mingkong's expression gradually turned cold. She had matured too much. In her previous life, she was still incomparably naive and childish. She was infatuated with that almost perfect man. As the princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, she actually caused her father to lose face. But now, in just half a year, she had defeated all the competitors of the royal family. Even her big brother had been defeated by her today. Such thunderous methods could be said to have broken the record of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Even her father, who used to be very disappointed in her, was now full of praise for her. This was all thanks to her rebirth. The numerous experiences of her previous life were incomparably clear, and every step of her calculations was flawless, causing others to be unable to find the slightest flaw. In the end, I'm just a tool for you to use. I'm also your last resort to cleanse yourself of the demonic arts. In this life, Gu Chang'e, you will not be able to do as you wish. I will take away everything that belongs to you. I will make you experience everything that belongs to me. That's not right. You are a heartless person. How can you experience everything that belongs to me? What a pity. If not, I would make you gradually fall in love with me before I kill you in the end. From the looks of it now, I can only cripple everything that belongs to you. You can only stay by my side. After all, to you, living a life worse than death is the greatest torture. He. Yumingkong's emperor robes fluttered as she stood with her hands behind her back. On her beautiful face, there was a calm and profound expression. She looked far to the east. That was where the Longevity Gu clan was located. She knew that at this moment, Gu Chang'e had already returned from the lower realm and obtained what he wanted. She also knew that very soon, her father would bring her to the Longevity Gu clan to discuss the marriage between her and Gu Chang'e. The marriage alliance between the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty and the Longevity Gu clan involved the fourth princess of the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty and the only son of the Longevity Gu clan's clan leader. To the upper realm, this was an absolutely shocking matter, attracting the attention of all the major powers and cultivators. Most importantly, her father had always wanted to use the Longevity Gu clan's power to annex another Immortal Dynasty. The uniqueness of the Longevity Gu clan was well known in the upper realm. No major powers or orthodoxies had ever obtained any benefits from them. Even the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty, which was vaguely the number one Immortal Dynasty, was the same. In her previous life, she did not understand this. As the fourth princess, although her talent was outstanding since young, she did not have the methods of her other brothers and sisters. This made her father very disappointed. However, this was too ordinary and mediocre in the royal family. As for why the Gu clan agreed to her marriage with Gu Chang'e, Yumingkong did not understand at that time, but now she did. Because her father secretly promised to give the Gu clan a lot of benefits, she became a tool for the marriage alliance with the only son of the Gu clan's clan leader. At that time, she was still young. When she first saw Gu Chang'e, he was cultivating on a green rock. The morning glow filled the air, and the runes of the great Tao bloomed. Divine light shone resplendently. At such a young age, he already showed his future immortal appearance. She was shocked. Such a person was actually her future husband. Just because he was familiar with this one glance, he actually missed his previous lifetime. Fortunately, it's not too late now. We will meet again soon, Gu Chang'e. Retracting her thoughts from the memory, Yumingkong slowly closed her eyes. Gu Chang'e's biggest weakness was in her hands. Once his identity as the inheritor of the immortal devouring demonic technique was exposed, he would become the enemy of the entire world. That was not just a saying. However, she also knew that it was useless to expose it without evidence. No one would believe it. Now, Gu Chang'e was still very cautious. He rarely showed traces of the immortal devouring demonic technique. And in the deepest part of her heart, she did not want to do so. She also did not want such a day to come. A situation where the entire world was his enemy, Yumingyu aside. In the end, she still loved him too much. Even if she was reborn, her heart was too soft and kind. No, how can I still love him? I don't want to do such a despicable method of exposing the demonic technique. What I want to do is to take everything from him openly. Soon, Yumingkong shook her head and said to herself. Greetings, young master. Young master is back. The guidance ancient palace crossed the border of the upper realm. Along the way, they passed through many teleportation arrays. Gu Chang'e and the others finally arrived at the mountain gate where the Changxing Gu clan was located. In front of the mountain gate, a group of Gu clan's disciples greeted them respectfully and waited. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. In front of them, there were hundreds of millions of divine islands and mountains floating in the sky. Divine light shot into the sky, and auspicious clouds rose. This was where the Gu clan was. The terrifying mountain-guarding formation was flowing with brilliance, as if the sun and the moon were resonating together. And this level of pressure was only a sliver of what he usually emitted. If it was fully recovered, even a great master in the Divine King realm would have to stop. Is this the foundation of the Changxing clan? Lin Chilhan and Su Qingda's heads were buzzing. Although they had been shocked to the point of numbness on their way here, they still could not calm down when they saw such a magnificent scene. This could no longer be described as a clan's land. This was completely a great world. Let's go. Gu Chang'e said. He wanted to let them see the world, especially Lin Qiuhan. He was going to send her to the alchemy sect. Although no one dared to bully her because of him, there were always accidents. After all, she came from the lower realm. In the upper realm, she was born to be bullied. Elder Ming arranged their residence first. Gu Chang'e ordered Elder Ming, who was beside him. The main reason was that the Gu clan had strict rules. The inner island was divided into the outer island. What they saw now was just the outer island. The real inner island was where only the direct descendants could live. Before their identities were settled, Lin Qiuhan and Su Qingge could not go to the inner island. After that, Gu Chang'e turned into a stream of light and went straight to the inner island. He returned to the Gu clan. The most important thing now was to tell his father that some things were not planned by him alone. After all, his father was involved in it too. The young master has gone to the inner island. I'll bring you to understand the rules of the Gu clan. In the future, don't embarrass the young master when you're with him. At the very least, you've met someone from the longevity Gu clan. There's no need to be so alarmed. After Gu Chang'e left, Elder Ming brought them in. They shuttled between the divine mountains and divine islands. At the same time, he said to Su Qingge and Lin Qiuhan. Su Qingge's state of mind was better than Lin Qiuhan's, so she was much calmer. Lin Qiuhan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, ancestor. When Elder Ming heard this, his expression changed a little. He was frightened and hurriedly said, in the future, don't call me ancestor in the Gu clan. It's good that you know this in your heart. No matter what, Lin Qiuhan was more valued by the young master. If their relationship went further in the future. Then what was his relationship with the ancestor of Lin Qiuhan? Especially the Gu clan's strict class division. In this way, he would inevitably be punished. Lin Qiuhan didn't understand this. But since the ancestor said so, she would naturally do as she was told. However, she kept sighing in her heart. Young Master Gu's clan was really too scary. They walked all the way. It was too much. Her eyes were going blurry. These divine islands and divine mountains were too shocking. She had never seen them before. All she could see were the divine islands and divine palaces floating in the air. They were scattered all over the place. Clouds were rising, and it was majestic. The divine mist was like clouds, and waterfalls were hanging upside down. All kinds of mountain-sized ancient beasts were walking, and their qi and blood covered the sky. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was so dense that it was about to liquefy. Elder Ming wasn't surprised by her reaction. The first time he saw it was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he was also shocked. This was the first time he saw the tip of the iceberg of the everlasting family's foundation. Compared to the lower realms clans and sects, it was like comparing a divine palace to a dog's kennel. Elder Ming's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. He couldn't help but laugh and say, this is only the outer island. Compared to the inner island, it's nothing. As for the divine island where the young master lives, that is the true paradise. Even I don't have the qualifications to disturb it. Of course, you guys, at this point, he suddenly felt very envious. At this moment, Gu Chang'e had already used the clan's teleportation array to pass through the outer island and arrive at the inner island. In front of him was a grand and majestic hall. Suddenly, it opened in front of him. Chang'e is back. A gentle middle-aged man's voice sounded from inside. Chapter 71. The palace was grand and majestic, like an ancient heavenly palace in the mortal world. There were thousands of phenomena in it. The universe, heaven, earth, and earth were all manifested at this moment. A tall middle-aged man with a blurred face was there. His face was somewhat similar to Guchanga's. He sat there with his legs crossed. Chaotic mist filled the air, and various grand sounds such as the sound of the world and worship could be faintly heard beside him. His aura covered the heavens, like an ancient god before the creation of the heavens. It was unknown how terrifying his cultivation was. Then, Guchanga came in. He opened his eyes and showed a gentle expression. Of course, he would only show this expression in front of Guchanga. Usually, he was a cold and aloof god, looking down on all living things. Even when he sent out orders, it was a matter of spiritual will. He rarely spoke. He was Guchanga's father, the current head of the Gu family, Gu Lintian. At the same time, he stood at the peak of the upper realm and was one of the most terrifying people. Any order from this palace could easily change the situation in the upper realm and control the life and death of countless living things. To put it bluntly, an existence like the head of the Changxing family was an indestructible giant of the heavens and earth. "Father, I'm back." Guchanga stood in front of his father with a respectful expression. "Did things go well? When you came to the lower realm this time, a few elders of the other line were quite critical and asked about your whereabouts." Gu Lintian said with a gentle expression. Very few people in the Gu family knew that Guchanga had a demon heart, except for a few elders of his line. Only he and Guchanga's mother knew. The matter of the demon heart was very important. Since the birth of the upper realm countless years ago, Guchanga was only the 9th person known to have a demon heart. The previous 8 owners of the demon heart, regardless of their origins, had all become devils, demon lords, and demon masters who wreaked havoc on the world. Their killing was monstrous and caused many orthodoxies in the upper realm to besiege them. The people around them did not have good endings. The appearance of the demonic heart was an ominous sign. In the upper realm, it didn't mean that they would face a situation where the entire world was their enemy, but it would still cause cultivators to loathe it and avoid it like a snake or scorpion. When Guchanga was born, Gu Lintian was also stunned for a long time when she saw that he had a demon heart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dealt with the clansmen at the time. Only his trusted aides knew about this matter. Not to mention other things, just the ominous demon heart alone was enough to prevent Guchanga from taking over the Gu clan in the future, regardless of how talented he was. This was true both internally and externally. The other branches of the Gu family would never agree. Fortunately, at that time, there was a girl from another branch of the clan who concealed her Dao light. She was recognized by the young Guchanga that she possessed the bone of Dao. For the sake of Guchanga's future, Gu Lintian was also decisive. After a series of calculations, he dug out the Dao bone for Guchanga to conceal his demonic heart. This concealment went on for more than 10 years, and no one noticed anything unusual. Today, the elders of the Gu family who knew about this matter were either exiled or suppressed. The once prosperous bloodline also gradually withered away. This matter seemed to have been covered up in dust. Only occasionally, when he wanted to deduce, would he realize that the little girl from back then was nowhere to be found, as if she had been covered up. Back then, he could not get rid of her at the same time. She was taken away by the elders of the branch, and since then, her whereabouts were unknown. Although he had been investigating all these years, it was difficult to find anything. After all, it was a shameful matter, and the few elders in the clan also turned a blind eye to it. Moreover, although that branch had withered, he did not know whether 1 or 2 old antiques of that branch were buried in the clan grounds. After all, the ancient existences of the various branches of the Gu family all had the same habit. If he did not really dig them up, he would not know whether they were dead or in isolation. The matter was very successful. Guchanga replied. His parents were really good to him, to the extent of spoiling him. Just like in all stories, the parents of the child of destiny did not care about them and looked down on them in all kinds of ways, while the parents of the villains were the exact opposite, spoiling them in every way possible. As the saying goes, if you beat the young, the old will come. The whole family would give experience together. Father will help you take a look. I'm afraid you can't really control the weapon of the former demon lord now. Gu Lintian said. Yes, father. With that, Gu Changa's mind moved. The Octotera demonic halberd in the weapon space suddenly disappeared. Buzz. The void trembled, and there was a terrifying murderous aura that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and the universe. It appeared in the void in front of Gu Changa out of thin air. However, the originally terrifying demonic aura was like a small flame that was suppressed at this moment. Of course, in Gu Changa's eyes, it was more like a small candle in the wind, trembling because of the terrifying suppression. Father, you scared it. Gu Changa couldn't help but say helplessly. At the same time, he sent out a divine thought to comfort it, and it gradually calmed down. But it was still very afraid of an existence like Gu Lintian. It had just been born with intelligence and thought that it was already very strong. But it realized that in front of this man in front of it, it was like a small boat in the sea. It was too small. It seems that you should have another good fortune. I didn't even feel it when you took it out of thin air. That's good. This way, your mother and I can rest assured, lest she complains to me all day long. Fortunately, this demonic halberd has no evil intentions towards you. Otherwise, there's no need for it to have intelligence now. It's good to be an unconscious weapon spirit in peace. Gu Lintian smiled, then nodded and said, retracting his divine thought. Although the origin of this 8 desolation demonic halberd was extraordinary, and it was the weapon of an unparalleled demon master. But in front of an existence like him, even if it was revived, he could suppress it with a thought. But since this was Gu Changa's good fortune, he didn't care too much. Gu Changa had many secrets. As a father, he wouldn't ask too much. This was Gu Changa's personal secret. But he would definitely protect what he needed to protect. He wouldn't allow others to touch his child. Gu Changa nodded. He wasn't a heartless person. He could feel the people who were really good to him. Although he was a villain, he wasn't a heartless person. He just happened to be standing on the opposite side of the Sun of Destiny. This time in the lower realm, your cultivation has improved a lot. The rest of the young sovereigns will find it difficult to surpass you. He glanced at Gu Changa's current cultivation and praised with some satisfaction. Back when he was Gu Changa's age, he was only in the Marquis realm. But Gu Changa was already at the peak of the Marquis realm. He was even half a step into the Emperor realm. There were many young sovereigns in the upper realm, but even he didn't know how many had reached Gu Changa's level. Father, you flatter me. Gu Changa smiled and didn't deny it. After all, on the way back to the upper realm, he spent a total of 5,000 life points to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Marquis realm. According to his true strength, he could easily crush virtual god-level existences. Of course, Gu Changa knew this in his heart. He had many secrets, including the immortal devouring demonic technique. His father didn't know about this. It wasn't that he didn't trust his father, but this kind of thing, the fewer people who knew, the better. The 8 desolation demonic halberd was the weapon of the previous demon master. Although it's difficult to link you to it, before you're truly in charge of the Chongqing family, try not to use it, then, Gu Lintian said to Gu Changa. It wasn't that he was worried about Gu Changa's weapon being stolen. In this world, no one dared to steal the Gu family's things. It was just that once someone linked Gu Changa's demonic heart, it would cause criticism in the family. Although he was the young master now, his identity as the future head of the family had not been confirmed. Although the weapon was good, the identity of the future head of the Gu family was obviously more important. Once it was confirmed, it would be too late for the group of old men to regret. Even if Gu Changa had an ominous demonic heart, they would have to accept it. In fact, Gu Lintian had already planned out Gu Changa's future in his heart. He was just waiting for Gu Changa to slowly take over the control. Looks like you've been enlightened. Suddenly, he noticed the soul-nurturing jade that Gu Chang'e was carrying and instantly felt the aura of Yan Ji in it. Gu Lintian's face showed an expression that didn't match his usual coldness. He was somewhat relieved. "Father, you've misunderstood." Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh. He casually explained Yan Ji's origin. Of course, he didn't say anything about the relationship between Yi Chen and Yan Ji. If it wasn't for the fact that he found it interesting and wanted to scheme for fate points, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Of course, on the other hand, it was really cool to do this in front of the child of fate. After returning to the upper realm, how to deal with Yan Ji was actually not important. However, she was originally from the upper realm, so she should know a lot of secrets. This is a race that contains the origin of the innate fire between heaven and earth. I thought it was extinct, but since you like it, Chang'e, it's fine to keep it by your side. Gu Lintian said, recognizing Yan Ji's original form at a glance. The existence of the innate gods that contained the origin of the fire was once the strongest race. They were born with a very strong cultivation base. Unfortunately, there were no traces of them now. According to her age, she looked like a human in her 20s. Gu Chang'e was also young, so it wouldn't be a problem if he kept her by his side. At her peak, she should have a cultivation base of the Great Saint Realm. She's quite talented, Gu Lintian said. Great Saint Realm cultivation base, no wonder her fate points are so high. She's also a person with great fate points. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e understood a little. Yan Ji was a Great Saint Realm existence at her peak. She could do whatever she wanted in the upper realm. It was naturally easy for her to break the stars and cross the stars. In the Gu clan, the divine kings could be said to be the backbone of the clan. As for those who entered the Saint Realm, they could be considered the great experts of each lineage. As for the Great Saint Realm, they were like the elders of the clan. Hearing this, he felt that it was a great deal. If you have time, go back to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. They have a lot to say about your disappearance for half a year. Moreover, they should have decided on the successor. At this time, Gu Lintian mentioned the Tao again. His eyes gradually deepened, and many terrifying scenes appeared in his eyes. The universe collapsed, the universe cracked, and the stars were destroyed. At this moment, he was a supreme existence that ruled the universe. Don't worry, Father. I'm determined to be the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Chang'e said. His father was very ambitious. And he was the same. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals, an imperishable sect, would fall into the hands of the father and son sooner or later. Chapter 72. The father and son discussed for a long time here. They talked about some future plans and asked Gu Chang'e if there were any problems with his recent cultivation. They were really meticulous. Gu Chang'e was embarrassed to say that his current cultivation relied on cheating. Looking at his father's gentle expression, he felt that it was better to put down his thoughts and improve his strength. Although he was strong enough now. Humans were always greedy. The feeling of becoming stronger and controlling everything in one's hands was more than wonderful. That was simply too wonderful for words. Before leaving the palace, Gu Lintian told Gu Chang'e some other things. Your mother misses you a little during this period of time. If you have time, go to the divine sect of the Great Beginning to see her. Gu Chang'e nodded. I know, Father. At the mention of his mother, a memory surfaced in Gu Chang'e's mind. The previous generation's goddess of the divine sect of the Great Beginning. Her father was the most powerful elder in the divine sect of the Great Beginning. The divine sect of the Great Beginning had a good relationship with the Gu family. It was also an ancient sect that had existed for many eras. In terms of status, it was not inferior to ordinary supreme orthodoxies. Gu Chang'e could not help but click his tongue when he thought of this. With his terrifying background, even if he was trash in the upper realm, he was the kind of person that no one dared to provoke. His mother was also famous for being protective. It would be a waste if he did not bully others. Of course, there were those who had the same thoughts, and it was easy to tell that they were old villains. After a while, that girl, Mingkong, will come with her father to discuss your marriage. This time, don't be so cold to her like before. She's your future wife after all. In the end, Gu Lintian seemed to have suddenly remembered this matter and said with a slightly solemn expression, "You used to think that her methods were not outstanding enough, but what you've done in the past 6 months is admirable. You have the bearing of an empress. Mingkong is a good girl. Your mother and I are very satisfied. If she helps you in the future, no matter how big the world is, it will still be in your hands. Father, don't worry." Hearing this, Gu Changa couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment before nodding. A dreamy and beautiful face appeared in his mind. She was his fiancée. Yu Mingkong, the 4th princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. His expression suddenly became somewhat thought-provoking. Could the standard fiancée be related to the new daughter of Providence that appeared in the system notification earlier? He recalled his fiancée in his mind. In the upper world, the 4th princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty could also be considered a fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful woman. Also, she was at the peak. Regardless of looks, talent, background, etc., there were very few females who could compare to her. But according to his memory, he did not have any feelings for her. He was very cold and polite, not like the attitude he should have towards his fiancée. He only felt that Yu Mingkong, as a princess of the immortal dynasty, had a weak personality and lacked means. Other than that, he didn't do anything to her, nor did he offend her. There didn't seem to be any problems. Moreover, if she was here to discuss the marriage, it probably had nothing to do with the cliché of breaking off the engagement. Thinking of this, Gu Changa was a little puzzled. According to his guess, the daughter of Providence in the upper world would not be a simple person. Regardless of her background or means, she was definitely far from what the children of Providence in the lower world could compare to. Gifting such a perfect wife, wasn't this the treatment that only the children of Providence should have? According to the plot of the web novels in his previous life, this possibility was not impossible. The system didn't tell him who the new daughter of Providence was, and he didn't know. He could only rely on the various plots he knew in his previous life to guess. Of course, he would always be close to the mark. Even if he guessed wrongly, it didn't matter. Hence, Gu Changa kept a lookout for his fiancée. When the time came, he would test her and find out. After leaving this place, Gu Changa directly returned to the Divine Island where he usually stayed. On the way, he felt many terrifying auras, and the pressure was extremely terrifying. These were the auras that were accidentally released by the clansmen when they were cultivating. Every divine island had its own protective formation that could prevent others from spying on them. However, how could the movements of powerful cultivators be concealed from others when they were cultivating? Looking from afar, swallowing and spitting starlight and receiving moonlight were common occurrences. Deeper in, chaos surged, fog shrouded, and many palaces bobbed up and down. Deeper in, that was where the clan's land was. Since the Gu family stood in the upper realm for countless years, every time a great enemy came to invade, they would dig up the clan's land and dig out those ancestors from unknown eras to hold the fort. No matter what kind of enemy it was, they could deal with it. Over time, the Gu family became an extremely mysterious existence in the upper realm. Even their own family members didn't know how deep their heritage was. It was even more impossible for outsiders to know. Of course, digging up the clan's land and digging up ancestral graves was something that no one dared to do. The news of Gu Changa's return to the clan caused quite a stir in a certain small area. Many clansmen knew that he went to the lower realm, but they didn't know where he really went. They didn't know the exact spatial coordinates, and they didn't know what his purpose was. In fact, there were people watching his every move. Although the Gu family was united to the outside world, it was not peaceful internally. There were many disputes of interest. Gu Chang'e was the young master, but he was not the designated future clan leader. This matter still needed to be decided by many clan elders. As a huge longevity clan, there were countless divine islands and celestial mountains. The relationships between the various branches were intricate and complicated. Including the main branch that Gu Chang'e was in now, there were actually 4 other main branches. This did not include the other branch that had already declined. Every branch wanted to obtain the position of clan leader, order all parties, and rule the endless territories. The other branches also had talented geniuses who were eyeing the position of the future clan leader covetously. Of course, in such a battle, there were also rules that prevented the lives of the clansmen from being harmed. The elders were happy to see the struggles of the younger generation. It was because of this that the clan was able to maintain its vitality, and not be like a pool of stagnant water. More than 10 years ago, one of the branches quickly declined and was suppressed by the current Gu Lintian branch. This matter caused quite a stir among the upper echelons of the Gu family. At this moment, on the main peak of the other branch of the Gu family, there were many grand palaces, simple courtyards, and towering ancient trees. The brilliance was dazzling. Many elders with powerful auras were discussing matters. After Chang'e returned from the lower realm, his aura became even stronger. He has already reached the peak of the Marquis realm. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the other branches are not his match, an old woman said helplessly. Strands of golden light flickered in her eyes. She was currently one of the elders of the Gu family. Her strength was terrifying. Disregarding other aspects, Chang'e's talent in cultivation is indeed rare in the world. The title of heavenly genius is not for nothing. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be able to break through to the immortal state. The elder beside couldn't help but agree. Although he wasn't from the same branch as Gu Chang'e, he was full of praise for his talent. It was naturally a good thing that there were powerful geniuses in the clan. It seems that the next clan leader's position will fall to their branch again. The 3 generations of clan leaders are all from this branch. Another elder shook his head. It's a pity that the 13th branch has been suppressed. Apart from the old ancestor who is in seclusion or has already passed away, I'm afraid that they won't be able to find anyone who can support them. Flowers please. At this moment, another person suddenly spoke up. These words immediately made the expressions of the people present change slightly. They were a little afraid and didn't want to talk about it. What happened more than 10 years ago was a taboo in the Gu family. It involved the killing of fellow clansmen. Fortunately, only the upper echelons knew about it. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion and cause a great loss of face. As an everlasting family, such a shameful thing happened. Moreover, it happened in the current main branch. It was really unacceptable. It would make many cultivators laugh and become a laughingstock. Even if the old ancestors of the 13th branch wake up and know about this, I'm sure they won't say anything. Based on Chang'e's talent now, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. He might even surpass the current clan leader. Speaking of this matter, the 13th branch is pitiful. Their clansmen have been exiled outside, and their power is no longer as powerful as before. However, recently, I heard some bad rumors about our Gu family. It seems to be related to Chang'e. Oh, what's the matter? Back then, the little girl of the 13th branch didn't die. We were all wrong back then. I didn't expect that she just didn't have much talent. What a pitiful child. Sigh, if she was protected better, this wouldn't have happened. How old was Gu Chang'e back then? He was so young, yet his mind was so cold and vicious, taking action against his own sister. If he leads our Gu family, what will happen in the future? A clan elder sighed. He was clearly still brooding about what happened back then, unable to forget it. Of course, with the clan order, they couldn't kill each other. However, that branch was also exiled to the outside world. In the abandoned land of immortals, I seem to have heard news about that child recently. We feel guilty about this matter, so let's not let the clan leader know about her whereabouts. Inside a majestic and magnificent palace, Lin Chilhan and Su Qingge stood there quietly. In the Gu family, what they had to do, what they had to abide by, where they could go, where they couldn't, these were the rules they were clear about. Gu Changge nodded slightly. He didn't have much to say to them. Now, the issue of their identities had been resolved. He brought them up to the higher realms naturally because he didn't want them to be mere decorations. Lin Chilhan had a terrifying talent in alchemy, so he would send her to a major alchemy sect sooner or later. As for Su Qingge, it was not a problem to keep her by his side as a servant girl. As the #1 beauty in the eastern wilderness of the lower realms, she was also pleasing to the eye. Even in the boundless upper realms, her appearance was rare. However, according to her intelligence, it was a bit of a waste. Moreover, her luck points were higher than those young geniuses of the Gu family. This already explained the problem. She was not as simple as she seemed. Now, it was enough to keep the powerful Yan Ji by his side. Qingge, do you have any plans? Haven't you always been thinking about the upper realms? Now that you're here, why aren't you saying anything? Gu Changge looked at her and had the thought of teasing her again. Su Qingge looked at him and said in a low voice, Qingge knows that it's hard to please you, young master. Do you not want me anymore? Although she boasted that she was smart, she had no relatives in the upper realms, unlike Lin Chilhan who had an ancestor. If Gu Changge didn't want her, she didn't know what kind of situation she would face next. A powerhouse like Elder Ming could only be sent to the mines by those big sects in the upper realms. She had good looks, but she would probably end up more miserable than a mining slave. Qian. Chapter 73. Ever since she came to the upper realm, she had witnessed the horror of Gu Changge's family. Su Qingge had been feeling uneasy all this time. After all, she was just a woman. Although there was another soul in her mind that occasionally gave her ideas. However, in the face of this situation where she was alone, she could not help but feel a little flustered. If Gu Changge really did not want her, she did not know what to do next. After all, judging from Gu Changge's identity, how could he lack women around him? She was clumsy and did not like him. A person like her, who was born in the lower realm, had no status at all to the cultivators in the upper realm. Especially after she merged many memories with the other soul, she was much clearer about the situation in the upper realm. The terrifying power that Gu Changge had was unimaginable. In the beginning, Su Qingge submitted to Gu Changge mostly out of fear. However, as she got along with him for a long time, she found that although she could not figure him out, he was sometimes indifferent and looked down on her from above. However, he was actually very good to her. Once a woman was moved, she would naturally be fine. Now that she heard Gu Changge ask her this, Su Qingge's head buzzed. She subconsciously thought that Gu Changge did not want her anymore. Of course, this was not her fault. Any woman would think this way at this time. The only person who could rely on her asked her what her next plan was. Was this not the rhythm of wanting to chase her away? Gu Changge purely wanted to tease her. He did not need to cultivate and was bored, so he could only bully Su Qingge like this. However, he found that Su Qingge's eyes were slightly red. He could not help but find it funny. If I don't want you, then why did I bring you back to the upper realm? I'd have left you in the lower realm long ago. You're usually so smart, why can't you think clearly when you encounter this kind of thing? Gu Changge chuckled. Let's not talk about whether he had any feelings for Su Qingge. However, it was quite comfortable to bully her like this occasionally. Beauties were like collectibles. It was the same to keep them for eye candy. Of course, if they were more useful to him, that would be a different story. A few nice words were enough to make her go around in circles. Hearing this, Su Qingge was stunned. She felt wronged and bit her lips. Young master, you are so annoying. Other than that, don't you have anything to tell me? After that, Gu Chang'e asked with a slightly playful expression. After all, he knew something about Su Qing'e. Every few days, her luck points would increase by quite a bit. Such a strange thing could only mean that she was hiding quite a lot of opportunities. Therefore, Gu Chang'e speculated that Su Qing'e might be the reincarnation of some existence that he had considered before, or she might be related to some existence in the upper realm. Only then would it be in line with the normal setting. But he was waiting for Su Qing'e to speak. Young master. I'm sorry, there's actually one more thing I haven't told you. Hearing Gu Chang'e's question, Su Qing'e raised her head and glanced at him. Her fair and pretty face was a little dazed. He quickly understood what he was asking. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to confess to Gu Chang'e, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to say it. Go on, I'm listening. Gu Chang'e was a little interested. At the same time, he looked at Su Qing'e's luck points. 500 points. When he first saw her, it was about 300 points. After coming to the upper realm, it started to grow crazily. It seemed that she had a deep connection with the upper realm. Actually, from the moment I was born, I was different from ordinary babies. Not only am I clear about many things, but I also know that there is another me in my sea of consciousness. Su Qing'e sorted out her words and explained to Gu Chang'e. 2 souls in one body. Interesting. It seems that my guess is right. Not only do you have the wisdom of your past life, but you also have another soul. The more Gu Chang'e looked at her, the more he felt that Su Qing'e was like the reincarnation of some big shot. Of course, he was not sure about this statement. Now that Su Qing'e had merged with another soul, did it cause her luck points to increase? This explanation made sense. It was also because of this that Gu Chang'e's luck points were also increasing slowly. After all, Su Qing'e was his person. Do you share the memory of your other soul with you? Gu Chang'e asked. Yes, it's symbiotic. It's just that some memories seem to be blocked by fog and are slowly dissipating. Su Qing'e thought carefully. The other soul in her mind also let out a horrifying and evil voice. Gu Chang'e can't be trusted completely. How dare you tell him our secret? However, Su Qing'e ignored her. After all, the control of the body was hers. Seal. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like her memory is damaged. Maybe the standard pattern is that some big shot in the upper realm had no choice but to be reincarnated in the lower realm. Then she became the female lead of the Son of Destiny. Her origin is not simple. Hearing this explanation, Gu Chang'e guessed in his heart. Of course, this guess was not necessarily accurate. Young master, I occasionally dream of an ancient battlefield. Darkness drifts, and all kinds of creatures are killing each other. I also dream that I've become a totem in some unknown place, worshipped by many creatures I've never seen before. Speaking of this, Su Qing'e could not help but tremble. Because in those dreams, her appearance was extremely frightening. She was ruthless, like a demon who wanted to destroy everything. She thought that this would be a nightmare. However, as time went on in the upper realm, such scenes became more frequent. She was not stupid. Therefore, she guessed that this might be a memory related to her innate intelligence, or perhaps it was related to the second soul. This was something she had always wanted to tell Gu Chang'e. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e knew and experienced much more than she did. He should have some understanding of this situation. She did not want to become the demon in her dreams. I see. You don't have to worry. Although I don't know much about it, I have a general idea in my mind. Gu Chang'e smiled and comforted her. Hearing this, Su Qing'e was relieved. In fact, Gu Chang'e did not think that this was a bad thing. 2 souls in one body, with intelligence and innate intelligence that ordinary people could not reach. If they really merged, it might help Su Qing'e walk to another world. She would also gain great benefits. As for the female demon, it was best to ask his mother about this. Presumably, his mother would know something about this. This was because the divine sect of Taichu was originally called the demonic sect of Taichu. With the unremitting efforts of many disciples and elders, they finally changed the name of the demonic sect to the divine sect. Although the style of doing things was still the same, it sounded more righteous. No matter where it was in the cultivation world, the name devil was not very popular. Gu Chang'e becoming the inheritor of the demonic technique was indirectly related to the divine sect of Taichu. After that, after explaining some things to the two girls, Gu Chang'e let them leave. Next, he should think about how to deal with some things in the clan. His father had already told him that many of the elders in the clan were actually quite critical of Gu Chang'e. The main reason was that Gu Chang'e had dug out the bones that year and they were still brooding over it. There were many people in the Gu family. Although they usually fought with each other, they all had a bottom line. It was strictly forbidden to harm the lives of the clan members. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. At a young age, Gu Chang'e coveted his sister's talent and planned to dig it out. Although this matter was suppressed back then, many elders still knew about it. They did not say it on the surface, but they were actually very dissatisfied with Gu Chang'e. Digging out bones. As a transmigrator, Gu Chang'e was naturally more familiar with this than anyone else. Since he had transmigrated, he naturally had to take the blame. My cousin who is 3 years younger than me, Gu Xian, compared to the trash school, the bone-digging school is more difficult to deal with. Of course, if the method is different from what I know, then it's fine. I'm just afraid that my cousin has a willow tree behind her. After all, I've been asking my father to deduce her location. Because her bones are with me, I can vaguely feel that she's not dead. In the end, my father didn't manage to deduce it. It seems that there is indeed an expert behind her. Gu Chang'e thought about countermeasures in his heart. Compared to Yi Chen and Lin Tian, who were not worth mentioning, the upper realm's Lady of Fortune was completely different. Many elders in the Gu family felt very guilty about their cousin who had her bones dug out by them. They felt guilty that they did not protect her well back then. They did not even have a good attitude toward him. If this matter was exposed, the Gu family would be reduced to a laughing stock. However, everyone in the Gu family would not necessarily stand on his side. Gu Chang'e was thinking about this matter when his eyes suddenly narrowed. In my memory, my cousin's grandfather went to a large world and unfortunately got trapped. Then, her parents were worried about the danger and brought many of their people with them. Therefore, they left her in the family and asked someone to take care of her. They were very assured. For, too, this method is so similar. Then, the original owner of this body coveted her Dao bone and used it to cover up his demonic heart. Although Gu Chang'e did not consider himself a good person, he could not dig out the bones of a little girl who was only a few years old. Moreover, was it not good to play with and nurture her? After all, she had a cousin who was modeled after Huang Tian Emperor. However, it was useless to think about this. After transmigrating, he was definitely going to take the blame. He could not run away. Thankfully, the Gu clan didn't go crazy. Plus, the elders tried their best to stop them. So, under father's suppression, they only exiled that branch of the clan outside. There weren't many who were harmed. Now that my cousin is nowhere to be found, I'm afraid that it won't be long before she challenges me to avenge her bones. So, in the entire Gu family, I'm actually the only bad guy. No wonder I have a demonic heart. It turns out that I was born a bad person. Back then, my father had no choice but to do this in order to cover up my demonic heart. Gu Chang'e muttered to himself in his heart and organized his thoughts. Soon, his expression gradually became playful. Although the matter sounded troublesome, there were actually quite a lot of things that he could do. Chapter 74. Gu Chang'e's idea was actually not troublesome. Of course, the most important thing now was to find out where his cousin was, and some preparations had to be made first. In particular, he wanted to know about her situation. For example, he wanted to know who the expert behind her was. However, this involved the Gu clan itself, so he could not use much power, only his current bloodline. The other bloodlines would have to wait until he was appointed as the future master of the Gu clan before they would listen to him. As for using the power of the other bloodlines to find his cousin, it might not be worth it, and it might even affect his subsequent plans. Immediately, Gu Chang'e pondered for a while. He called for his confidant outside the hall. "Ah, young master, Ada is here." A brawny man in black came in with a respectful expression. However, from his appearance, one could tell that he was not human, and there were fine light green scales on his arms. He had the bloodline of the primordial dragon men, and was trained by the Gu clan since he was young. However, unlike the other family members, he could enter and leave the inner and outer islands as he pleased. His strength was in the virtual god realm, and he could be considered as Gu Chang'e's confidant. "Hand this matter over to Elder Ming and instruct him to investigate," Gu Chang'e said. He pointed a finger, and a letter written in the spiritual book fell into Ada's hand. Elder Ming was a divine king realm cultivator, and he was a great powerhouse in the upper realm, so it was convenient to ask him to do things. Before he went to the lower realm, Gu Chang'e would usually ask Ada to do things. However, with a stronger divine king realm cultivator, it would be much easier. "Yes, young master." Ada left after receiving the order, and quickly went to the outer islands to look for Elder Ming. The Gu clan's land was huge, and it could even be described as vast. From the inner island 21 to the outer islands, one would need to pass through a lot of teleportation formations. If a normal cultivator accidentally came to the Gu clan, they would definitely get lost. Moreover, it was the kind that could not be found for the rest of their lives. Of course, the prerequisite was that they would not be bitten to death by the wild beasts between the islands. After Ada left, Gu Chang'e thought for a while, and summoned the attribute interface. After returning to the upper realm, he had not improved his current cultivation base. Owner, Gu Chang'e. Halo, Destined antagonist. Weapon, Octaterra demonic halberd. Identity, true disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Physique bloodline, demonic heart and Dao bone cultivation, pinnacle marquee realm. Techniques and abilities, Dao heavenly immortal canon, myriad transformations demon body, innate divine will, void power, immortal devouring demon technique, luck points, 2000. System shop, unlocked. Inventory, breaking talisman X1, 1/3 of the world seed X3, luck plunder card X3. Unbeknownst to Gu Chang'e, his luck points had increased by quite a bit. Of course, Gu Chang'e was considering whether or not he should break through to the titled Emperor realm first for these 2000 points of providence. At that time, he would be able to condense the regal conferred celestial body and increase his battle prowess by another level. However, luck was an intangible thing. Previously, when he only had a few dozen points of luck, nothing much had happened. Nothing good happened, and nothing bad happened. After thinking about it, Gu Chang'e guessed that it was a problem with his black luck system, since black providence does not exist in the 7 levels of providence, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. It is considered an anomaly. What will happen if my providence points reach 0? Gu Chang'e asked. Hearing Gu Chang'e's question, the system replied, "Master, you don't have to worry about this problem. The concept of luck points is the calculation of the system's functions. Luck itself is illusory. Converting it into points is just to give Master a more intuitive and easier way to understand." After all, Gu Chang'e was a transmigrator. His way of thinking was different from the natives. If it was about points, he would definitely understand. Because Master is an anomaly, you no longer belong to this world. Actually, your luck points reset to 0 does not affect Master at all. Perhaps Master has noticed that no matter how many luck points you have, they will not affect your daily life or your background and opportunities. And now, even if you obtain opportunities, inheritances, and so on, they will not increase your luck points. You can only obtain luck points by subduing people with great luck or killing children of luck. The system explained, answering Gu Chang's doubts. He nodded. No wonder his luck points had already reached such a level. It was many times higher than Yi Chen's back then, but there were no divine items or inheritances descending from the sky. Was it because his luck was no longer under the control of this world? So this was the treatment of a villain. If he wanted an opportunity, he had to find a child of luck. Of course, compared to plundering opportunities everywhere, Gu Chang'e preferred to pick ripe fruits. Finding leeks was indeed the best opportunity. So, to me, luck points are about the same as fate points. Moreover, because I obtained them myself, what is the ratio of 1 to 10 fate points? Gu Chang'e was enlightened. Therefore, his 2,000 luck points were equivalent to 2,000 points of wealth that could be exchanged at any time. His true luck was a variable, and even the system could not show it. After the system's explanation, he was relieved. Obviously, apart from the drops from killing children of luck. As long as he subdued more people with great luck like Su Qingge and Lin Qiuhan, his luck points would also increase. Moreover, there would be a certain amount of luck points increasing every day. To put it nicely, it was like raising a farm. To put it bluntly, it was like raising pigs. Exchange for 1,000 luck points. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e did not hesitate. At the same time, he kept 1,000 luck points for emergencies. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations Master for obtaining 10,000 fate points. The system's voice sounded. Gu Chang'e glanced at his current fate points, a total of 14,000 points. System, add points. Buzz. In the next moment, Gu Chang'e felt a strange energy spreading through his body. His limbs and bones were gushing with a divine light like the great Tao. His Tao bones hummed, and a dazzling light spread out. His demonic heart was restrained, and there was no movement. At the same time, in Gu Chang'e's mind, the progress of the 7th level of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon finally broke through the limit. In an instant, he grasped many insights and divine abilities related to the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, and it increased as he progressed. Rumble. Gu Chang'e heard many surging sounds, like a boiling river, and also like the vast Wangyang, flowing in his meridians and spirit sea. His cultivation had broken through to the Emperor realm. 6,000 fate points left. Gu Chang'e's mind moved, and a hazy figure, like the incarnation of the great Tao, appeared behind him, flowing with a terrifying aura. All sorts of sounds of the great Tao resounded, and runes flashed, like a god, with an ancient and cold majesty. This was the talent contained in the great Tao bone. Body of the great Tao. The body was like the great Tao, suppressing everything. For a young paragon, this was already a powerful move that could be considered a trump card. Once I broke through to the Emperor realm, my strength has increased by a lot. It is no longer the same world as the Marquis realm. This feeling. TSK. Gu Chang'e clenched his fist slightly. The great Tao body behind him also clenched his fist. At this moment, he seemed to be able to control punishment on behalf of the heavens. This powerful talent should belong to his cousin, and Gu Chang'e was very clear about this. But external objects were ultimately external objects. In the future, he would think of a way to solve the problem of the Tao bone, either by using the immortal devouring demonic art to devour it or changing it in the system. But now was not the time. For now, the Tao bone had other uses besides having a powerful divine aura. Soon, Gu Chang'e's eyes searched the system store. After all, he had more than 6,000 fate points left. And 1,000 fate points. With such a large amount of wealth, he had to think of a way to improve his various techniques. Although the Gu family had many divine abilities, Gu Chang'e felt that they were not as comprehensive as the system. Moreover, choosing a divine ability or a divine ability required contribution points to the family. As the young master, he only had more rights to choose compared to the other family members, but he could not choose at will. At his current cultivation level, he had already mastered the extremely powerful divine abilities of the Gu family. In the end, Gu Chang'e settled on a Essence Soul secret technique. The endless immortal art was priced at 5,000 fate points. He had an innate godly will, and his attainments in the Essence Soul were already at the top of his peers. Now that he had a powerful Essence Soul secret technique, it complemented each other and made him even more powerful. Exchange 547 Gu Chang'e quickly made his choice, and many records of this Essence Soul secret technique appeared in his mind. At the same time, he continued to consume his fate points to add points. Buzz. In the end, Gu Chang'e's innate godly will stepped out from between his eyebrows and turned into a bronze immortal sword in his arms. The sword light was dazzling and carried a torrential killing intent, as if it could cut through thousands of universes with a single sword. This was the ultimate Essence Soul killing technique. When Gu Chang'e broke through to the Emperor realm, people in the various divine islands and mountains of the Gu family felt the aura. Although there were formation patterns covering it, the pressure that erupted at that moment was like the rumbling of the great Tao. There was a difference in nature, and it caused the world to change. Chang'e invites the elders to meet at the main peak. Then, Gu Chang'e's voice suddenly resounded in the sky above the various branches. These words echoed in the various inner islands, attracting the attention of many direct descendants of the Gu family. Especially the elders in the various palaces and courtyards, they frowned. What is Gu Chang'e planning? Can he be the next patriarch just because his cultivation level has broken through? Someone shook his head. What is the young master doing? Why is he inviting the elders to meet him? Many people were shocked. Is it about the next patriarch's position? At the same time, in the upper realms abandoned land of immortals, an extremely vast and barren place. In the deepest part, many ancient mountain ranges rose and fell, exuding a wild and ancient aura. It was shrouded in chaotic fog, looking incomparably mysterious. There were also many terrifying beasts that had shocking chi and blood, and could cause the world to collapse just by breathing, walking here. However, when they looked not far away, they would obviously show reverence. There was a small village that looked like a paradise here. The population was not large, less than 1,000, but everyone had a simple and honest look on their faces. An incomparably flourishing ancient peach tree stood at the entrance of the village. The peach blossoms were colorful and resplendent, as if there were all kinds of Tao accumulations circulating. It was as if it had been there since the beginning of time, rooted in chaos, and existed since the beginning of the world. Sister Peach Demon, I'm leaving this place. A young girl dressed in green was whispering under a peach tree. Chapter 75. There were many rumors about the forsaken immortal land in the upper realm. The forsaken immortal land, the cursed land, the barren land, in short, the forsaken immortal land was an ominous place to the upper realm. Very few cultivators were willing to go there. Although there were many opportunities in the forsaken immortal land, and the auspicious light would shine in all directions, the vast mountains were more dangerous. It was very difficult to pass through this area alone without the cultivation of a heavenly god. Compared to the other areas with terrifying auras, the small village sheltered by the towering peach tree was very peaceful, like a paradise. Of course, the village was called Peach Village. There were many strange people in the village. Gu Xian was standing under the peach tree. She was dressed in green and looked very slender. Her delicate and flawless face was full of heroic spirit. She was here to say goodbye to the peach tree. The peach tree was the guardian spirit of the village. Even her eccentric and mysterious masters were very respectful towards this peach tree. However, Gu Xian was very close to her. When she was young, she was weak and sick, and she was cured by the essence of the peach tree. To her, This peach tree was like a teacher and a sister. Are you sure you want to leave? You're only a holy lord now. You're not very strong in the upper realm. The successors of the supreme orthodoxies and the imperishable sects are all stronger than you. The leaves of the peach tree swayed, and a gentle and pleasant female voice came from it, asking Gu Xian about her intentions. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded and said firmly, Sister Peach Demon, I have to leave this place. I have to find my grandfather, parents, and my clan. It's been so many years. I don't know how they're doing. I think they've been suppressed by my uncle. They've been exiled, and they've lost their former glory. Speaking of this, anger appeared in her eyes. Of course, she knew. As a member of an everlasting family, even if they were exiled, they were not comparable to ordinary orthodoxies and clans. It was just that their lives were not as good as before. They were separated from the center of power in the upper realm, unlike when they were still in the Gu family, where they could look down on everything. Therefore, other than revenge, she had another goal. She wanted to find her parents and grandfather and restore the glory of their bloodline. It would be best to let her uncle's line have a taste of this as well. Of course, the most important thing is that good brother of mine. When she thought of this, she felt a dull ache in her chest. The scene of his bones being dug out by Qin Wentian appeared in his mind once more. That brother of hers was really ruthless. Back then, he was still so young and clingy, and liked to follow behind him. In the end, his Dao bone was heartlessly dug out by him. Every time she thought of this, Gu Xian would feel extremely resentful towards her godlike heartless brother. She would definitely get her revenge. This enmity is between you and him. You have to rely on yourself. Another voice came from the peach tree. Gu Xian nodded and said, I know, big sister Peach Demon. This is a private matter within the Gu clan. Neither the teachers nor you can interfere too much. It's good that you understand. But you don't have to worry. Although there are many powerhouses in the upper realm, the real powerhouses won't dare to make a move on you. Although those masters of yours are strange, there aren't many who dare to provoke them, the peach tree said again, his voice incomparably gentle and pleasant to listen to. Of course, she did not mention herself. After all, compared to the others, her origin was more ancient and mysterious. I know, big sister Peach Demon. The teachers have been very good to me. After so many years, not only have they taught me so many things, but they have also made me understand many things. I am very grateful to them. Gu Xian said this and could not help but feel a burst of warmth. Compared to her cold and heartless brother, these teachers had made her understand that there was warmth in the world. I can't help you too much. This is a private matter within the Gu clan. Even if your teachers want to help you, the most they can do is block some big shots for you. The peach tree was much more talkative today because Gu Xian was about to leave. Then, a peach blossom fell from her body. Take it with you. At a critical moment, it can save you. If anyone still recognizes it, they won't make things difficult for me. The peach tree said again. Thank you, big sister Peach Demon. Gu Xian was very touched and took the peach blossom. There were 7 petals. Each petal looked like it was carved out of celestial jade. It was bright and colorful, mysterious and extraordinary, with a hint of Taoism. Since big sister Peach Demon said so, she was naturally relieved. Soon, she said goodbye to everyone one by one. Looking at the prosperous land of the upper realm in the distance, her gaze was filled with leisure and yearning, but at the same time, there was a heroic spirit. Before I left, First Master gave me a knife. He said that if I can't beat my brother, I should use it directly. Second Master gave me a rope. He said that it can be tied up. If I can't beat my brother, I should use this rope. Third Master, before Gu Xian left, she kowtowed loudly to the entrance of the village. After I settle this matter, I will come back to see you all. After saying that, she brought along the old servant who had taken her away from the clan back then. At the same time, she summoned a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura to carry her away. After that, her group of mysterious and eccentric masters appeared at the door and looked at her from afar. They all looked very strange. The blind, the deaf, the ones with broken legs and missing arms. When one's cultivation reached a high level, regrowing a broken leg could be said to be a piece of cake. However, they did not do so. It was obvious that there were other reasons. Either they were unwilling, or they could not do it. However, it was undeniable that the origins of this group of people were very shocking. If they really appeared in the prosperous land of the upper realm, it would definitely set off stormy waves. If Gu Chang'e was here and saw all this, he would definitely secretly curse the dog author. As expected, the trick was not deceiving him. It was obvious that the origins of this peach village were extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were also discussing. The daughter that I raised for more than 10 years ran away just like that. I don't know how long it will be before she comes back next time. This is a grudge between her and that boy. We can't really interfere. It's just that Xian Er's character is too kind and pure. She's also a girl. I feel that she will suffer a lot. I don't understand how a group of people like us can produce a disciple with such a character. Character isn't important. Besides, I think Xian Er's character is very good. Upon hearing that, an old woman with a withered face immediately retorted and glared at the rest of the people. She was destined to be the darling of the great path. She was born to enjoy all kinds of love, but in the end, she had to bear such hatred. That brother of hers is quite a character. He's so cold and heartless at such a young age. Think about it, the Gu family has always had a good reputation. How did this happen in this generation? These people were talking at the entrance of the village. They were actually very worried about Gu Xian'er. This feeling was like raising a daughter for more than 10 years and suddenly leaving the house one day. No one knew how long it would take for her to return. As an old father, it was the kind of worry that an old mother would have. I'm just afraid that when she comes back, she'll bring a man with her. I'm afraid that she won't be able to hold herself back and kill that man. I've calculated with my fingers. This is not necessarily the case. The blind person in the middle suddenly felt a headache in his balls. The prosperous land of the upper realm was extremely vast. In general, it could be divided into the inner realm, the middle realm, and the outer realm. This division was as strict as a pyramid. The inner realm was vast and boundless with countless resources. There were many orthodoxies, and it was extremely prosperous. At the same time, it was also where the immortal sects, supreme orthodoxies, and other forces stood. Although the middle realm could not be compared to the inner realm, it also had endless territories and rich resources. As for the outer realm, although it could not be compared to the inner and middle realms, it was still an extremely prosperous and rich place in the upper realm. There were many orthodoxies and forces, and their relationships were extremely complicated. At the edge of the outer realm, most of it was the intersection of various lower realms. It was extremely remote. Most of the time, ascenders from the lower realm would appear here. This was also the favorite place of all the major forces. After all, they could catch free labor. Whether it was mining or something else, they were the best candidates. Moreover, among the ascenders from the lower realm, if there were talented ones, they could also be nurtured by the clan. Apart from a few major life-forbidden zones, where all life had withered and no living beings dared to approach, there were actually many traces of cultivators in the other areas. At this moment, in the outer realm, Shilling State, there was a blur in the sky, and Elder Ming's figure appeared. According to the young master's decree, the Gu clan that was exiled here back then should have arrived at Shilling State. As Elder Ming spoke, he quickly searched around the area. The outer realm was used to dividing the land into states. Each state's territory varied from millions of miles to tens of millions of miles. A heavenly god could oversee a region here, and no one could be a match for him in a state. As for a supreme being, they rarely appeared in the outer realm. He did not conceal his current aura. Boom! The terrifying aura of a supreme being was instantly released. It was as if he was a high and mighty deity, and it instantly alarmed many of the supreme experts in the ancient city. Countless cultivators in the big cities were even more shocked. They could not stop trembling. Why would a divine king powerhouse appear here? This is too scary. Where did he come from? Countless cultivators were shocked and terrified. A heavenly god was already high and mighty and could look down on everything, let alone a supreme being who was even more powerful. A supreme being at this level could wipe out a big city with a single thought. Soon, a group of heavenly gods appeared in the sky. They were extremely respectful and reverent. It was rare for a supreme being to appear in the outer realm. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. May I ask why you are here, supreme being? They asked respectfully. We are here on the orders of our young master to search for the Gu clan. Do you know where there is a supreme being with the surname Gu in Xiling State? Elder Ming said calmly. A supreme being with the surname Gu, in a huge city, Gu Xian, who had left the abandoned immortal land, immediately tensed up when she heard this. She was just about to search for the exiled Gu clan, but she did not expect to encounter such a situation. Young master. A supreme being with the surname Gu. It really is my dear brother. Gu Qing emphasized the word dear. Miss. The expression of the old servant behind her also changed. Why did someone find me as soon as I left the abandoned immortal land? Gu Xian remained calm and frowned. She glanced at the sleeping red bird on her shoulder. This was a powerful beast that she had taken with her from the abandoned immortal land. It was used for traveling. Although it was very powerful, she did not know if it could defeat a supreme being. And this old servant of hers was only at the void god realm. Was she going to use the thing given by her masters so soon? Gu Xian decided to wait and see what he was going to do first. Chapter 76. Reporting to my lord. Many people with the surname Gu came here more than 10 years ago. We don't know if they are the ones you are looking for. They are in the ancient city of green stone. There is also a divine king in the city. When the gods heard this, they immediately became more respectful. Young master. If a divine king called him that, his identity must be even more terrifying. At the very least, he must be from a place like the inner area. The ancient city of green stone. Elder Ming nodded. The divine sense of the divine king realm scanned the surrounding ancient cities and soon found the direction. Since it was the young master's request, he had to do it well. As an exiled branch, what was the most important thing to do now? Naturally, it was to return to the clan. Gu Changge was the young master of the family head branch. Although he had not yet taken over the position of family head, and the position of future family head had not been decided yet. However, this did not stop him from doing these things. Therefore, Gu Changge's idea was very simple. He had to find a way to get these exiled clansmen back to the inner area first. This was not to let Gu Xian's branch owe him a favor, nor was it because he wanted to show goodwill. Instead, he wanted to control these clansmen in his hands. At the critical moment, it was also a means of threat. Although Gu Changge's plan did not sound very honorable, no one could find a loophole in his plan. Even this branch had to be grateful for his magnanimity. Even if the elders of the other branches knew of his plan, they could not stop him. Did Gu Changge do anything wrong? No. He just suddenly felt guilty, and wanted to bring back the branch from back then and give them a gimmick to return to the clan. As for whether this branch would agree or not, Gu Changge did not think so. When he was suppressed back then, many experts of this branch were still imprisoned in the prison of the Gu family. When he became the family head, it would be up to him to decide whether to release them or not. Of course, the most important thing was that it had not reached the point of a blood feud because not many people had died. This suppressed and exiled bloodline could not hate the Gu family. The only people they hated were Gu Chang'e and his father. Of course, his father had no choice. For his son, he had to do it. Furthermore, if it weren't for the resistance of the remaining bloodlines, it wouldn't have been as simple as being exiled and suppressed. Gu Chang'e had considered this matter very carefully. For those of the same clan, the remaining bloodlines would definitely want this bloodline to return and fight against Gu Chang'e's bloodline together. In the Gu clan, self-mutilation had always been a shameful thing. The main bloodlines had been passed down for so long, but this kind of problem just had to happen in this generation. This was really a headache for them. In any case, no ancestor had come out to take a breather recently. Otherwise, he didn't know how much he would be scolded. Secondly, that bloodline still had an ancestor buried in the clan grounds. No one knew when they would wake up. With the tempers of those old ancestors, they really didn't need to be afraid of anyone. When the time came, even Gu Chang'e's father wouldn't be able to stop them, unless they went to dig up their own ancestors. This matter was also a disaster for Gu Chang'e when he took over the Gu family. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had already planned it out. First, he would deal with the hidden dangers in the clan. When he became the future head of the clan, he would give up some face and promise some benefits to the other bloodline. He would let go of what he should let go and apologize to what he should. This hatred would also be resolved by a lot. As for Gu Xiener, Gu Chang'e already had a plan. He thought that if he had transmigrated a few decades ago, he would now have a cousin who was following behind him like a Huangtian emperor template. This was quite comfortable. However, since this villain was already trapped, he should think of a way to deal with it. After all, this hatred seemed to be either her death or his own. Unless she could forgive him. Gu Chang'e felt that this was unrealistic. If someone dug up his own bones, could this be forgiven? Before he saw Gu Xiener, he couldn't be sure. The solution now was either to kill or control Gu Xiener. Killing was definitely the most troublesome, and he might not be able to do it. Of course, if it was a fair one-on-one battle, Gu Chang'e would not mind. However, he thought that Gu Xiener had a big shot behind her and would not give her this opportunity. The Gu family behind him obviously did not want to see him do this either. If he wanted to control the Gu family and not let a second voice appear in the family, he could not do it at all with his current strength. Gu Chang'e was also not sure if the magic bottle of passage would work on Gu Xiener. Back then, Yi Liuli was more than 1,000 times easier to deal with because they were in the lower realm. As for Gu Xiener, her background was obviously not weaker than Yi Liuli's. When the time came and his identity as the inheritor of the demonic art was found out by the existence behind her, it would be troublesome. The imperishable orthodoxies in the upper realm deeply hated the demonic art. Countless ancestors had died in their hands back then. However, Gu Chang'e considered that Gu Xiener was a girl, and this was the key point. He felt that this matter might not be as troublesome as he thought it would be. After all, his methods of dealing with women were intricate. Gu Xiener thought that she was not that old. Speaking of which, she was at the age of first awakening of love. Moreover, Gu Chang'e felt that he was not particularly tall in any aspect, but his charm was especially high. Since he could not kill her or submit to her, then he would just make her fall in love with him. This was rather interesting. Under his control, it was not impossible to achieve this. Boom! Soon, Elder Ming followed Gu Chang'e's instructions and went to find the place where that lineage lived. With a divine king overseeing things, they could be considered as the local tyrant in the outer realm. The members of the everlasting family had not fallen to the point where people dared to bully them. As for Gu Xiener, she had been secretly following behind all this time. She wanted to know what her good brother was up to after not seeing him for more than 10 years. The spies of the Gu family in Shilling State quickly sent back what happened here to the Gu family in the inner realm. In the inner realm, the island where the Gu family lived. Above the main peak, streaks of light streaked across the sky. Many clansmen had rushed over, including the elders and prodigies of the various peaks and lineages. Terrifying pressure interweaved here, as if the world was going to repeat itself. To put it bluntly, any member of the Gu family here could cause a huge earthquake in the outside world with a stomp of their feet. Their status was rare, and they could easily change the situation in the outside world. For example, changing the world was just a matter of an order. A little further away from the main peak, many divine king powerhouses and even saint powerhouses appeared. However, they did not have the qualifications to come to the main peak, so they could only watch from afar. Gu Chang'e was dressed in white. His figure was tall and straight, and his expression was calm. He looked handsome and elegant. The other women of the main lineage could not help but look over, their eyes full of splendor. The Gu Chang'e today was completely different from the cold and indifferent person they usually saw. He looked like an immortal banished from the world. Gu Chang'e's father also came. His face was blurry, and he sat at the head of the table like an ancient god overlooking the world. Many people could not breathe under the pressure. His son had gathered all the elders here, so he naturally had to support his son. Moreover, he was also very curious. What was Gu Chang'e's purpose for doing this? At this moment, many elders looked at Gu Chang'e with strange expressions. They did not understand what Gu Chang'e was up to. Behind them stood the geniuses of the various lineages. In the outside world, they were also famous and could dominate a region. They were all invincible young paragons, and they all looked invincible. Almost everyone is here. It's an honor for me to see all the elders of the tribe today. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He was not as cold as usual. At this moment, he gave off a refreshing feeling. However, the many elders who understood his nature did not think so. They frowned and thought to themselves, if it wasn't for your father, who would pay attention to you? Gu Chang'e did not care about the opinions of the crowd. He continued to speak, today, I came to find all the elders to discuss an important matter. In my opinion, the position of the future head of the family should be decided. Hearing this, Gu Lintian at the head of the table was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled. So simple and direct. As expected of his son. Of course, the most important thing was that this matter should be decided. Gu Chang'e was the young master, but in the end, he was not the future head of the family. To be honest, Gu Chang'e felt quite awkward. After all, in the outside world, the young master's identity meant the future head of the family. However, Gu Lintian did not know what Gu Chang'e was going to do. He was not a reckless person. If he was not confident, he would not do this. Most importantly, he could not expose the location of the demon heart. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain peak became deathly silent. Even the expressions of the many elders froze. Did they hear wrongly? Gu Chang'e was actually doing this for this. Did he not know that because of what happened back then, many elders had already formed a grudge against him and would not support him? He was just asking for trouble. Soon, the crowd could not help but shake their heads. Chang'e, I think this matter needs to be discussed further. The future head of the family is of great importance and cannot be decided easily. We have to be responsible for the future of the family. An elder spoke up. His attitude was relatively mild. Of course, he was just short of directly saying that Gu Chang'e was not good enough and could not take on this huge responsibility. The other elders also spoke up. The future head of the family needs to be discussed at length. Chang'e does not need to be discussed further, the head of the family is of great importance and cannot be decided easily. Apart from the few branches close to Gu Chang'e, the other branches all expressed their disagreement and wanted to discuss further. However, this was obviously a delaying decision. They wanted to delay as long as possible. This scene caused Gu Lingtian's expression to darken. This group of elders did not give him face and kicked the ball around. No matter what, Gu Changda's current cultivation level was already the top of his generation in the family. Even the strongest of the rest were only in the Marquis realm. Apart from Gu Changda, who could say that they were qualified? Seeing this, Gu Changda was not surprised at all. He waved his hand and told his father not to interfere. The smile on his face did not change. It was like a spring breeze. Today, I am here to speak to the elders, not to ask for a discussion. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree. I can only beat up your juniors one by one. The family rules are like this, right? Every generation's patriarch position is selected from the strongest person, so I'm not breaking the clan's rules. Since you are not willing, then don't blame me for bullying the weak. Gu Changda smiled lightly. Don't say that martial arts are not worthy of virtue. In this world, the best martial arts are virtue. I am stronger than your juniors, so my virtue is better than theirs. These words caused the entire main peak to fall silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the next moment, the group of young prodigies standing behind the elders directly exploded. Their faces turned red as they felt humiliated. Gu Changda's words were simple, but also arrogant. In other words, he only wanted to kill everyone present, or rather, be defeated by everyone present. No, everyone present can't defeat him. Chapter 77. On the main peak, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Including Gu Changda's father, the current head of the Gu family, Gu Lingtian. He did not expect Gu Changda to say such arrogant words. This was no longer arrogance. This was contempt, disdain, and condescension. He did not care about the other young prodigies of the Gu family. Gu Changda's expression was still calm. Together with what he said, he completely told everyone what it meant to look down on them. Gu Changda's thoughts were simple and direct. The young prodigies of the Gu family were afraid of him. Did they not dare to fight with him? They were afraid that they would be beaten down and lose the right to compete for the position of the future head of the family. He might as well be straightforward and directly provoke and ridicule everyone present. If he did not beat them up and let them know who was the current head of the Gu family, they would not compromise easily. Gu Changda, don't be so smug. You just have a good father, right? At that moment, a tall and valiant young man could not help but step forward. His face was red and he looked a little embarrassed. He was very tall and sturdy, and there was a layer of golden light flowing around his body. It looked like the immortal gold, which was an extremely terrifying body refinement technique. In the outside world, he was famous and hard to find a match for among the young prodigies. Gu Changda glanced at him, but his expression did not change. Fourth uncle's son, your name is Gu Qingqing, right? Do you dare to say that again? The young man named Gu Qingqing was stunned. Then, he became furious. They were both direct descendants of the Gu family. Why would he not dare to say that? Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Changda, don't be so smug. You just have a good father who is the head of the family, right? Gu Qingqing could not help but say angrily. If not for his father who was the head of the family, based on Gu Changda's actions, would he still be standing here? He would have been exiled to God knows where. Gu Changda smiled. I like what you said. I know that all of you are envious of me for having a good father. But can you blame me for this? These words stunned everyone once again. Gu Qingqing was even more dumbfounded. Many of the elders were also dumbfounded. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone who could describe shamelessness in such an elegant and refined manner. No wonder he could do such a heartless thing. Changda, Gu Lingtian coughed slightly. Although Gu Changda's words made him feel comfortable, he still felt a little guilty. But to say it in front of so many clansmen, it made it seem as if he, the patriarch, was biased towards Gu Chang'e. I'll say the same thing again. I want the position of patriarch. I'm not here to discuss it with the elders, but to tell you all. Now, either all of you brothers and sisters attack me together and prove your abilities, or take a 3-mile detour when you see me in the future. What do you think? If you're scared, then scram. The position of the Gu clan's patriarch is not for trash like you to touch. The expression on Gu Chang'e's face remained calm. Grandpa, you want us to attack? I can't take it anymore. Gu Chang'e, don't push it too far. Who's afraid of you? This guy is too much. Some of the cousins who had previously found Gu Chang'e pleasing to the eye were so angry that their faces turned red. How could he say the most arrogant words so casually? Gu Chang'e's expression could be said to be the best explanation. If his attitude was more arrogant, perhaps they would not be so angry. However, he looked natural and indifferent. This made them so angry that their livers hurt and their anger rose. They were all young prodigies of the Gu clan. They were young and full of vigor. Who would admit that they were inferior to others before even fighting? So what if Gu Chang'e was very strong? They usually avoided him in all kinds of ways. But now he was provoking them. Were they going to back down? Then they would not cultivate their Tao heart. Seeing this scene, many of the clansmen smiled bitterly. Usually, the elders advised them not to clash with Gu Chang'e in all kinds of ways because they were afraid that they would fight, especially when the future patriarch of the Gu clan was uncertain. After all, the rules of the clan were like this. The future patriarch was chosen from the strongest of the generation. Gu Chang'e's strength was naturally unquestionable. From a young age, he had displayed all kinds of terrifying talents and broken many records. There were too many titles such as Heavenly Talent, True Immortal Appearance, Born God, and so on. From this, it could be seen that everyone approved of Gu Chang'e. Logically speaking, with such talent, everyone in the Gu clan should be happy. But the things that happened more than 10 years ago made the Gu clan's upper echelon's impression of Gu Chang'e greatly reduced. At such a young age, he was ruthless and heartless. He was not the best choice for patriarch. If it was not the end, they were not willing to let Gu Chang'e with such a character be the future patriarch. From this point, they did not have a good impression of Gu Chang'e, who caused internal strife in the clan and did not look at the big picture. The true clansmen of the everlasting family, including the various large and small forces that they relied on, were more than hundreds of millions. What would happen if a person with such a temperament took charge of the everlasting family? They simply did not dare to imagine. Although in the entire upper realm's inner region, Gu Chang'e was an extremely outstanding young supreme being, and his name shook all sides. When the other eternal forces and the young figures of the supreme path mentioned the everlasting Gu clan, the first thing that came to mind was the current young master, Gu Chang'e. But the image outside was maintained by the clan for him. After all, he represented the face of the everlasting Gu clan when he walked outside. Now that Gu Chang'e was provoking and looking down on them, it directly made the veins on the heads of the clan elders twitch. Especially Gu Chang'e's indifferent look. This was already equivalent to saying that the rest of the bloodline did not dare to let the younger generation fight with Gu Chang'e because they were afraid of him. Of course, it was fine as long as they knew this in their hearts. If they had to say it out loud, it would be a bit of a falling out. As clan elders, their every move could determine the situation in the outside world. Now, they were still being watched by many Gu clan members. Endure it? Not to mention that they could not afford to lose face, the younger generation behind them would also be dealt a heavy blow. If they left behind obstacles in their Tao hearts, the gains would not make up for the losses. This is the first time I've seen Chang'e use such a method. If he didn't think of it himself, then it should be the clan leader who guided him behind the scenes, but looking at the clan leader's expression, he must be shocked and never thought that. It seems that Chang'e is not as unconcerned about clan matters as he seems to be on the surface. In fact, he's hiding his strength. It seems that today's battle is unavoidable. But this is also good. We can also take the opportunity to find out what Gu Chang'e's innate divine ability is. Although he has always been showing his Tao to others, this is nothing more than a cover-up. Many clan elders looked at Gu Chang'e and guessed. They were also very puzzled. What was Gu Chang'e's innate divine ability? And no one had known for so many years. Therefore, they had a faint bad feeling in their hearts. This was also another reason why they had always disagreed with Gu Chang'e being the future clan leader. Since Chang'e said so, you guys should compete with him. Immediately, an elder's expression turned slightly unpleasant. He stared at Gu Chang'e as if he was about to be swallowed by him. Chang'e, we're both members of the Bloodline clan. Don't be so careless. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll definitely run to the clan hall and complain to the patriarch about you and your son. More clan elders had a warning look on their faces. They were afraid that Gu Chang'e would not show mercy and severely injure their descendants. After all of this was carried out according to the clan rules. They could not say much. But in a one-on-one battle, no one in the Gu clan was Gu Chang'e's match. There was no doubt about his strength. An emperor in his 20s? Thinking about it, it seemed that Gu Chang'e was the only one who had broken through to this level. The other disciples of the other orthodoxies and sects did not hear this news. Of course, it was also possible that it was not spread and was hidden. Asking for fresh flowers, elders, don't worry. Chang'e knows what to do. It's just that you've been stopping me from becoming the future head of the Gu clan. This matter, it's a bit difficult. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly regretfully. His words made the clan elders' expression stiffen. They cursed in their hearts. This brat was obviously going to take revenge. I won't bully you guys. Come at me together. I'll suppress my cultivation to the Marquis level. If it doesn't work, I'll also suppress my cultivation to the Saint Lord level. Gu Chang'e still looked calm as he looked at his furious cousins in front of him. Of course, if he suppressed his cultivation to the Saint Lord level and did not reveal too many of his trump cards, it would be a bit troublesome to defeat them. After all, as geniuses of the various sects, they were all famous geniuses in the outside world. None of them were easy to deal with. Of course, he said this to provoke them. Sure enough, when they heard this, they were about to explode from anger. Even many of his female cousins who considered themselves to be aloof, graceful, and otherworldly like goddesses from the 9 heavens were extremely angry. They ground their teeth and wanted to bite someone. You've gone too far. Gu Chang'e, I'll definitely teach you a lesson today. A young genius shouted angrily as he rushed up. A dazzling divine halo appeared behind him. He had sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and an imposing appearance. Gu Chang'e recognized him. He was 6th uncle's son. His cultivation was at the peak of the Saint Lord level. He had an extremely powerful talent secret technique that could increase his strength by several times. The next moment, he stood with his hands behind his back. Without moving his body, he kicked out. The void in front of him rippled. Poof! The heaven's chosen who had rushed forward felt his knees buckle and he fell to the ground like a dog. He was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? His mind was still in a daze. Gu Chang'e was so far away from him. How did he kick him to the ground? No matter how big the gap was, it was impossible for him to do this. Everyone on the mountain peak was stunned and fell into silence. The fluctuation just now was not wrong. This is the void talent, so this is the talent that Chang'e has been hiding. At this moment, many elders were stunned. They could not help but feel shocked. The void talent was the same as the time talent. It was an extremely terrifying talent. In the countless years of the upper realm, not many cultivators had it. After all, these two powers were truly heaven-defying. They never thought that Gu Changa's hidden talent was this. No, he did not hide it. It was just that this kind of talent could not be perceived unless one saw it with their own eyes. After all, they had never seen Gu Changa fight before this. For a moment, the elders had complicated expressions. They had suspected that Gu Changa had a demon heart, which was why he hid it with his Taoist bones. This suspicion was obviously dispelled. Looks like Changa has other opportunities. Gu Lintian smiled. He was pleasantly surprised. After all, Gu Changa's demon heart had always been a hidden danger. Now, he had another terrifying talent to hide. This made him feel relieved. At this moment, Gu Changa slowly glanced at his cousin under his foot. It's just a competition. Cousin, why do you have to be so courteous? Even if you want to apologize, you don't have to do this. I won't accept it. As he spoke, he kicked out. The cousin's eyes widened. With a grunt, he flew backward and fainted on the other side. It would not be a serious injury, but it would not be a problem for him to lie down for a while. The veins on the elders' foreheads were throbbing. Only Gu Changa could do this. Come at me together. Don't waste time. I don't want to beat you up one by one. I've already said that you can't compete with me for the position of the future patriarch. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Gu Changa looked at the rest of the geniuses. The faint smile on his face did not change at all. 1000. Chapter 78. Gu Changa's casual words successfully provoked everyone and infuriated them. At this time, no one cared about morality or immorality. As young geniuses, they were all proud and arrogant. They were at the peak of their youth and were angered by Gu Changa's words. Then, everyone took action, all of them displaying powerful divine abilities, attacking from all sides. In their opinion, they were all from the Gu family and grew up together. But they couldn't bully him like this. He had just knocked him out and said that he didn't need to apologize. That cousin's father was so angry that he almost fainted. If it wasn't for the family head, Gu Lintian, sitting in the main seat today, Gu Changa would definitely be taught a lesson by his uncles. They would let him know what it meant to bully the weak. They wouldn't care about what punishment they would receive. Buzz. Everyone attacked. All kinds of abilities and treasured techniques appeared on the mountain peak. Runes intertwined and light filled the air, forming all kinds of powerful moves. There were powerful Dharma bodies, invincible divine fists, indestructible Vajra bodies, there were long whips attacking, sword rain falling, saber light sweeping, and many terrifying beasts appearing. They were incomparably dazzling as they all fell towards Gu Changa. This kind of terrifying power would make even the powerful Emperor Realm cultivators change their expressions. As geniuses of the Gu family, they were naturally not simple people. Many of them had already entered the Marquis realm and had their own famous names in the outside world. Now that they attacked together, they were all angry and naturally used extremely powerful attacks. They were prepared to directly suppress Gu Changa and slap his face. They had a good plan. But it was also what Gu Changa wanted. A fluctuation came from the void. There was a buzz. The front became blurry. Gu Changa still had a calm expression on his face. However, his figure disappeared from the spot. This kind of speed was as if he disappeared into thin air. Not a single rune appeared. It had to be said that the power of the void was indeed very powerful and mysterious. Unless one had an extremely powerful innate divine ability or a variety of extreme speed secret techniques, it was impossible to catch up with Gu Changa. Therefore, the moment Gu Changa disappeared from his original position, the group of young geniuses felt that something was wrong, and their attacks missed. Gu Changa was not a fool. He definitely wouldn't choose to take their combined attack head-on. After all, his cultivation was suppressed to the Marquis realm. It would be better to take a more relaxed approach. In the next moment, his figure reappeared behind the crowd. A terrifying fluctuation came from the void. Endless light bloomed behind him as a golden palm condensed in the sky. The golden palm continued to expand, and the lines on the palm became clearer. It looked extremely real, as if it was the hand of the heavens. A thick and boundless fluctuation emerged from within. It was the Gu clan's divine ability, the heavenly seal. Descend. Following Gu Changa's indifferent words, the golden palm suddenly fell from the sky with a terrifying force. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire universe. Not good, retreat quickly. The group of geniuses reacted quickly. They knew how powerful the heavenly seal was and were unwilling to take it head-on. They all retreated. However, Gu Changa already knew their intentions. He still had a faint smile on his face. Seal the heavens and earth. Buzz. A terrifying sealing force came from the void, and the space in front of them seemed to be filled with hundreds of millions of kilograms of gravity. This was naturally the use of the void talent. Poof! The golden palm suddenly fell. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Some were in disbelief, and then they tried their best to resist. However, with a poof, they all spat out blood. They were injured after taking Gu Changa's palm head-on. Although he couldn't imprison this space forever, a single breath of time was enough to prevent them from escaping. In just one breath, all of them were defeated. For a moment, their faces turned pale and they hung their heads in dejection. Moreover, this was because Gu Changa had suppressed his cultivation to the Marquis realm. He didn't want to bully the weak. However, all of them combined were no match for him. Although they knew that there was a gap between them and Gu Changa, they didn't expect the gap to be so big. They were very indignant and suffered a huge blow. At this moment, Gu Changa obviously wouldn't let them go so easily. He walked up to them one by one and kicked them to the ground. He shook his head, feeling a little regretful. I gave you the chance to attack first, but you didn't cherish it. How embarrassing. How can you compete with me for the position of the patriarch? These words were like knives that stabbed into their hearts, making their faces turn red. They were incomparably angry and indignant. Even if all of them worked together, they were still no match for him. What else could they say? Could they blame others for being inferior? At this moment, the spectators couldn't help but gasp in shock. As the young master, Gu Changa's strength was needless to say. In the outside world, he was the face of the Gu family. However, after witnessing this today, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Gu Changa's strength. He was already so strong when suppressed to the Marquis realm. What if he unleashed his full strength? There were many young prodigies in the upper realm, bright stars, but without a doubt, Gu Changa would definitely be the brightest one. Silence. Still silence. On the mountain peak, they watched as Gu Changa beat up the young prodigies of the Gu family. All the elders' mouths twitched and their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They didn't know what to say. All of this happened too quickly. Especially Gu Changa, this guy's ruthlessness was vividly displayed. Their grandchildren were needless to say. However, their granddaughters, who were as beautiful as flowers and jade and as beautiful as fairies, were also being stepped on by this guy. Their eyes were brimming with tears. Gu Changa didn't care at all. He was ruthless and heartless. He was too much of a bully. He was a complete bully. They were about to explode from anger today. Changa's strength seems to have improved a lot. Gu Lintian felt that there was nothing wrong with Gu Changa's actions. In fact, he felt much better. After all, Gu Changa had always treated everyone like this except for his family. However, once the matter of the family head was settled, it would solve a lot of his problems. Elders, do you have anything else to say? Gu Changa's expression didn't change. He glanced at the elders in front of him and asked slowly. He didn't believe that after beating up all the prodigies in front of so many people, they would still dare to mention the matter of the family head in the future. No matter how thick-skinned these elders were, they wouldn't dare to drag this on. The longer they dragged on, the more they would lose face. At that moment, a few elders who were closer to Gu Changa stood up and said with a smile. With Changa's strength, we have never objected to the matter of the future family head. After all, Changa represents the face of our Gu family. The more powerful he is, the more respect the Gu clan will have. Now that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm have their own successors, if the young master of the Gu clan doesn't even have the title of the future clan master, wouldn't the other imperishable sects laugh at us? I don't think there's a better candidate than Changa. If you don't let Changa be the future family head, I'll be angry with you all. Another elder said in a righteous manner. That's not what you said before. The other elders' faces darkened. They were frightened by this old thing's shamelessness, however, they were all sly old foxes. They knew that they couldn't stop this from happening anymore. They sighed in their hearts. They didn't know what would happen in the future if they handed the Gu family over to Gu Changa. After all, since ancient times, the relationship between the various branches of the Gu family had always been harmonious. Occasionally, there would be some small conflicts, but after a while, they would still do what they were supposed to do. What happened more than 10 years ago really hurt them badly. Although it wasn't a huge blow to their vitality, what would become of the Gu family in the long run? If a family wanted to go further and stand tall in the long river of time, internal strife was absolutely out of the question. Forget it, forget it. I'm going to go into seclusion. What will happen to the Gu family next? You all can decide for yourselves. Lintian is now in charge of the Gu family and is at his peak. Don't just resign and go into seclusion to cultivate. Many of the elders were disheartened and dispirited. In comparison, Gu Changa would be in charge of everything in the future as the family head. They still hoped that Gu Lintian could continue to be the family head. Hearing this, Gu Changa shook his head slightly. He thought, did they think that by handing the Gu family over to me, I would destroy it? However, according to his temperament in the past, there was nothing wrong with this thinking. The elders were also completely thinking for the Gu family. However, Gu Changa wouldn't explain any change of heart now. He wasn't stupid. As the young master of the Gu family, he definitely had to think of a way to make the Gu family more glorious. Crippling the family, this was purely a matter of the brain. His actions today were purely to force the elders to do something. Looking at the scene in front of them, many of the clan members around the mountain were also deeply moved. What happened today made them sigh in amazement. After all, the strength that Gu Changa displayed had reached such a level that even the elders couldn't stop him. And Gu Changa naturally became the real young master. It sounded no different from before, but the power she controlled was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this time, a few disheartened elders suddenly stopped in their tracks. They heard news from their spies. It was news about the Shilling state in the outer region. Elder Ming's movements naturally couldn't be hidden from them. As the elders of the everlasting family, their power was overwhelming. For, too, their spies were all over the upper realm. In the Gu family, they were actually very clear about many things in the outside world. Changa, are you planning to bring back that bloodline? At that moment, an elder stopped and asked Gu Changa in disbelief. All these years, they were worried that Gu Changa would kill them all, so they had been keeping an eye on them. However, they didn't expect to see Gu Changa actually send people to bring them back. This made them a little stunned, and they actually felt that a prodigal son had turned over a new leaf. Elders, you don't have to worry about this matter. Changa was young and didn't know anything at that time. However, Changa will bear these grudges by himself. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Gu family. Hearing this, Gu Changa also withdrew the casual expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said. This serious and reflective look also made the elders a little stunned. Did the sun rise from the west? Is Changa's words true? I hope you're not just lying to us on the surface. The elders stopped and turned to look at him with anticipation in their eyes. Gu Changa nodded. Changa knows what to do. Good, 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 we naturally believe in Changa. When they heard this, it was rare to see such an expression on Gu Changa's face, and they were also very happy. If this was really a prodigal son turning over a new leaf and changing his mind, it could be considered a blessing. Chapter 79. Once the matter of the future clan master was settled, many of the clan members on the main peak dispersed. From that day onwards, orders were sent everywhere. The Gu clan had countless divine mountains. Those who could head to the main peak were at least high-ranking figures in the clan, and they had terrifying power behind them. The news of Gu Changa becoming the future clan master naturally had to be announced to the entire Gu clan, and to let all the subordinate forces know. Such a big matter was like the appointment of a successor by an immortal sect. It was enough to shake the upper realm. Now, for Gu Changa, the position of young master was justified. Congratulations, young master. Young master will definitely lead the Gu clan to greater glory. At that moment, many of the Gu clan members came forward to congratulate him. No matter what, it was certain that Gu Changa would be in charge of the Gu family in the future. In particular, the terrifying power he displayed today made all the clan members amazed. Not to mention other aspects, Gu Changa's strength and talent alone were unmatched. The position of young master was well deserved. Gu Changa nodded slightly. All of this was within his expectations, but the attitude of the clan elders moved him a little. There was a reason why the longevity Gu clan could stand for eternity. Although there were small conflicts and frictions in the clan, overall, the atmosphere was very harmonious. It was not like the clans he saw on the internet in his previous life, where the entire clan was scheming against each other and fighting to the death for small opportunities. All the clan elders of the Gu clan were thinking about the overall interests of the Gu clan, so when a junior like him stepped on their faces were as black as charcoal, and they did not say much. Gu 21 Changa was also a little surprised. But it made sense. If the entire clan was scheming against each other, would it have been turned into ruins in the long river of history? Since the future of the Gu clan was in his hands, he would naturally let it play its role and become more glorious. Of course, he was only the young master now. The entire Gu clan was still under his father's control. Changa, come with me, he said. On the main peak, after everyone had left, Gu Lintian said to Gu Changa with a gentle expression. Then, a divine rainbow spread out under his feet, turning into a path to the heavens, and landed in the palace where he usually cultivated. Yes, father. Gu Changa nodded and followed him. He knew that his father would definitely have a lot of questions for him, but he had already thought of the wording and plan and was prepared. Soon, in the main hall, the two of them stood facing each other. Changa, have you made your decision today after careful consideration? Gu Lintian asked in a gentle voice. Now that the position of young master had been decided, he was naturally relieved. He was also clear about Gu Changa's temperament. If it did not involve his interests, he would not consider the position of young master. Therefore, he guessed that Gu Changa must have encountered some kind of problem, which was why he did this. When Gu Changa heard this, he nodded and said, "Of course I've thought about it carefully. The position of young master must be taken, and I can't drag it on any longer. Secondly, if father asks about the matter of 13th master's exiled bloodline, I'm sure you've already guessed my intentions. What happened back then was because of me. This matter has also left a thorn in the hearts of many people in the clan, and they will not easily accept me as young master. I can use today's matter to give face to the clan elders and ease the tension in the clan. I can legitimately assume the position of young master. Also, father has always felt guilty about 13th master's bloodline, right? I brought them back to make up for it, Gu Chang'e explained calmly. Of course, he did not say that he wanted to use this as a means to threaten Gu Xian. It was fine as long as he was clear about this matter. He had selfish motives. But overall, he still considered the overall situation of the Gu clan. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Gu Lintian could not help but be stunned. He smiled and said, "Chang'e, it's good that you can think this way now. I've let little brother Linxian down. But you don't have to bear this grudge alone. 13th uncle and the others will not let this go so easily. I was the one who made the move back then. When they return from the world they were trapped in, I'll just lose some face for them. I won't let them hurt you." The Gu Linxian he spoke of was Gu Xian's biological father. Back then, the two of them had competed for the position of patriarch, but in the end, he had won by a small margin. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e's heart couldn't help but be touched. Her heart was moved. Her father was really good to her. Then he shook his head and said, "Father, there's no need to say more. This matter naturally started because of me, and I will bear this grudge alone. There's no need to implicate others. Besides, I was the one who advised you back then. You did all this for me." Hearing this, Gu Lintian fell silent. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. Gu Chang'e, who had always been cold and emotionless, said such words today. It made him feel very conflicted. How good would it have been if the matter of the demon heart had not happened back then? "Chang'e, why would you say such things? Are these your true thoughts?" Then, Gu Lintian's expression gradually became serious. He stared at Gu Chang'e. A vast scene appeared in his eyes. The universe collapsed, and all eternity turned into nothingness. He was a giant who stood at the peak of the upper realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. At this moment, he was serious. This kind of pressure was enough to destroy a part of the universe. "Father, maybe you're wondering why I'm like this." Gu Chang'e nodded calmly. Compared to his temperament in the past, although the difference was not big in front of outsiders, there was still a big difference in front of his family. It would have been better to say these words earlier. At that moment, he asked softly, "Father, do you know about the demonic nature?" Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes became pitch black, deep and cold. There was no emotion in them, just like a demon who ignored all living things in the world. It's indeed a strong demonic nature. This demon heart, Gu Lintian sighed and hurriedly sealed the world outside the palace island to prevent anyone from sensing this aura. He understood Gu Chang'e's meaning. As my cultivation grows stronger, I can slightly control this demonic nature. Gu Chang'e said calmly. Of course, he said these words casually. Now, he could control the demonic nature at any time. Anyway, with the demon heart around, he could push all the blame to it. It was always the demonic nature that dominated in the past, right? Gu Lintian heard Gu Chang'e say this and felt a little sorry for him. Now, Gu Chang'e would definitely blame himself for what happened in the past. His conscience would be condemned. However, the matter of the demon heart was really strange. Even he could not find any solution. Gu Chang'e could gradually suppress the demonic nature, which showed that he had been trying to control it all these years. With the demonic nature dominating, it was natural that his temperament would be like that. "Father, don't worry. I won't be affected by the demonic nature now. Instead, thanks to its existence, my primordial spirit and will have been tempered," Gu Chang'e continued and pushed the blame of the past to the demon heart. "It's been hard on you for so many years." Gu Lintian was a little emotional, but more than that, he was happy. This knot in his heart was finally untied. Then, Gu Chang'e said goodbye and left. On the way, he seemed to have a lot on his mind. After all, when he thought about it, he wondered if he had already transmigrated to this world. However, because of the demon heart, his mind had been occupied by the demonic nature since birth. It was only when the system was activated some time ago that his original memories were awakened. System, did you transmigrate with me? In his heart, Gu Chang'e asked the system. Master, yes. How long has it been since I transmigrated? 21 years. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e suddenly understood. As expected. Then why didn't you activate it earlier? So that I could regain the memories of my past life earlier. Then things wouldn't be as troublesome as they are now. Gu Chang'e asked. Please forgive me, Master. I used up all my energy during the transmigration. I've been accumulating energy for the past 21 years. The system replied. When the system is activated, its functions are determined by Master's situation at that time. So, Master, please don't worry about your identity as a villain. If Master is a loser when the system is activated, then the system will become a loser who can reverse the fate-changing system. When the system was activated, the hidden demonic nature of Master's demon heart was also resolved. Master, please don't worry. I didn't expect there to be such a considerate system. No wonder it's a product of transmigration. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but praise. Now that he knew his own origin, he felt more at ease. The hidden demonic nature of the demon heart was resolved for the time being. In the past, the memories of the demon heart were dominated by the demonic nature. However, with the activation of the system, the problem of the demonic nature was also resolved. Therefore, it couldn't affect Gu Chang'e's memories of his past life 550. To him, the memories of the time when the demonic nature was in control were indeed like watching a movie. Cold, heartless, cruel, and absolute. However, he still couldn't escape the blame. After all, it was his body's doing. After returning to his own palace. Out of habit, Gu Chang'e first opened her current attribute interface. Master, Gu Chang'e. Halo, Destined Villain. Weapon, 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity Gu Clan. Physique and Bloodline, Demonic Heart and Tao Bone. Cultivation, Early Stage Immortal Emperor Realm. Techniques and Abilities, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, Myriad Transformations Demon Body, Innate Divine Will, Void Power, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra, Fate Value, 1000. Luck Points, 1000. System Store, Unlocked. Inventory, Domain Breaking Talisman X1, 1/3 of the World Seed X3, Luck Plunder Card X3. Basically, all the interfaces were brand new. The Endless Immortal Mantra was added to the abilities and techniques, and the Young Master of the Longevity Gu Clan was added to his background. Even after the World Seed is combined, I can't really use it with my current strength. I'll leave it for later. Gu Chang'e put this matter aside for now. Then, he took out the Divine Grade Soul Nurturing Jade. Yen Ji, in the middle, Yen Ji was sitting cross-legged in a red dress, nourishing her primordial spirit. Suddenly, she heard Gu Chang'e's voice. Immediately, she turned into a wisp of red smoke and floated out. Young Master. Her voice was cold and pleasant. For a moment, she was a little confused. Why was this palace so unfamiliar? But it was obviously majestic and grand. One look and one could tell that it was terrifyingly deep. During this period, she had been nourishing her primordial spirit. Because of the soul-nurturing jade, she couldn't sense what was happening in the outside world. So, she didn't know that Gu Chang'e had already returned to the upper realm. Gu Chang'e looked at her and smiled. There's something I want you to do for me. Chapter 80. Young Master, if you have any orders, please tell me directly. There's no need to be so polite to Yen Ji. Although Yen Ji was still a little confused about where she was now, she hurriedly said after hearing Gu Chang'e's words. Recently, she felt a little guilty because she couldn't repay Gu Chang'e's kindness. Hearing Gu Changa's words, she heaved a sigh of relief instead. She didn't think that she was worthy of Gu Changa's care without asking for anything in return. Actually, it's not a big deal. But before that, I'll help you reconstruct your body first. Gu Changa smiled. Only a few people knew about Yan Ji's existence. Coincidentally, she was very strong at her peak and was a great saint. Gu Changa was obviously more assured to leave some secret matters to her. Moreover, he was very assured about Yan Ji. When they were in the lower realms, he had already seen her temperament. She was a person worth trusting and giving instructions to. Reconstruct my body. Hearing this, Yan Ji's glass-like light red eyes couldn't help but tremble. Her expression suddenly became a little absent-minded. She had also thought about the day when she could reconstruct her body. However, it was obviously a long time away. Especially when she found out that the place she woke up in was a relatively desolate lower realm, she had almost given up on this idea. Anyway, she would just wait. At that time, she indeed had plans. On one hand, she taught Yi Chen. On the other hand, she also thought that when he was strong, he could help her find some natural treasures to reconstruct her body. However, Yi Chen was really too weak, so Yan Ji didn't have such plans. She would wait for the day when her remnant soul slowly dissipated, just in time to repay Yi Chen's kindness of waking her up. However, due to a freak combination of factors, she was now following Gu Changa. This once unreachable dream was just a matter of a few words from Gu Changa. Such a big gap made her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Suddenly, she felt somewhat fortunate. If Yi Chen didn't misunderstand her and didn't break off with her character, she might still be in some corner of the lower realms, waiting to dissipate. All of this could be said to be a coincidence. Why is young Master Gu so nice to me? Yan Ji's ruby-like eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Changa without blinking. She couldn't help but have such a thought. Once was fine. But it happened again and again. How could this be explained? Moreover, Gu Changa's identity was very noble. He was the young master of the Chongqing family. Now, this place must have returned to the upper realm. After all, judging from the various decorations in this palace, the spirit energy was like a tide, and the light of treasures was hidden. Ordinary forces were far from having such a foundation. This already displayed the terrifying power of a long-life family. She was shocked. Although Yan Ji was not a fool, she was not stupid. It was precisely because of this that she was puzzled. What could young Master Gu possibly want from her? Is he interested in my strength? Or was it his background? The long-life family didn't lack powerful individuals. Even though his background was a bit special, before the long-life family, it wasn't much. As for her taking a fancy to him, she didn't quite believe it. Even though she was very confident in her appearance, as the young master of the long-life family, young Master Gu wouldn't lack beautiful women by his side. With just one sentence, who knew how many proud women in the upper realm would volunteer to sleep with him? She was confused for a moment. Was he purely doing a good deed? But for someone as ambitious and ruthless as young Master Gu, it was obviously even more impossible. Young Master, I'm already indebted to you. Let's forget about the matter of reconstructing my body. Yan Ji doesn't know how to repay you anymore. After that, although Yan Ji was very tempted by the idea of reconstructing her body, she still gently shook her head and refused. She had her own persistence because she couldn't find a way to repay Gu Changa. Gu Changa was not surprised by this. If Yan Ji didn't ask for the reason, then there would be a problem. There was a slight smile on his face, but it was also somewhat thought-provoking. Why? Isn't it good to reconstruct your body? Shouldn't this have been your plan and goal all along? Or is it too easy to say, and you don't feel a sense of accomplishment? He chuckled lightly with a slightly teasing tone. Hearing this, Yan Ji could not help but be slightly stunned. She wanted to glare at him. What did he mean by too easy to say, and I don't feel a sense of accomplishment? But he wasn't right. If she followed Yi Chen, it would be impossible for her to reconstruct her body in this lifetime. But if she followed young Master Gu, it could be done with just one sentence from him. Sure enough, some things and some people could never be compared to each other. What she pursued her whole life, she was already standing at the finish line the moment she was born. Everything was within reach. This made her feel even more complicated. In fact, she faintly felt that the reason she was despised by young Master Gu was because she was once on his enemy's side. But Gu Chang'e did not care at all. It was as if he understood everything very clearly. This made Yan Ji feel touched. Don't worry, I naturally have my own reasons for helping you reconstruct your body. Don't think too much about it. Gu Chang'e smiled and said. Women, once they were touched, they would be fine. This saying was the same no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life. He had subdued Yan Ji largely because of her luck points. Kill the chicken to get the eggs, or keep the chicken until it lays eggs. This obviously did not need to be said. Moreover, Yan Ji was not weak herself. Currently, the experts that Gu Chang'e could use were only at the level of Elder Ming. The Gu family would not give the younger generation servants who were too strong. Otherwise, they would lack training. He also needed people. Then what is young Master Gu's motive? Hearing this, Yan Ji was a little curious and wanted to know. What's there to ask? Don't ask. If you ask, it means that he wants your body. Gu Chang'e stared at her beautiful eyes and chuckled. Hearing this, Yan Ji's head buzzed. She was stunned. Young Master Gu is really annoying. If you don't want to say it, then forget it, Yan Ji glared at him. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. What kind of answer was this? He wanted her body, so he wanted her to reconstruct her body. Yan Ji felt her heart beating very fast at this moment. If an ordinary person had said this, she would have slapped him with her cold eyes. However, Gu Chang'e's words made her feel dizzy and her face burn. He must be making fun of her. Why would young Master Gu like her? How was this possible? Outer zone of the upper realm, Shiling State. Gu Xian had been hiding in the dark. The little red bird on her shoulder had grown bigger. It carried her and the old servant and chased after the divine king in black. From the words of the old man in black, she already knew that he was the old servant that her good brother had sent. An old servant in the divine king realm. It was obvious that her good brother had been living a good life these years. He had great power and influence. Thinking of this, Gu Xian clenched her jade-like hands. She was even more resentful. She had painstakingly cultivated in Peach Village and had many mysterious and powerful masters to guide her. Now, she was only a divine lord. However, he could easily obtain all kinds of resources and power. His current realm was probably even more unfathomable. But I won't give up. Even Big Sister Peach Demon said that my foundation was the strongest she had ever seen. I won't be weaker than Gu Chang'e. In the future, I will take everything back. Gu Xian secretly clenched her jade-like hands. At the same time, she followed the old man in black. She had many secret treasures that could hide her aura. Therefore, she was not afraid of being discovered by the old man in black. However, she did not know why Gu Chang'e had sent the old man in black to find her clan. Kill them all. Thinking of this, Gu Xian gritted her teeth. Her delicate and flawless face was full of hatred. My good brother, I didn't think that you would never let me go after all these years. Soon, she suppressed the anger and hatred in her heart. With me here, no one can hurt my clan. Gu Xian thought to herself. High in the sky ahead. Elder Ming did not know that he was being followed. He had only come to pass on the young lord's order and bring the Gu clan clansmen back to the inner area. As for other matters that the young lord had not ordered, he did not care. Soon, Elder Ming followed the route and found the majestic ancient city where the Gu clan was located. The city was extremely lively and majestic. All kinds of clans and sects came and went. There were tens of millions of cultivators. He immediately smiled warmly and did not put on any airs. Although he was the young lord's subordinate, he could not be too overbearing at this time. After all, the Gu clan clansmen here used to be one of the most powerful bloodlines in the Gu clan. Boom! Soon, his divine king aura erupted and swept through the ancient city below. At the same time, Elder Ming's voice reverberated in the sky. On the young lord's orders, I have come to find the Gu clan clansmen. He believed that this sentence would definitely let the people below know what it meant. Boom! The moment Elder Ming released his aura, the entire ancient city was shaken. All the cultivators were shocked. A divine king had actually come here. Looking for the Gu clan clansmen. They only knew that this ancient city was indeed controlled by the Gu clan. They were the absolute overlords here. What kind of person was this divine king black-robed old man who suddenly appeared? And what did the young lord mean? Everyone was extremely shocked. They felt that something big might happen today. At this moment, in a group of magnificent buildings, a few elders with powerful auras looked out of the city with solemn expressions. Who would have thought that after a few years of peace, Gu Changa would come again? However, he only sent a divine king here. Is he looking down on us? Their expressions were resentful and gloomy. After all, they knew who the young lord was. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Gu Changa was here to kill them all. Has the situation in the clan reached such a stage? There are elders of the other bloodlines here. Gu Changa doesn't care about them anymore. I didn't expect that the elders would not be able to stop Gu Changa after protecting us for so many years. Forget it, forget it. Today, we might as well, while they were guessing with ugly expressions. Outside the city, Elder Ming's voice sounded again, the young lord has sent this old servant to bring the Gu clan clansmen back to the clan. As soon as this was said, everyone present was stunned. Why was it different from what they had imagined? Bring them back to the clan. What had happened? They had been exiled for so many years, and now they were brought back to the Gu clan. It had to be said that this was unexpected. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked. Chapter 81. At this moment, all the Gu clansmen were stunned. They were already prepared to resist, but they really did not expect this divine king elder to come here to say such a thing. Is there some kind of scheme? On the surface, he wants to bring us back to the Gu clan, but in reality, he wants to kill us all secretly. At this moment, many people in the mansion were puzzled and frowned. They did not understand what Gu Changa was planning. I want to see what Gu Changa is up to. No matter how bold he is, he won't dare to attack us so openly. Although many people were very tempted to return to the Gu clan, they were not stupid. They felt that there was some kind of scheme hidden in this. Buzz. In an instant, many Gu clansmen appeared and came out of the city. Although their cultivation was sealed when they were exiled, and they could not use their full strength, the prestige of being in a high position for a long time could not be concealed. All the cultivators and creatures in the ancient city were shocked and they saw this. The distance between the outer and inner regions was too far. It was not an exaggeration to describe the star field between them as the quicksand of the Ganges. Therefore, very few people would associate the Gu clansmen in front of them with the powerful and terrifying clan. This was too inconceivable. You were sent by Gu Changa? A middle-aged man with a dignified face stared at Elder Ming and asked slowly. This old servant was sent by the young master. The young master will be in charge of the Gu clan in the future. He specially ordered this old servant to bring back the clansmen here. Elder Ming replied. This was what Gu Changa had told him. In fact, he did not know why this clan was exiled here. In the Gu clan, he could not even enter the inner island. He was just a retainer. However, he had vaguely heard about what happened more than 10 years ago. It was a taboo matter that could not be talked about. He did not dare to think too much about it. He would lose his head. Take over the Gu clan. Ha, 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 it seems that you feel that our bloodline is no longer a threat to him. The middle-aged man sneered. How could a wolf cub change his mind? The others also looked calm. It was obvious that they did not appreciate it. At this moment, Elder Ming said, the young master said that he would give justice to all of you. As for whether you believe him or not, it doesn't matter. Although the outer realm is vast and free, how can it compare to the clan? The young master also said that he might consider releasing the uncles in the prison. Elder Ming said these words according to Gu Changa's request. Otherwise, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mention such a taboo topic in the Gu family. Could it be that this wolf cub really knows his wrongs and can change? When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned and a little skeptical. This was not something a person like Gu Changa would say. As for whether or not there were other schemes, he had absolute confidence in the rest of the Gu family. Other than Gu Changa, no one else would think of secretly harming their own family members. Immediately, the rest of the clansmen were puzzled and began to discuss in low voices. It was precisely because of Gu Changa's suppression that they had no choice but to move to the outer realms. To be honest, after getting used to staying in the Gu family, this seemingly prosperous outer realm was no different from a desolate place in their eyes. Naturally, they were extremely willing to return to the clan. But most importantly, they couldn't figure out why Gu Changa would do this. Actually, all of this was forced by the clan elders, right? Otherwise, with Gu Changa's temperament, he could forget about taking over the Gu family. Very quickly, they thought of this point and couldn't help but sneer, feeling that it made sense. Gu Changa wanted to take over the Gu family, but the clan elders didn't agree. In the end, they had no choice but to come up with such a good compromise. They would return to the Gu family, and Gu Changa would take over the position of the future patriarch. Elder Ming didn't know about this either, but Gu Changa had already predicted that this group of people would have such guesses. Everyone will know when you return to the Gu family. Why are you guessing now? We can't let the clan elders' compromise go to waste. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the others were also moved, suppressing the excitement in their hearts. When they returned to the Gu family, under the eyes of many clan members, unless Gu Changa was extremely daring and really wanted to split the Gu family, he wouldn't dare to casually make a move against them. Gu Xian, who was secretly watching all of this, was also stunned for a long time. The situation was different from what she had expected. At first, she also thought that the black-clothed elder had come to exterminate them. When she heard that he had come on Gu Changa's orders to bring the clan members back, she was also stunned for a moment. She subconsciously thought that this was some kind of conspiracy. Moreover, she was very close and found that the black-clothed elder's gentle and polite expression didn't seem to be fake. What happened to the Gu family? Why would Gu Changa be so kind? He actually sent a servant to do this kind of thing. This kind of thing was too unbelievable to her. That good brother of hers was vicious, merciless, and heartless. It was impossible for him to let her clan members go. She could see that the reason why the clan members had been doing well all these years was all due to the efforts of the clan elders. It had nothing to do with Gu Changa at all. I want to see what Gu Changa has up his sleeve. He can't be so kind. I can't show myself now, but I'm relieved that the clan members are doing well. Gu Xian watched all of this in the dark. She didn't show herself, nor did she move. Instead, she watched all of this and watched as the clan members started to move things. Then, she quietly left. Before leaving Peach Village, her master had given her a token and asked her to go to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals to find the Great Elder. That Great Elder was said to be one of the most terrifying existences in the upper realm. He once owed her master a favor. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals was an extremely famous immortal sect in the upper realm. It had a long history. Many emperor clans, royal clans, and immortal clans often sent their clan members there to cultivate. It was even said that the origin of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was related to the immortals of the most ancient era. It contained immortal carvings and many scriptures. Her cultivation was still very weak, so she had to cultivate harder before she could challenge that good brother of hers and take back everything. Upper Realm, Inner Area, Longevity Gu Clan's Inner Island. Gu Changa was at the back mountain of the Divine Island. Formation patterns covered all sides to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Other than him, there was no one else on the island. In a pool that was shrouded in mist, filled with immortal energy, and overflowing with divine light. A graceful body sat cross-legged in the center. The water shimmered. Red flames circled in the center. The black color was mixed with reddish gold. It was extremely dazzling. Thousands of auspicious lights began to appear in the center. All kinds of rare materials, sacred medicines, divine materials, and spiritual liquids that were hundreds of thousands of years old were turning into shocking divinity outside the pool and gathering in the center. The brilliance was too dazzling. It was as if it was going to create a land of immortals. If there was an alchemist here, he would definitely cry out that it was a waste. He would feel heartache for wasting natural resources. Any of the materials here was extremely difficult to find in the outside world. It was difficult to get them even at the auction house at a high price. Soon, the momentum here disappeared. A majestic and terrifying pressure began to fill the air. This was the pressure of the Saint Realm. Moreover, it was the pressure of the Great Saint Realm. Splash! It was accompanied by the sound of water. Yen Ji walked out with surprise and joy in her eyes. Young Master Gu, she saw Gu Changa standing not far away at a glance. Her cold voice was filled with joy. She could not help but smile. Gu Changa nodded slightly. There was a hint of appreciation in his expression. Not bad. He did not waste so many of his resources. This body was reconstructed flawlessly. It was as if it was created by the hands of the heavens. There were no flaws to be found. Her divine bones were immortal, cold and otherworldly. However, there were wisps of reddish gold flames dancing on her hair. The only words that came to Gu Changa's mind were that she was both pure and charming. Young Master Gu, do I look good? Yen Ji spun around in front of Gu Changa. She was a little shy. After all, this was the first time she appeared in the state of a remnant soul. Gu Changa smiled and said, "You look quite good." Hearing that, Yen Ji smiled even more happily. Even the tips of her eyebrows could not help but be dyed with joy. "But aren't you cold?" After that, Gu Changa asked. Yen Ji was stunned when she heard that. Then, she was stunned. She suddenly realized that after she reconstructed her body, she was not like a remnant soul. When she came out, she was not naked. In other words, she was not wearing anything now. So, she even spun around in front of Gu Changa. When she realized that, she was completely stunned. Her face was even scarier than a cooked shrimp. At this moment, Yen Ji looked at Gu Changa's obviously playful expression. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. However, Gu Changa clearly had no intention of continuing to tease her. He took out a white robe and put it on her. There was still a long way to go. At this time, there was still proper business for her. With the strength of a great sage, she could help him find out some things. "Thank you, young master." Yen Ji was not an ordinary person. After thousands of years of cultivation, she quickly calmed down, but her face was still a little hot. "The outer region, the forsaken land of immortals. Help me find out if there is anything special in the depths. Contact me if there is anything. This is a domain breaker talisman. If you meet a strong opponent, you can use this to escape. Don't hesitate. Your life is more important. Gu Chang'e said gently. He took out the domain breaker talisman from the system warehouse and gave it to her. This thing could help her escape at a critical moment. Of course, the prerequisite was that she did not meet those unfathomable old monsters. The domain breaker talisman could easily break through the barriers of the world. Presumably, it could help her escape when she met with danger. Gu Xian had indeed gone to the forsaken land of immortals. According to the usual logic, such a place where no one dared to go must have hidden a great opportunity or great danger. After all, Yan Ji was a great sage. It was not difficult for her to pass through the forsaken land of immortals. She could help him investigate Gu Xian's current background. After knowing her background, many things could be planned. As for sending the rest of the Gu clan, not to mention that Gu Chang'e's current power was not enough to order around great sages. Moreover, almost many of the Gu clan's clansmen were constantly being watched. He sent people to the forsaken land of immortals. What was the meaning of this? Many of the clan's elders would probably link it to Gu Xian. Gu Chang'e did not want to destroy the prestige he had painstakingly established so quickly. The forsaken land of immortals. I understand. Rest assured, young master. Hearing this, Yan Ji nodded and took the domain breaker talisman. Since it was Gu Chang'e's order, she would definitely do it well. Chapter 82. Yan Ji left the Gu family with Gu Chang'e's token. No one dared to stop her along the way. Now that Gu Chang'e was appointed as the young master, it was time for him to have great power. Looking at the woman in the red dress and seeing that she was carrying Gu Chang'e's token, many of the clan members could not help but think in that direction and did not dare to offend her. Many clan elders heard the report from their informants and did not care much. After all, she was not a member of the Gu family and was a great saint. It was inevitable that she would be discovered and angered Gu Chang'e. In the next few days, Gu Chang'e began to prepare for the rest of the matters. The matter of the fate points was settled, and the clan had made the necessary arrangements. Elder Ming brought the exiled clan members back to report on the completion of the mission. This caused quite a stir in the Gu family. A few clan elders welcomed them with joy. Many clan members saw that Gu Chang'e did not seem to be acting casually, and their attitude towards him was much better. During this time, Gu Chang'e appeared to meet them, but did not say much. He secretly instructed his confidants to pay attention to the clan's movements. Although he did not care much about what revenge they would take against him, it was good to have everything under control. When the clan members found out that it was Gu Chang'e who took the initiative to bring them back to the clan, and that he was not pressured by the clan elders, they were extremely shocked. Then, their emotions became extremely complicated. Especially when they heard the clan elders talking about Gu Chang'e, saying that he was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf and was willing to correct his mistakes, they could not help but fall silent. This was a good thing for the Gu family after all. But the hatred of the past could not be resolved so easily. The humiliation and pain that their clan had suffered, and the pain that the little girl who had her Dao bone dug out by Gu Chang'e had suffered all these years, could not be resolved with a simple apology. Most importantly, they did not know where Gu Xian was, and did not know if she was still alive. For the sake of their family, they could tolerate it. However, when it came to the matter of Gu Xian Gu Chang'e did nothing. They couldn't accept it. Furthermore, Gu Chang'e did not say a single word of apology. He did not even say a single word. When he came in, he glanced around and seemed to have picked someone, then turned around and left. This made the people of this bloodline extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Gu Chang'e was now the young master. But soon after, Gu Chang'e ordered the seals in their bodies to be undone. The cultivation that had been sealed all these years was naturally restored. Furthermore, many of the uncles that had been imprisoned in the underground prison were also released. This made them feel extremely conflicted. Their feelings towards Gu Chang'e fluctuated from time to time, and they were completely unable to figure out what Gu Chang'e was planning. In the end, he felt that he was indeed trying to ease the tension between them, but because of his personality, he couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he might as well do something practical. For a moment, their attitude towards Gu Chang'e was not as hostile as before. As the saying goes, nothing is better than knowing one's wrongs and being able to change. Even someone like Gu Chang'e could repent. This made them feel that there was still hope for this person. After all, they were all from the same clan. After being exiled all these years, they did not actually suffer much. It was just that they were angry in their hearts, feeling that the bloodline's attitude towards him had improved slightly. Gu Chang'e was not surprised. His actions were naturally within his plan. If he had apologized at the beginning, undone the seals, and let them go, they would not appreciate it. Instead, they would think that he had ulterior motives and was a freak. But if he changed his tactics and did not apologize, he would make them suspicious, angry, and annoyed. Then, he would directly undo the seals and let them go. They would think that he was actually planning to repent. There was no other intention, but he could not bring himself to do so. These were similar matters, so the results would definitely be different when handling them. And it was the kind of difference that was like heaven and earth. Gu Chang'e did not think that his methods were brilliant, but it just so happened that he could find the pain point every time and grasp it well. Then, he began to deal with the matters around him. Since Su Qingge and Lin Qiuhan were brought here by him from the lower realm, he naturally had to settle them down well. After seeing the big world of the Gu family during this period of time, they would not be bullied if they went to other sects and forces because of their personalities. Su Qingge was very smart, so there would not be any problems. However, Lin Qiuhan had a gentle personality, but she was pitifully stupid. Gu Chang'e always felt that she would not be able to live for more than a few days in the cultivation world alone. However, considering her terrifying talent in alchemy, she would be snatched as a disciple if she went to a large sect of alchemy. They would not let her suffer the slightest grievance. Gu Chang'e did not think much about it. He first took the time to take Su Qingge to the divine sect of Taichu where his mother was and visit her. The divine sect of Taichu. This was an ancient force in the inner realm of Boruo heaven. It had existed for an extremely long time, and its territory was vast. Because of its style of doing things, the divine sect of Taichu was also called the demonic sect by various forces. Of course, the situation had improved over the years. With the efforts of the disciples and elders of the divine sect of Taichu, the demonic sect was barely changed to be more righteous. However, it was difficult to hide the nature of the demonic sect. The other orthodoxies had to be careful when they passed through Boruo heaven to avoid being robbed. Gu Chang'e was the son of the previous saintess of the divine sect of Taichu and the young master of the Gu family. Naturally, he arrived there without any obstacles and found his mother who was cultivating. The two of them chatted for a long time. Gu Chang'e told his mother what he said to his father. His mother's eyes immediately reddened. Her heart ached, and she said that her son had suffered all these years. Gu Chang'e had nothing to feel guilty about. After all, the demonic nature had been resolved. Presumably, his parents would not want to see him like before. As for Su Qingge's origin, Gu Chang'e left it to his mother. He was very relieved. Su Qingge happened to be liked by his mother, so Gu Chang'e let her stay with his mother for the time being. At the same time, he could investigate her memories and find out what they were. After staying in the divine sect of Taichu for a few days, Gu Chang'e returned to the Gu family. He took Lin Qiuhan to visit the Purple Pole Alchemy sect in the Eastern Victory Heaven of the Inner Territory. There were many heavens in the Inner Territory. The territories were divided by different heavens. The Eastern Victory Heaven was connected to many lower realms of alchemy. It was even said to be the supreme realm of alchemy. Countless alchemy cultivators wanted to ascend there. There were many supreme grandmasters in alchemy. The pills they refined were hard to find. In terms of resources, there were very few forces that could compare. Especially when it came to alchemy, their connections were not to be underestimated. Although the Purple Pole alchemy sect was huge and claimed to be the #1 sect in alchemy, they had been suppressed by other alchemy sects over the years. The most important thing was that they did not have good disciples. It was difficult to find cultivators with talent in alchemy, not to mention that they had to be qualified. Not just anyone with talent in alchemy could join them. Most of the time, they looked for disciples in various areas of the upper realm. This was because it was rare to see alchemists ascend from the lower realm. Even if they did, they would be captured by many forces at the edge of the outer territory. They would be brought back to the sect as free labor. Therefore, these alchemy sects were really short of disciples. They were rich in resources and did not lack anything. The only thing they lacked was talented disciples. Asking for fresh flowers. Asking for fresh flowers, the sects were also thinking of ways to find cultivators with good talent in alchemy. They sent them to the major alchemy sects to seek benefits for themselves. At this moment, the Purple Pole alchemy sect was surrounded by mountains. Celestial mountains rose and fell. Silver waterfalls splashed. There were thousands of rays of light. There was a big commotion among the various peaks. Many peak masters of the alchemy peaks ran out in shock when they heard the report from their disciples. The young master of the Longevity Gu clan is outside the sect. Although the Purple Pole alchemy sect claimed to be the #1 holy land of alchemy, they knew that they were inferior to forces like the Longevity family and the imperishable sections. After all, they were alchemists. In terms of heritage and even combat strength, they were far inferior to the Longevity family and the imperishable sections. Even when facing such a giant force from the upper realm, they would still be afraid. Especially when the other party was the young master of the Longevity family. Even the elders had to be careful when dealing with such a status. Hearing this report, many disciples and elders of the Purple Pole alchemy sect were shocked. They hurriedly turned into divine rainbows and flew over. Is this the Purple Pole alchemy sect that young master told me about? I smelled the scent of alchemy from afar. It's the same even on the mountain gate. The two words alchemy sect really have a terrifying alchemy rhythm. 0 inches front of the mountain gate, Lin Chilhan was wearing a long blue dress. Her face was slightly powdered, which made her look even more beautiful. She was looking at them curiously. She was very happy to hear that Gu Chang'e wanted to send her here to learn alchemy. After all, she was very interested in alchemy. After learning it, she could help Gu Chang'e. That way, she wouldn't seem too useless. After all, it's a famous alchemy sect in the upper realm. Although it looks a little down, it's not lacking in resources. Most importantly, it said that the Purple Pole alchemy sect has the pill formula of the Purple Pole celestial pill. That's a celestial pill that even immortals covet. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Wearing a black robe, he stood under the mountain gate with a slender figure. There seemed to be light flowing all over his body, making him look like a young god. Many disciples of the Purple Pole alchemy sect in front of him looked askance and were secretly shocked. There was one more thing that he didn't say. The competition among the other alchemy sects was fierce. Unlike the Purple Pole alchemy sect, they didn't have many disciples who could compete. With such a down-and-out appearance, they could only rely on a group of old antique elders to keep up appearances. A talent like Lin Chilhan's would naturally be more important here. As long as Lin Chilhan could join, Gu Chang'e would naturally gain a large amount of luck points. If she was appointed as the successor of the Purple Pole alchemy sect. TSK. Gu Chang'e could already imagine himself doing nothing and earning luck points every day. When that time came, he could just lie down and add points casually and bully people when he had nothing to do. The life of a villain was so boring. Behind Gu Chang'e, Da, Elder Ming, and the rest of his confidants followed. Their auras were extremely powerful, which made the group of disciples in front of them tremble. Gu Chang'e, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, why did such a prominent figure bring a woman here? They had known for a long time. In the entire upper realm, this young master of the Gu clan definitely had a place among the most eye-catching young supreme venerables. Born God, true immortal beauty. There were too many titles, which showed how powerful he was. They didn't expect to see him in person today, so they couldn't help but feel shocked. Soon, waves of divine rainbows flew in front of them and turned into several figures that landed on the ground. They were the current elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Young master of the Gu clan has come to the Purple Pole Alchemy sect in person. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. An elder wearing a crimson robe cupped his hands and said with a kind smile on his face. Righteousness. Chapter 83. The red-robed elder was called Elder Chihua. He was the current sixth elder of the Purple Pole Pill sect. No one knew how long he had lived. It was said that he was transformed from a wisp of red sun heavenly fire. His alchemy skills were extremely famous in the upper realm. Behind him, there were also many elders and disciples, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Among the group of disciples, the men and women were all dressed in green robes, but there were runes on their chests to condense into elixir text, indicating their identity. They were the inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect. Their cultivation was not very strong, and they were basically all in the almighty realm. At this moment, they were all curiously sizing up Gu Chang'e. What was the rumored young master of the Gu clan doing in the Purple Pole Pill sect? And why was the blue-dressed woman beside him so weak? She was only in the divinity realm. After all, Gu Chang'e's identity was very honorable. They only dared to take a few glances and did not dare to make a sound to avoid being disrespectful. At this moment, everyone was guessing the purpose of Gu Chang'e's visit in their hearts. Young Master Chang'e, please come into the sect for a chat. It's too rude to be in front of the mountain gate. Immediately, Elder Chihua made an inviting gesture, inviting Gu Chang'e to come forward. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and followed behind. Soon, divine rainbows rose under everyone's feet, and they headed towards the depths of the Purple Pole Pill sect. In a majestic palace, the fragrance of elixir lingered, looking ancient. Many beautiful disciples came forward to serve tea to Gu Chang'e, and retreated to the side. I wonder why young Master Chang'e has come to my sect today. Elder Chihua took a sip of tea, and then could not help but ask in confusion. The relationship between the Purple Pole Pill sect and the major forces was actually quite good, and there were very few conflicts. Therefore, Gu Chang'e's visit should not be because of any conflict. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also spoke with a faint smile on his face. Elder Chihua, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, Chang'e has come to visit the Purple Pole Pill sect today for a matter. Oh, young Master Chang'e's matter, is it about this, lady? Elder Chihua heard this, and his eyes could not help but focus. In the end, it landed on the blue-dressed woman beside Gu Chang'e. She was very beautiful, but her cultivation was not very high. He wasn't sure about Lin Qiuhan's identity, so he just called her a girl. But from the looks of it, she should be very close to Gu Chang'e. It was rumored that the young master of the Gu clan was incomparably cold, aloof, and difficult to deal with. Now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. At least when he was talking to Gu Chang'e, he didn't feel like anything was wrong. He even felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, giving people a feeling of gentleness like jade. How could such a person have the temperament of the rumors? Elder Chihua could not help but shake his head. Qiuhan was brought up by me from the lower realm. At that time, I saw that her talent in alchemy was not bad, so I wanted to bring her to the upper realm. It just so happened that I sent her to the Purple Pole Pill sect, so as not to waste her talent. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He did not directly say that he saw that the purple pole pill sect was in dire straits recently and wanted to send them a good seedling. That would be too heartless. After all, he was still waiting for the purple pole pill sect to help him nurture Lin Chilhan and be a sucker. It was a little too much to poke at someone's wound in front of them. So he had already said it very implicitly. If translated, it meant that Lin Chilhan was brought up by me from the lower realm. Her talent in alchemy is not bad, and I saw that the purple pole pill sect did not have any good disciples recently, so I sent her over. Elder Chihua was also a smart person. He naturally understood when he heard this. His expression was a little awkward, but also a little expectant. After all, Gu Chang'e was the young master of the Gu clan. If he sent someone with a little talent over, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? Young Master Chang'e is very thoughtful. I will first thank you for your kindness on behalf of the Purple Pole Pill sect, young Master Chang'e. Elder Chihua chuckled as he began to size up Lin Chilhan seriously. Under the pressure of his expression, Lin Chilhan also became a little nervous. However, when she remembered what young Master Gu said, she calmed down a lot. At this time, she could not panic. Young Master Gu was standing behind her. Lin Chilhan said to herself in her heart. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, had a calm smile on his face. It did not change at all. He was naturally very clear about Lin Chilhan's terrifying talent in alchemy. He was definitely going to be the sucker and honest person of the Purple Pole Pill sect. However, at this time, no one jumped out to question him, which made him feel a little bored. After all, it was a normal routine. Should it be the inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect who saw that Lin Chilhan's cultivation was weak and that she came from the lower realm and began to mock and doubt her? It was a pity that she had such great luck and did not follow this routine. It seemed that after following him for a long time, the good-for-nothing face-slapping routine was not popular anymore. Gu Chang'e suddenly felt a little bored. Wherever he went, no one questioned him. It was impossible for him to oppress others with his power. Everyone was so afraid of him. At this time, Elder Chihua suddenly felt a little surprised. He looked at Lin Chilhan's expression and was somewhat in disbelief. He would not know if he did not size her up, but once he did, he would be shocked. After all, talent was not written on the face. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible to see it at a glance. This required a process of perception. And this perception, he discovered that Lin Chilhan, this little girl, actually had a strong pill intent. Innate pill intent? One had to know that a wisp of pill intent was something that some alchemy grandmasters dreamed of. However, this little girl had more than 1,000 wisps of it. This made him a little shocked and incredulous. If she walked the path of alchemy, her future was simply limitless. This girl's talent, Elder Chihua was delighted and somewhat excited, but he was still not sure. He ordered the disciple behind him to get a Dharma weapon and prepare to test it. Elder Chihua, Chilhan's talent is not bad, right? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He had already expected this, but naturally, he still had to go through the process. This girl's talent is a little scary. I didn't expect her to appear in the lower realm and even be discovered by young Master Chang'e. Elder Chihua also had a face full of smiles. The way he looked at Lin Chilhan was as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. Miss, are you willing to be my disciple? He suddenly spoke, and the first sentence made Lin Chilhan a little confused. She could not wrap her head around it. Was her talent in alchemy really that good? She looked at Gu Chang'e as if she was asking for help. This matter is up to you. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He definitely had to follow her opinion. If she listened to him about becoming his disciple, it would be meaningless. However, this Elder Chihua was a shrewd person. He was actually prepared to snatch Lin Chilhan first. However, I think you can wait a little longer, Chilhan. There are many elders in the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Pick one that you think is suitable. This time, Gu Chang'e directly used the word pick. Elder Chihua was a little embarrassed. After all, he did have the intention to snatch her first, but Gu Chang'e exposed it. As for the word pick, he felt that it was very right. Now, it was not a matter of whether they were willing to accept Lin Xiuhan as a disciple, but whether she was willing to be their disciple. Later, when the other elders heard the news and rushed over, they would not be like him. They would probably snatch her directly. The inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect were also shocked at this moment. They had never heard of one being able to choose an elder as their master. Was this blue-dressed woman's talent really that terrifying? Little girl, if you accept me as your master, just tell me whatever alchemy fire you want. In the entire upper realm, I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that there are not many people better than me in controlling fire. Elder Chihua began to prepare to guide Lin Xiuhan patiently. He was going to put in a lot of effort to make her choose him as her master. At this time, outside the main hall, a group of elders also swarmed in. They were all very old and famous figures in alchemy. They were living fossils and had extremely terrifying connections and resources. I heard that young Master Chang'e sent us a good seedling. Young Master Chang'e is very considerate. The Purple Pole Alchemy sect is very grateful. The group of elders' auras were very terrifying. They first greeted Gu Chang'e, then set their eyes directly on Lin Xiuhan. That appearance was simply like a group of hungry wolves staring at meat. On the way here, they had already heard about what had happened. Innate alchemy essence, and more than one strand. No, fuck, there's actually so much. How is this possible? An old antique who had lived for a long time could not help but open his eyes wide and burst out swearing. Could this little girl be the manifestation of an ancient divine pill? This kind of talent is simply not seen once in a million years. I feel that we can hold our heads high in this sect trial for once. Hiss. Someone could not help but gasp. He quickly took out the testing instrument and placed it behind Lin Xiuhan. Buzz. Accompanied by a light tremor. It began to bloom with brilliant brilliance. Various colors illuminated the main hall, bright and dazzling, as if it was going to illuminate the entire main hall. Many disciples could only close their eyes to avoid being pierced by the light. The talent test is not wrong. This little girl has the most suitable physique for alchemy. Give her to me, and in less than 20 years, she will definitely be a renowned alchemy master. Why don't you give her to me? How can a little girl be taught by a bunch of old men like you? What if you teach her wrongly? Little girl, follow me. I only need 18 years, and I will definitely teach you to be a generation's alchemy master, respected by countless people. I only need 15 years. 15 years. I only need 13 years. Haha, that's all you have. Little girl, if you choose me as your master, the next peak master of Tianzhu Peak will definitely be you. It's not impossible for you to become the sect master. A group of peak masters and elders who could not be seen normally began to compete for the position of master, and even looked like they were quarreling in a small market. The disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect were extremely shocked and even a little confused. They were simply frightened. Young master. Lin Xiuhan blinked and looked at Gu Chang'e for help. When had she ever encountered such a frightening situation? Now, her mind was dizzy. You choose yourself, Gu Chang'e said. No, I only listen to you, young master. Lin Xiuhan pouted and directly threw the responsibility to Gu Chang'e. Why aren't you so smart usually? Gu Chang'e really wanted to knock her head. Little girl, why don't you follow me? I only need 10 years to teach her to be an alchemy master. At this moment, accompanied by a gentle voice, a beautiful woman in a palace dress slowly walked in from the entrance of the hall with a smile on her face. Her figure was very blurry, as if she came from another world. No one knew how deep her cultivation was. Sect Master. All the disciples and elders in the hall greeted her in unison. Her words were obviously directed at Gu Chang'e. Chapter 84. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. The newcomer was the sect leader of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, sect leader Ziyan. She was a woman who was in charge of the huge Purple Pole Alchemy sect, and was extremely famous in the upper realm. Although she did not look very old, it was only because she had a technique to retain her youth when she was young. Her real age could even be Gu Chang'e's ancestors' generation. In fact, when he came, he was thinking about letting Lin Qiuhan acknowledge this person as her master. Now that she had delivered herself to him, it saved him a lot of effort. Young Master Chang'e, you're so thoughtful to send such a good seedling to my Purple Pole Alchemy sect. You've really solved my sect's emergency. Sect leader Ziyan walked into the palace and said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Her gaze fell on Gu Chang'e, as if she wanted to see through him. She had always known about this young supreme martial artist of the Gu clan in the upper realm. He was cold and ruthless, and he only cared about cultivation. The major event that happened to the Gu clan more than 10 years ago was noticed by all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Although it was quickly covered up, she had heard many rumors. It was said that it was caused by this young man in front of her. Senior Ziyan, you must be joking. I'm just offering you a gift. The Purple Pole Alchemy sect is the best place for Qiuhan now. Gu Chang'e said with a calm expression. Hearing this, sect leader Ziyan smiled noncommittally. She did not know if the rumors were true or not, but she could see that this young man in front of her was very scheming and had extraordinary means. In addition, his cultivation was also extremely profound. Among the younger generation, there were probably not many who could be mentioned in the same breath as him at the age of 27. He was handsome, elegant, and gentle like jade. This was not a simple person. This is the Purple Pole token of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Outside, you can freely dispatch the alchemists of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect to serve young Master Chang'e. Even the elders and peak masters of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect can use this token to command young Master Chang'e, but you only have one chance. Young Master Chang'e sent the little girl to my sect. My Purple Pole Pill sect will remember this favor. As sect leader Ziyan spoke, an object suddenly appeared in her hand. This was a token with Pill Dao patterns carved on it. It was unknown what kind of immortal gold was used to forge it, but it was extremely simple and unadorned. The two large words ZG were extremely conspicuous. Sect Master, all the elders in the hall couldn't help but turn pale. They didn't expect that the sovereign would give such an important extreme purple token to Gu Chang'e. What did this mean? It goes without saying. To many outside forces, the Purple Pole Pill sect's possession of this item was equivalent to the arrival of the Purple Pole Pill sect's sect master. Even though Gu Chang'e was the young master of the Gu clan, he had given them such a good seedling like Lin Qiuhan. This was a huge favor to the Purple Pole Pill sect. But it was not worth it for them to do so. Oh, it would be impolite of this junior to refuse. Seeing this item, Gu Chang'e naturally would not refuse. He also knew very well what the extreme purple token represented. To put it bluntly, as long as it was in the field of Pill Dao in the upper realm, the extreme purple token could command most alchemists, and it contained terrifying energy. He was a little surprised that sect leader Ziyan would give such a good thing to him directly. Adhering to the principle that it would be a waste to refuse benefits, Gu Chang'e naturally had to accept it. In the future, if he needed pills or something, he could just take the extreme purple token to the alchemists of the Purple Pole Pill sect. He didn't even need to prepare the materials. For example, he could get a bunch of spirit-gathering pills, spirit-transforming pills, and 100 dispersing pills. Moreover, Gu Chang'e also knew that sect leader Ziyan was implying that he should sell Lin Qiuhan to the Purple Pole Pill sect for a single extreme purple token. Thinking of this, his expression was a little thought-provoking. Instead of being a sucker, he had to think about these useless things. Since he dared to send Lin Qiuhan here, he was naturally not afraid that she would betray him. Qiuhan, this is the sect leader of the Purple Pole Pill sect. She will be your master in the future. Learn alchemy from her. Then, Gu Chang'e smiled and touched Lin Qiuhan's hair, not mentioning at all that he would hand Lin Qiuhan over to the Purple Pole Pill sect. In addition, now that the extreme purple token was in his hands, did he want to take it back? He was thinking too much. Instead of being a sucker, he gave him some benefits. He wanted to give sect leader Ziyan a good person card. Yes, don't worry, young master. I will definitely not let you down. Lin Qiuhan said obediently. Because of Gu Chang'e's intimate behavior, her face was a little hot. Seeing that Gu Chang'e pretended not to understand what she meant, sect leader Ziyan's expression stiffened a little. Sect leader Ziyan's expression stiffened slightly. It was a little unexpected, but she soon returned to normal. But, why did she feel like she was throwing a meat bun at a dog? She suddenly felt a little regretful in her heart. Why did she think that Gu Chang'e would be a good person? Sure enough, this appearance was very deceiving. Even she subconsciously felt that Gu Chang'e would not be a bad person. However, sect leader Ziyan also believed that if she kept Lin Qiuhan by her side and taught her carefully, she would naturally develop feelings for the sect as long as time went by. Gu Chang'e's plan to let the Purple Pole Pill sect help him cultivate people naturally fell through. Your name is Qiuhan, right? From now on, I will call you master. Then, sect leader Ziyan said gently to Lin Qiuhan. She liked this simple little girl very much and even planned to cultivate her as the future sect leader. With such a terrifying talent, it was not impossible for her to surpass her in alchemy in the future. Qiuhan greets master. Lin Qiuhan also greeted her very obediently. She also had a good impression of this master who had given her a gift as soon as she arrived. After this trip, not only did he send Lin Qiuhan to the Purple Pole Pill sect and make her the disciple of the sect leader, he also received a favor from the Purple Pole Pill sect and a Purple Pole token. Even his luck points increased by 500 points. Gu Chang'e felt that his trip was not in vain. Outside the gate of the Purple Pole Pill sect, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared and was sent here by several elders. Young master. Elder Ming, and the other trusted subordinate said. Elders, I'll leave you here. I'm relieved to leave Qiuhan to you. Gu Chang'e turned around and said with a faint smile on his face. Young Master Chang'e, you're too kind. The Purple Pole Pill sect will always remember your favor today. Several elders cupped their hands and said with a smile on their faces, but they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes. This young master of the Gu family looked like a gentle immortal, but in fact, his heart was extremely black. He took the Purple Pole token from the Purple Pole Pill sect without any expression, and even his expression did not change. They could still clearly remember the shocked expression on the sect leader's face when he couldn't take it back. Qiuhan, how did you meet the young master of the Gu family? After Gu Chang'e left, sect leader Ziyan told Lin Qiuhan some of the rules of the Purple Pole Pill sect while she couldn't help but be curious. Where did Gu Chang'e find such an innocent Lin Qiuhan? It seemed that Lin Qiuhan was completely kept in the dark by Gu Chang'e. She was purely sold by Gu Chang'e, but she was still happily helping Gu Chang'e count the money. She couldn't help but worry about her disciple. She didn't look like a fool. Master, are you talking about the young master? When I first met the young master, it was in the Lin family in the central state of the Azure Heaven realm, which is my family. Speaking of the scene when she first met Gu Chang'e, Lin Qiuhan remembered very clearly. He was high and mighty, like a young god with a hazy halo. He sat at the head of the table, looking indifferent and overlooking everything. And she secretly looked at him from outside the crowd. Hearing these words, sect leader Ziyan was a little speechless. She had lived for a long time and could see these simple tricks at a glance. Gu Chang'e was indeed not a good person. With just a few tricks, he made Lin Qiuhan fall for him. It seemed that she had to remind Lin Qiuhan in the future to stay away from Gu Chang'e and see his true colors. They returned to the Gu family from the Purple Pole Pill sect in the East Victory Heaven. It was already 3 days later. Everything was calm and peaceful. In the palace, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged. His white robe was otherworldly, and his hair was crystal clear. Each strand was like immortal graphite jade, showing a sense of transcendence. At this moment, his face was incomparably calm, and his eyes were as deep as the vast universe. There were many black runes flowing in them. In the center of his palm, a pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle had shrunk to the size of his palm. Black divine light spread out and floated up and down. It took me so many days to refine a demonic bottle of expiation. Gu Chang'e muttered to himself and quickly withdrew from this state. A black light flashed in his eyes. The 597 black Great Tao treasure bottle floated up and down and entered his eyes. Soon, it disappeared. Attribute interface. Gu Chang'e called out in his heart. Owner, Gu Chang'e. Halo, Destined Villain. Weapon, 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of the Tao Heaven Palace of Immortals, Young Master of the Longevity Gu family. Physique and Bloodline, Demonic Heart Tao Bone. Cultivation, Early Stage Immortal Emperor Realm. Arts and Abilities, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, Myriad Transformations Demon Body, Innate Divine Will, Void Power, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra, Destiny Value, 1000 Luck Points, 1500. System Store, Unlocked. Inventory, 1/3 of the World Seed X3, Luck Plunder Card X3. Looking at his current destiny value, Gu Chang'e muttered to himself and began to search in the system store. If I exchange all my luck points together, I should have more than 16,000 destiny value. I can exchange for a lot of goods. Although the Great Tao Bone was good, it was not his own. Now that the demonic heart had absorbed the Great Tao Bone's talent, it was not very useful. Of course, he had to see what good things were in the system store first so that he could prepare for his future plans. He did not return to the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace because he wanted to wait for news from Yan Ji. He wanted to know what Gu Xian was up to so that he could make some arrangements. Soon, Gu Chang'e noticed a few things and narrowed his eyes. In that case, there are more possibilities. A thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how strong Gu Xian's background was, it did not matter to him. Everything was under his control. At this moment, outside the palace, there was a servant's report, which made Gu Chang'e slightly surprised. Young master, the family head wants you to meet him in the main palace. The emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty has brought the 4th princess to meet you. They are now in the main palace. Gu Chang'e froze for a moment, then chuckled. His fiancée was here. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.